Miss Duval, good morning. Good morning. Top of the morning. Salute. Slim Jones, salute, salute. Bob Marley, what up with it? Salute, salute.
Tattoos and the white beater, a gunshots in the A, it ain't no knife either. You don't get too many second chances in life either. I think twice before I make a move. I wear my jewels when I'm in the pool. My advice, if they say fuck it, you say fuck it too.
I used to dream about that road, then I finally got it.
Man, shout out y'all, shout out y'all. We just getting ready for the day, you know what I'm talking about? Yeah. Hey. I'll let y'all hear it for you.
Times up all night.
Hit the likes on your way in. Hit the likes on your way in. Jennifer Hodge, what's up with it? Top of the morning to y'all.
Sometimes just sitting and goes and talking to them.
I ain't gonna lie, this how we be riding out on Twitch beforehand, uninterrupted. You know what I'm talking about? Y'all need to follow the Twitch. I ain't gonna be playing this music on YouTube every day. Y'all know I can't even do that, but yeah, we be going live 20, 30 minutes before this on Twitch. Just giving y'all a little, you know what I'm talking about? Yeah. Shout out to y'all, man. Most aggravating chat in the game, man. Most appreciated chat in the world. You know what I'm talking about? Y'all fuck with Vezo? Oh, let's go here. Now we going here. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, man, y'all run them lights up. Run them lights up. We just getting ready for court before court gets ready for court. You know what I'm talking about? Could be worse. Run the lights up. Run the lights up. It should be a few more lights on that post on that board, man. Put them. Hold on. Y'all already know. Run the lights up, man. Rolling. I got a lot of jaw color rolling. All the strikers there, rolling. Niggas doing too much laughing in court, ain't? I'm gonna do this. All right. I'm gonna play this and play the other one, and the music is going off. I'm still following. Play with me. Hold on. Shout out to Mike from the Ville over there on Twitch. Listen, these ride outs like this, we be doing this over there on Twitch. This is not common for YouTube, and it's not gonna be a common thing. I'm just letting y'all know. Join the Twitch. You don't know what the fuck be going on early in the morning, late at night, middle of the day. Join the Twitch. You might miss a ride out. You might miss a therapy session. Anything. Join the Twitch. Join Ruminati on Twitch. I'm just, you know. They got music. Nigga said any nigga went to that grave and took that picture, but they got hit. Y'all know what he talking about. All he talking, man, never mind. I don't think I have to go into detail about the song about the picture he talking about, the photo at the grave. Never mind. Anyway.
Stop out by the car and bust him. They saying rest in peace of him, I'm screaming fuck him.
We need to run them likes up. I need 3 more likes on that board. I need to see 3 more points on the board. Can we get to 10 likes, please? They don't want. They don't want. Then they say 4-1 sweep ball, baby. Don't know what they call me, nigga. Don't know what they call me, nigga. I don't get no fuck. Damn.
Who made the motherfucker?
That was Ace's best work. Unfortunately, it was at the demise. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on.
I'm on the phone.
Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. This that shit. The word. What? I dropped 50, go with bird. Come on. On the phone the whole song. What time? I just got to go. Boy, you might get 100 bottles. But we gotta get some things. Last thing that nigga feet on the they say, damn. Hold on. I'm gonna play this shit one more time. Then we gonna let the courtroom get to the court. Damn, this song hard as a bitch, bro. I ain't gonna lie. Ace best songs is when he talk about somebody dead, bro. I ain't gonna lie. But this nigga Foolio, this nigga was actually slick, bro. This nigga was tough on that mic. All right, court about to start, y'all, and I'm gonna shut up. Y'all already know how this go. Hold on, before I play the rest of this song, just know that this live stream will probably be deleted because I'm playing the music. And just know, always expect something to go wrong, okay? I'm letting y'all know right now, when I was editing last night, it's 2 new videos up on the channel. They got put out last night. I don't know what the hell is going on with the equipment. Expect the worst. Just know, every time y'all seen something happen, we always come back. 2 days ago, they cut the stream. We was at 20,000 something, almost 100 likes. They cut the stream. We came back and did 32,000 and 150, 160 likes. We came back stronger. So just know, if something goes wrong, y'all know it's been a lot of scrutiny with this channel. I don't know if it's just the universe. I don't know if you're being tested to see if you really want something, or if somebody got a hand in the pot and they trying to do some BS. I don't know. I don't even care. But one thing that ain't gonna stop is this train. Just so y'all know. So just in case something goes wrong, just in case the stream stops, the internet just surprisingly goes out, whatever the fuck, anything, just know we'll be back within 5 minutes or less. I guarantee you that. So if you leave, hey, come back. Hey, come back. And run them likes up. We need 15 likes. We are 3 likes away from 15. Can we get 3 more likes? Y'all see yesterday? Y'all notice how I didn't say nothing about no likes? Nothing. Y'all notice how at the end of that stream yesterday, we was at 99 likes for so long. I said, I'm not going to say nothing. All day I ask, feeling like a fucking panhandler. I'm asking, being nice, being respectful. I said, if these niggas don't make this 99 likes get to 100 or better before the end of this stream, and it was like the last 40 minutes. It was on 99 for like 40 minutes. I said, I swear to God, I'm going to come on stream tomorrow, and I'm not going to say one fucking word. Y'all see how quiet I was yesterday? I was going to do the same thing today, but worse. I was not going to say one fucking word. I put my life on that shit. We ain't doing nothing fake. You can't interact. You can get them. Like I said it yesterday, and I meant that. I'd rather see the numbers go down. I'd rather see the concurrent viewers go down if the likes and the interaction ain't going up. I'd rather have less with me. I don't want 3,000 fake. Give me 300 Spartans. Don't give me 3,000 fakes. Don't give me 3,000 coattailers. Give me 3,000. Give me 300 Spartans. It's oh, that ain't to nobody either. I just be repeating shit out in the earth. Y'all know I talk crazy.
Who made this motherfucker?
I see 20 likes. I thank y'all. I'm very appreciative. I be saying that shit too much. That's why I popped up. I'm like, bro, my nigga, I know y'all ain't finna do me like that, bro. All the love I show, when y'all sit around and them content creators don't even acknowledge y'all, don't give a fuck. If y'all put up 1,000 chats and nothing on this don't say one thing to y'all, I'm out here reading all the chats. Y'all can't run the likes up. Oh yeah, I was in my fields, boy. Oh yeah, I was ready to show you better than I could tell you. I'm old like that. I won't tell you too much. I'm gonna tell you, you're not gonna listen, then I'm gonna show you. But the way I show you, you're not gonna like it. It ain't been one thing ever in life that I popped off about that I didn't say something about first.
Who made this motherfucker?
I was finna be quiet than a bitch, boy. This nigga cold-hearted, I ain't gonna lie. I fuck with Cold Heart the way he said that. Nigga said, bro, shut the fuck up and play the song respectfully. I fuck with you for the way you said that, bro. I told niggas, you could cuss at me, tell me shut the fuck. It's just how you do it. Thank you, brother.
The full 3 minutes of this, yes. That's okay.
Court is in session. We got the first verse. This nigga trying to escape. I'm about to mute up. The sound is on, but they're not saying nothing. I'm about to mute up. Gotta let this verse ride. Foolio was on the phone this whole goddamn verse.
This is.
All right, we finna mute up, guys. I'm gonna be completely quiet. That's it, y'all. No more music. We done for the day. We done as far as music. Run it up. Listen, y'all know the rules. As they talk, we get quiet. When they get quiet, that's when we shout out the chat. That's when we show love. That's when we get active. All that. You know what I'm talking about? I'm going on mute. Y'all share the stream. Run the likes up. Stay active in the chat. Super duper salute. Good energy today. Let's go. I just gotta let y'all know. It's 6 a.m. in Jacksonville, and I just got the call. All right, I'll be quiet. Let's go.
Let me out, bro. Let me out, bro. Bro, let me out, bro. Let me out!
Oh, he has a powerful rage in controlling his temper. He's gonna try to escape right here.
Sit in that chair and don't move.
Okay. So here's the thing. That actually is a crime. Tampering with that device is a crime, right?
Yes,
It's
sir.
a felony, right?
Yes, sir.
It's a third-degree felony.
felony.
But he wasn't charged with it.
No, Your Honor, not to my knowledge. I couldn't say for certain. I never inquired.
Okay. So I don't know. I mean, it's got some probative value, but I'm concerned the prejudicial effect may outweigh the probative value, and I don't know if it's necessary to have all of that in with what the state's trying to convey. So back it up to about 2057-ish. Just back it up.
May I mute it, Your Honor, while we...
Yeah, that's fine.
To 20...
I thought it was 2057 is what I was.
Oh, on the top of the
Yeah.
screen, yes, Your Honor.
So it's after he takes off the monitor, he takes it off, he goes stands against the wall, then he kind of plays with the ankle monitor a little bit more, then he finally sets it down, and then he kind of starts, I think about right here. So just back it up to the moment when he puts the ankle monitor down for the final time. There you go.
Why does he think he can yell his way out of jail? Let me out! Like, that's gonna work. You can't Macho Man Randy Savage your way out
So
of
I'm going
jail.
to sustain the objection to anything before that and then deny it as to anything after that. Okay?
Yes, Your Honor. So make the redactions to 2057. Is that 51? I can't see it on
I
this.
can't see out there.
Ooh, Hogan, let me out. Ooh.
Yes, Your Honor.
yeah,
We'll make
let me
the appropriate
out.
redactions to this moment.
Okay?
Which on the video timestamp is 2 minutes into the original video. If I can make a record with that because I can't. Oh, it's 2056:51.
And then I will also give the instruction that the video's been edited to eliminate irrelevant portions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay? So that the jury knows.
Michelle, did you say you want to call the question?
Yes, just press dock cam, and then
This nigga tried to aggress his way out of jail.
when you press that button,
Let me out.
you push this thing, and you put.
Ooh.
There's a little.
It don't work like that, brother. It don't work like that. You know the best way to get out of jail? Is not to get in it. I appreciate y'all. I see y'all running the likes up. Thank y'all. Thank y'all. I'm only talking because the proceedings haven't started. They're just going over evidence that they're going to admit. As soon as the proceedings start, we get quiet. So, yeah, I'm speaking over all this. I played a little music over all this. When court is in session, that's when we in silence. That nigga said, let me out.
And then do you want to let is this coming in through Detective Griffin?
Yes, Your Honor.
Just let him know we're not going to talk about the Mr. Gathright taking off his ankle monitor.
Yes, Your Honor.
And from the revised sidebar, are we starting with Ms. Drew?
We are, but we're going to play the game over. We didn't play it yesterday because we went long, but since Detective McCullough testified to it, we want to play it, and then we're going to call Marjorie.
The only reason I bring that up, we filed a motion to exclude Ms. Drew's testimony of Dauber, which is still, I think, pending. I think we had discussed in the motions hearing that we would address it when she testifies.
Okay, let's address it. What's your motion?
Motion, Your Honor, is, and really we lay out our position in the motion under the state's filed response. Our objection is the field of ballistic testing is, it's unreliable, basically, because it relies only on the subjective opinions of the expert. There are no set standards within the industry. She confirms that in her deposition. It's basically relying on her subjective opinion. There is peer review within, or not peer review, but there's review within FDLE. But other than that, there are no set guidelines that are followed within the industry. At least once class characteristics are determined to match, from there the individual characteristics are just up to the eye of the examiner. And given the standards, given also that it relies really on uniquenesses within the firearm manufacturing field, and in recent years, and this is discussed in some of the authorities on the site, in recent years, especially with companies like Glock, they've become much more uniform in their manufacturing practices to the extent there really are not significant differences in firing pin impressions, aperture marks, things of that sort. So based on changes in technology over the years and the fact that there are no objective guidelines to be followed, I suggest it's not reliable science.
I know, but hasn't this opinion testimony been permitted in the state of Florida for decades?
It has.
At a minimum? Okay, response?
Judge, that is our response, and we did provide the court with case law citing exactly this, that has been considered reliable, admissible, and in Florida, there are cases where there were no restrictions put upon the terminology utilized by the FDLE analyst.
Okay. And was it a motion to strike? Is that what the title of the motion was? Due to Daubert?
I think motion to exclude. It was
Motion to exclude, okay. Okay, I'm going to deny the motion. All
Judge,
right.
I believe Rashad Murphy adopted that motion, and if it wasn't, I would ask that it be adopted and note our objection as well.
Sure. Is that the same for all defendants, Mr. Sonardi?
Correct, Your Honor, we'll adopt it.
And Mr. Petridis? Okay, same ruling.
Judge, another issue,
Sure.
if we can. Your Honor, in contemplation of Detective Griffin's testimony, he would be the 1200 detective. I had filed a motion in limine, which the court heard, fourth motion in limine, regarding opinion identification testimony.
Right.
And essentially, the gravamen was that the state was going to introduce digital media, one of which was a series of music videos, and I was asking the court, which the court granted this motion subject to any exception, and that is that no member of law enforcement is in any better position than jurors to make a determination as to the identification of someone in a rap video.
Well, no. Identification of the defendants.
Of the defendant.
Of the
And
defendants.
There's going to be still photos that are going to be introduced. There's going to be the videos themselves that are going to be introduced. And my understanding, what I don't want Detective DeGriffin to do, in what I believe is in opposition to the court's order, is say that person right there is Rashad Murphy. The jury, as the trier of fact, can determine whether or not is it in fact Rashad Murphy. Certainly, if Detective Griffin wants to identify anyone else in that video to associate them together as gang members, I don't believe there's any preclusion to that. But
Yeah, but isn't the case law on this, essentially, if law enforcement is in the same position as the jury, meaning they don't have any particular knowledge of the defendant as far as any prior interaction, that in those instances, that's when a law enforcement officer can't tell the jury, well, this is defendant A, B, or C. However, doesn't the case law state that if the officer testifying does have specific knowledge of the identity of the defendant, they are permitted to testify as to a
Judge, my understanding, especially of Bentley and Proctor, is that law enforcement officers are not permitted to offer an opinion identifying a defendant in digital media unless the officer was an eyewitness to that event. And that special familiarity with the defendant, or contact with the defendant, which is in and of itself a problem, or otherwise being an expert in identification, is not permitted. It's the jury's province to look at that picture still, or look at that video. Of course, in the video, if it was only a video, then certainly I might even, to a certain extent, suggest that, okay, maybe it would assist the jury by way of something they couldn't do on their own. But there are still photos that are certainly identifiable if the jury were to want to make a determination that they are in fact Rashad Murphy.
Yeah, I got to take a look at the case law again. So, state what's your response.
Grady
My understanding
Judd,
of the case
look at
law is
that.
that the court has articulated if the officer is in a better position to make an identification or a specific knowledge of the individual that is depicted or prior knowledge of that individual, then the identification is permitted. That said, I have attempted to be pretty careful and can continue to be very careful about the manner in which I ask the questions. It's just that the door essentially is opened on cross when they say, when you see so-and-so in this video. But I have tried my best to indicate, is there an individual in this photograph that you documented in Rashad Murphy's gang documentation report for purposes of identifying him or meeting a criteria? So I can try to ask the question in that way to ensure that the record is preserved, but at some point it becomes obvious.
Certainly, Judge, I want to let the court know that we've had this discussion. I'm not suggesting in any way, shape, or form that was the state's intent. And if in fact it goes that way, as suggested by the state, I'm certainly not going to say, is that Rashad Murphy, to open the door to some type of redirect. So if that is the manner in which the questioning is going to be done, certainly talking to Detective Griffin about his answers, then I think it does meet what I understood the court's ruling to be.
Well, yeah, and honestly, my ruling was geared more towards, I didn't want law enforcement watching the crime scene videos and with the mass shooters saying, and that is Sean Gathright, or that is Rashad Murphy, or that is Davion Murphy. Now, during the course of the trial, they have been asked to their opinions, not necessarily by the state, but regarding who shooters 1, 2, and 3 are. But that was really what I was thinking about when we were discussing this topic.
And I'm not sure that hasn't happened already, quite frankly.
Yeah, no, I understand. And
just for the record is clear, that was, defense opened the door. When we first put on...
I agree. I'm not casting aspersions to anybody. I'm just saying the context of it is when we were having this discussion, that's what I was thinking of when we were discussing law enforcement opining as to the identity of a masked shooter. So I wasn't thinking about the identity of one of the defendants being in a rap video. And I think these are distinctive situations. So let me take a look at the cases again, and then I'll let you know before Griffin
Thank
takes
you, Your
the
Honor.
stand.
And those cases were provided along with the motion. It's motion limit number 4.
I have them in my stack, my forest of paper over here. I just need to find it. Okay? Okay, very good. All right, and Amara Drew's going to be first anyway, correct? Right? Right? Hello? Bueller?
I apologize, Your Honor.
It's okay.
I'm so sorry.
It's okay. Amara Drew's going to be first, right?
Michelle, it is going to.
You're going to play the video,
Video.
and then your comments Drew. Okay, so I'll have an answer before Detective Griffin takes the stand, okay? Okay, very good. Are our jurors here?
Yes, Judge.
All right, let's bring them in.
Shout out to the chat. We got Bob Marley. We got Stay Striving. We got False Avatar. We got Don't Worry Too. We got Don't Look Down Coasters. We got Slim Jones McJeezy. We got Volna. We got Mike from the Ville. We got Jennifer Hodge. We got I'm J Pearl. Rankster 10. Ayo 93. The Real Tampa Boy, James Lee. Shout out to y'all. Shout out to y'all. I'm going to read some of these chats real quick. Bob Marley says, hell no, Florida don't play. Stay Striving says, seems like a laid-back judge. We'll see. Slim Jones says, all right, family, got to jump on the highway to work. I'll be back. Do your thing, brother. Don't worry, says Florida is not a state you want to do a felony in. You damn sure don't, especially nowhere but especially Florida, right? Volna says, Jesus Christ our Lord. Slim Jones says, I used to hate that in high school. Don't Look Down. Coaster says, smoking on some GRLC, GLU, Florida Medical. Mike from the Ville says, good morning, Jennifer, and feeling generous like the content. Donate to the Rumonati Network on Cash App. $ the Cash App. $ the Rumonati Network on Cash App. PayPal is open for donations. Yo, what's good? Chat and Rumor. Mike from the Ville says, Bob Marley says, I wanted to change it up. Coffee isn't hitting for me, tired of dunking. Oh, that boy say he drinking on some tea. Uh-oh, time to shut up, guys. Most aggravating chat in the game, most appreciated chat in the world. Thank y'all. Let's go.
It's so aggravating as hell, man.
If you see me talking into the mic and you don't hear anything, I'm testing it. So like right now, this is a test. So put a... Oh, well, I got to mute that up. You know what? I might as well just let it play. I played it already, right? Fuck it. Y'all seen Weekend at Bernie? That's the problem. All you Jacksonville, every song y'all talking about a phone and the call. That's gonna get y'all fucked up. The song hard, you gotta admit. I know what they saw me in. It's like Tony, I don't get no fuck. This nigga got on black shades in the room too much. No, hold around this bitch. Tubi. You took your glasses off just to put them back on. Tubi ass.
Very
nigga.
good. And who's going to be your next
Tendonism ass
The
witness?
state would call Amara Drew.
Okay.
nigga. 5 more lights to get us to 40, guys. 5 more lights to get us to 40. Let's go. Hold on, why they ain't play Foolio? Damn, blue dress. Blue bodysuit. Blue body all over your body, babe. Blue bodysuit all on your body, babe. Wes, what up with it? Tattoos till death, what up with it? Black Soul, what up with it? Don't look down. We've been asking that question every day. And it's always majority yes. Big homie, what up with it? Dwight Brinson, what up with it? Mels, what up with it? Thank you guys. We have 40 likes. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. You guys have been showing out today with the likes. That means we're only 5 away from 45. Let's keep it going, guys. Thank y'all. Thank y'all. Most aggravated chat in the game. Most appreciated chat in the world. I'm going to shut up because they about to talk. Let's go. I'm doing a random mic check. So if I see the wild shit I'm asking for in the chat, then I know my mic is fucked up again. So that way y'all don't hear my social security number like y'all did the other day when I had to
Very good. You may
erase the
proceed, Mr.
chat. So I'm
Harmon.
finna say all kind of shit now.
Good morning. Would you please introduce yourself to the jurors?
My name is Amara Drew, AMARADREW, and I'm employed with FDLE, which is the Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
Okay. Let me ask you real quick about FDLE. Is FDLE, Florida Department of Law Enforcement, is that an agency that maintains offices statewide here in the state of Florida?
It does.
Is there an investigative branch to that agency?
There is, yes.
And are there laboratories
That
are
is
part? There are. Okay. And are there laboratories that are maintained throughout the state?
There are, yes.
Is there one here in Tampa?
That is correct.
Now, and that's actually on North Lois here
Yes.
in Tampa near HCC. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And is that where you work? Is that where your office is?
Yes, I'm located in the Tampa laboratory.
Okay. And what position do you hold there, that lab?
I am a crime laboratory analyst within the firearms section at our Tampa laboratory.
Okay. Can you tell the jurors your educational background?
So I have a bachelor's of science from Westchester University of Pennsylvania in forensics and toxicological chemistry.
And, ma'am, are there any specific degrees or educational requirement for a person to work or be trained as a firearm and tool mark examiner?
You do have to have a bachelor's degree.
Okay. Prior to FDLE, did you have prior employment in this field?
I did. Prior to FDLE, I was employed with the Idaho State Police Forensic Services in their firearms section, as well as the North Carolina State Crime Laboratory in their firearms section as well.
How long did you work in Idaho?
With Idaho, I was there for about a year and a half.
And then you went from there to the North Carolina laboratory?
That is correct.
Did you receive training in the field of firearms analysis and tool mark analysis at the Idaho State Police Forensic Laboratory?
I did.
Can you detail that for us?
So when I was employed with the Idaho State Police Forensic Services, I completed their firearms and tool marks training program. So that training program included examination of all different types of firearms and functionality of them, as well as comparisons of cartridge cases, projectiles, shot shells, serial number restorations, and database entry. So I successfully completed all of those trainings, which included practical assessments, written assessments, tests, and a mock case. And that was the complete training with the Idaho State Police Forensic Services.
When you say a mock case, can you tell us what that means?
So a mock case is a case that is generated by my training officer, where they create a case similar to a case we would receive from an external agency, where I will then work it as I would a general case that would come into the laboratory.
Did you conduct active casework there?
I did.
So moving on to the North Carolina laboratory, this would be the North Carolina State Crime Lab, is that what you told us?
That is correct.
Okay. And first of all, where was that located within North Carolina?
I was in the Western Laboratory, which is in Hendersonville, North Carolina.
And what time periods were you employed at that lab?
I was employed there from, I believe, July of 2020 to May of 2023.
Did you undergo additional training there?
I did.
And did you conduct active casework there?
I did.
Was your position with both of those laboratories similar or generally the same as your position here at the FDLE laboratory?
It was, yes.
All right. And then at some point you left that agency and you came here to Florida?
That is correct.
All right. And how many total years here at Florida?
I've been with Florida since June of 2023.
So when you arrived here, did you receive additional training?
I went through an assessment period and then 6 months of supervised casework.
And then at some point you began to do active casework without supervision?
That is correct.
All right. Do you continue to receive annual and continual training?
Yes.
Do you, as a firearms examiner, keep abreast of current trends, new developments in the area of firearm and tool mark analysis?
Yes, I do.
Now, I want to, let me talk to you about this first. Is the Florida Department of Law Enforcement's crime lab here in Tampa, is it accredited in any way?
We are, yes.
And is your individual section, is it accredited separately from the lab, or is that part of the general accreditation?
Our entire lab gets accredited for the types of examinations that our entirety of the Tampa laboratory is accredited for. So firearms falls within the scope of our accreditation.
Can you explain to the jurors that process of accreditation, what that involves?
So to be accredited means that we are meeting the standards set forth by the international standards. So every 4 years we go through a new accreditation cycle. So we'll have accreditors come or auditors come and evaluate our standard operating procedures, our casework, all of our policies and procedures to verify that we are following the said standards and that we are following the standards that we say we are following. So that accreditation cycle is every 4 years. There are spot checks annually to verify that our lab is still meeting our scope accreditations, and then we also have internal accreditation or audits. Apologies, not accreditations. We have internal audits that we do as well to make sure that we are meeting our standards as well.
Well, how does that internal auditing process, how does that work?
So the internal auditing process works as members from the same section, but from a different one of our laboratories will come in and evaluate our casework and our policies and procedures to verify that our casework is meeting the policies and procedures and the standards that we say we are meeting.
Does FDLE maintain a crime lab in Jacksonville?
They do, yes.
Have there been occasions, or are you required as part of your position to participate in an internal auditing of other laboratories within the FDLE?
I am trained to participate in those internal audits.
Okay. And you mentioned there are spot checks. Is there any kind of an external auditing process of the FDLE laboratory where an external agency comes in and audits?
That is done during our accreditation period, that external people are the ones who come and do our audits for the accreditation cycle. And then there'll be like off-site paper review, casework review, and all of that is done by external people for the purpose of the accreditation.
That would be an independent agency doing that?
It would be other examiners from other laboratories that are trained as auditors through the accreditation system.
But not part of FDLE?
That is correct.
Okay. Ms. True, have you previously testified as an expert in the area of firearms analysis and examination and identification and tool mark analysis and examination?
I have.
Approximately how many times?
Approximately 20.
What jurisdictions?
It's been in different counties here in Florida and some counties in North Carolina.
In those occasions where you were testifying as an expert in that area, were you testifying to actual comparisons and analysis that you conducted?
Yes.
How many total number of comparisons and analysis have you conducted in your career?
I've worked hundreds of cases, which is thousands of comparisons, hundreds of firearms.
Okay. Now, I want to talk to you about proficiency testing that you have to undergo, but before I do that, so that the jury can have a good understanding of what that requires of you, I want to ask you generally in your position as a firearms examiner at FDLE, well, let me back up a little. Do law enforcement agencies submit items that are related to firearms for you to analyze?
Yes, they do.
Okay. And what is it you're commonly asked to do? What types of items do you receive?
So generally in casework, we can receive a firearm, fired components, which consists of a cartridge case or a bullet or projectile, and we'll be asked to do a microscopic comparison to determine whether those fired components were fired from the same firearm or the submitted firearm.
Okay, so in the instance where law enforcement does not recover a firearm or just doesn't have one to submit to you, you can look at individual cartridge cases or you can look at projectiles, and depending on the quality and what's imparted upon them, you can determine if they were fired, possibly fired in the same gun?
Yes, we can do a comparison of two fired components to determine if they were fired from the same firearm.
Okay. So can you explain to the jurors the proficiency testing that you are required to undergo?
So at FDLE, we are required to do proficiency testing. So every year we'll participate in a microscopic comparison proficiency test, meaning an external agency will send us a test which will include either cartridge cases or bullets, and we will be tasked with determining if the unknowns or the questioned items in the case came from the knowns that they submit to us or not, or whether the other questioned ones came from the same firearm but not the one that they submitted.
Are there instances where you have had to look at multiple shell casings or cartridge casings, fired cartridge casings that have been fired by different firearms and distinguish from a group which ones were fired from which firearm?
Yes.
And the people that are submitting this to you through this proficiency testing, is that an FDLE body or is that an external agency that is tasked or contracted to do that?
It's an external agency that we buy the test from.
All right. So in that instance, if you have cartridge cases or projectiles and there's multiples, and you may have multiple firearms that fired them, they know what firearm fired those projectiles or cartridge cases.
Yes, the people who created the test do know the correct answers of that test.
All right, and if I understand you correctly, then you're required to look at this group of fired cartridge cases and determine whether they were fired from the same gun, right?
That's correct.
And group them to a specific firearm.
That's correct.
Have you ever had any problems with proficiency testing?
No, I have passed all of my proficiency tests.
Now, in addition to proficiency testing here at the FDLE, when you worked in North Carolina, did you undergo proficiency testing?
I did.
Did you pass all of those proficiency tests?
I did, yes.
Did you have to go through, or were you at the Idaho lab long enough to go through proficiency testing?
I was not. When I was released for casework there, the testing had come out later in the year, and I had already switched employment by time it was time to do the proficiency test with Idaho.
So I want to talk to you generally about the process of evidence being brought into the laboratory here in Tampa. When a law enforcement agency such as the Tampa Police Department brings evidence to the Tampa lab, is there some type of a transfer or an intake area there at the laboratory?
Yes, evidence is brought into our evidence intake section.
And are there employees that work there that specifically handle that?
There are, yes.
Is that a secure area?
It is, yes.
Is the laboratory within a secure facility?
It is, yes.
And is that same process followed at the Jacksonville lab?
Yes, it does.
And when the evidence is submitted to FDLE, does the agency's report number for that case, is it recorded and documented?
Yes, they provide an agency case number associated with the submitted case.
And as in this case, where you have multiple submissions coming from different agencies, as far as that specific agency number, is there a unique and distinctive FDLE number that is assigned to that individual submission and case?
Yes, every case that enters our laboratory is assigned a unique FDLE case number, and each item within the case is given a respective item number as well.
And after you have conducted your analysis and examination, do you complete a laboratory report?
I do.
Is that laboratory report with your findings, does it go through a review process?
It does.
Can you explain that to the jury, what that entails?
So when a case is complete and our work is, all of our work and examinations are complete and all of our results have been checked, we will generate a report that includes all of our findings for all of the evidence that we received, and it will go through a tech review, which a qualified analyst, another qualified analyst within the firearms section, will go through our report and our notes to verify that we followed our technical procedure, that we're not incorrect in any of our technical aspects, and all of the information is accurate and provided. Once it completes the tech review, it'll go through what's called an administrative review to make sure everything is spelled correctly, formatted correctly, and just grammatically correct all the way through. And once those passes through all of our review processes, then a report can be released.
When evidence comes into FDLE from an agency like Tampa Police Department or Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, is there a labeling process that occurs?
In what aspect are you referring?
Does the employee within the evidence section that's receiving that evidence, do they create a label, or is at some point a label created and placed onto the packaging containing the evidence?
So when the items come in and they are accepted into our LIM system, which is a laboratory information management system, once they are given that unique item number associated with that unique FDLE case number, a label is generated, and each item that comes in is given its own label.
Okay. Now, if you receive, and you talked about some of your casework, if you received multiple cartridge cases, do each of them receive a designation as far as an item number?
So if a cartridge case comes in a package by itself, we designate that via the FDLE item number that it's assigned upon coming in. If there are multiple items in the packaging, like there's 5 cartridge cases in item 1, we will then, as an analyst, sub-designate them either 1.1, 1.2, 1.3 to give it a unique number so we know which cartridge case we are talking about during our comparisons and our reports.
I want to call your attention to your laboratory report that's dated December 26th, and it's going to be in your FDLE number that ends in 7688.
Am I allowed to refer to my notes?
Hold on, y'all. I just thought about something. This ain't about the numbers. The numbers might dwindle right now, but I gotta say something. I don't care about the numbers right now. I care more about this part right here. Listen, yesterday, it's no need to rehash it or go into deep detail. If you guys were here in the first stream, then you understand. There was a misunderstanding with a good brother of mine. It wasn't even nothing big, major at all. I wasn't even harping or holding on to nothing, but I do have to, if the misunderstanding occurred in public, just in case people witnessed it, the apology and the understanding has to be just as loud in public. So to my good brother, I won't say no names. I won't rehash it, because if y'all don't know, then there's no need to know. It's not even that serious. It could be water under the bridge, or we could discuss it later. Brother, I love you. I appreciate y'all. Most y'all are the greatest chat in the world, the greatest team in the world. And I just got to say, that was a misunderstanding because of things that occurred right before that you had absolutely nothing to do with. But similar to the same thing, it was an equipment malfunction. And I thought my brother was checking me in public. And, you know, I feel like if Michael Jackson is on stage performing, tell him he fucked up or he's fucking up after the performance. And what my brother was actually doing was having my back. And I didn't realize that because something I saw earlier, and I fucked up. And like I say, I reserve the right to be wrong. That doesn't give you free range to walk around and do what you want and offend people and stuff like that. So if my brother took it that way, much love, I apologize. And I did not mean it no kind of way. And the stuff that I said, because the mic was fucked up, when I said, why the fuck you ain't call me? That wasn't even supposed to be on the mic. That's how we rock. Nigga, check me when I get off the goddamn stage. But much love, super duper salute to y'all. I know the numbers was going to dwindle, but we're going to run it back up and get back to the content. Hey, y'all are the most aggravating chat in the game, most appreciated chat in the world. I couldn't let another second go by without saying that, because it just hit my heart, nigga. And that's how we rock. That's how we get out. Now back to the content. Illuminati Network, let's go.
So, aggravating as hell, man.
Yes.
Did you conduct an analysis or examination of that cartridge case?
I did.
So we didn't get into this earlier, but you told us the first step as far as the travel of evidence into the FDLE goes into the evidence section. When you're assigned to the case,
and we just cut Twitch. We're officially on YouTube. Twitch is over for the day. Let's go YouTube. Run it up.
So I'm assigned my cases by my supervisor. So once I'm assigned a case, I'm given a folder with a case tracking form in it. With that information, I will take the folder to our evidence window, and a member from our evidence section will retrieve the evidence and transfer the evidence to me via our LIMS system. That's our Laboratory Information Management System. And that requires a password from both them and me to electronically transfer to electronically transfer that evidence to me into my custody. Therefore, I can take it back to my work area to work.
Is there a firearms section or area within the secured facility?
There is, yes.
And that's basically your laboratory, individual laboratory?
Yes, so we have a firearms section, and then within that section, I have an office workspace as well.
So you retrieve this item. Is it in this packaging that we're looking at?
Yes, that's how I received the item.
And is this a common type of packaging that you receive firearm evidence, such as cartridge cases, fired projectiles?
Yeah, it can be.
Paper envelope?
Yeah.
Sometimes plastic bags?
Yes, it can be.
When you get back to the laboratory with this, before you open it, do you
back to the content.
take some
Run the
type
lights
of
up, man. We
precaution,
5 away
or
from
do you
50.
put something on
Goddamn
your
it. Hit the
hands?
light.
We'll generally wear gloves in order to protect ourselves from any contaminations that could be on evidence.
And at some point you open the package, remove its contents?
That's correct, yes.
All right. Now, in this exhibit, states 14, we see an internal envelope. let me just go ahead and jump ahead. Once you complete your analysis and examination, do you place the item back into this packaging?
Yes, I do.
And
Anonymous $20 Cash App just says, get a new
see-
microphone. Let's go.
this red tape says evidence on it. Is that something you frequently see when you receive packaging of evidence from law enforcement?
Yes, it is.
And when you open the envelope, do you cut through that tape or do you try to avoid doing that?
I'll try to avoid it to try to cut in an area that does not already have an evidence seal.
All right. And then when you reseal the package, do you then place tape, similar tape from your agency?
I do, yes.
All right. Now, this tape here, we can see the F and the D. We can't see the LE, but is that your tape?
That is, yes.
Okay, down here we can see the L and the E. All right. And when you seal it back, do you write something on it?
Yes, so I will initial and date my seals, so I know that I'm the one who sealed it and when I sealed it.
All right. And then is this taken back to your evidence section?
Yes, when I've resealed evidence and it's ready to be returned, I will transfer it back to the evidence section for them to retain it until the agency comes and picks up the evidence.
On this internal envelope, do you see your handwriting up here above my finger?
Yes, that is my handwriting.
Is that your initials right above my finger?
That is, yes.
And this is the unique FDLE number or a portion of it?
Yes,
And your item number?
that is correct.
And you've told us earlier you did conduct analysis of this fired cartridge casing?
I did, yes.
All right. Can you tell the jurors what your findings were?
So for this cartridge case, I determined that it displayed class characteristics consistent with pistols by Glock, as well as that I identified it to item 9.1 and 9.2 cartridge cases submitted in FDLE case number 2024-0403-556.
All right. Now I'm going to come back to that. So I want to talk to you about that real quick. You mentioned class characteristics. Can you explain to the jury what that term means?
So class characteristics are predetermined features of the firearms or cartridge cases that the manufacturer determines prior to creating of these firearms. So for a cartridge case, the class characteristics could be the shape of the firing pin or the type of detail, whether it's parallel detail or circular detail. Or for a projectile, the number of lands and grooves, which are the portions of rifling, which is cuts down a barrel in order to provide stability for a projectile traveling down the barrel of a firearm. So these class characteristics are predetermined. So this can kind of be thought of like when you're looking for your car in a parking lot. You know that you have a gray Jeep Gladiator. So you know you're looking for a gray Jeep Gladiator. That's how you bought it. That's how, you know, what the type of thing you were looking for.
Okay. Would the, talking about class characteristics, and I know I'm digressing here, are those characteristics that you can associate to a manufacturer or to a group of manufacturers?
Some of the types of characteristics can be be consistent with specific types of manufacturers if they're a little bit more unique than others.
Now, you told us that in this situation you were able to determine that this case displayed class characteristics consistent with pistols by Glock.
That is correct.
So what was the class characteristic on this shell casing or characteristics that were consistent with a Glock firearm?
So in this case, this cartridge case had a D-shape firing pin impression with a teardrop aperture shear shape. And based on my experience and our training and stuff, that those two types of characteristics combined with each other are consistent with Glock firearms.
Okay. And are those class characteristics as far as that type of gun, Glock manufactured pistols, is that something that is predetermined when it's manufactured?
Yes, that is.
Would, if you have a projectile, all right, and you're able to determine the projectile, a fired bullet, you're able to determine its caliber class, would that be a class characteristic?
It would be, yes.
Okay.
Mike from the Ville with a $5 cash out super step. Let's go. AC Guwart, Ray Ray. Bob Marley, don't look down. Where's the other damn mouse? Okay, here we go, my bad. Cool Breeze, Z. What up with it, Z?
Publishing the content of States 14.
Dwight Brinson, Warrior, has appeared.
Ms. Drew, do you see
Wes, what's up with it?
writing on
False
this shell
avatar.
casing that you recognize?
I gotta shut up, guys.
I do.
What is that?
So that's the abbreviated FDLE case number, the item number, and my initials associated with this item.
And did you place that on there during your analysis and examination of this item?
I did.
At some point. So now I've turned the projectile. We can see that it is empty. I'm sorry, not projectile, the cartridge casing. It's empty. So this is a fired cartridge case.
That is correct.
Okay. What portion of the cartridge case is now visible?
That is the head of the cartridge case.
The markings on that portion of the cartridge case, is that commonly called the head stamp?
The writing, yes, that is the head stamp.
Okay. Is the caliber designated?
It is.
And is that the 9x19?
It is.
So 9x19, is that a way of indicating 9mm?
It is. That is correct.
Sometimes 9mm Luger?
Yes.
Is another way of saying it? Okay. And this is a cartridge case that would be suitable for firing in a 9mm caliber handgun?
That is correct.
And do we see another mark on the top, MXT?
Yes.
And is that designation for the brand or manufacturer?
It is, yes.
And did you determine what that stood for?
I believe it's Max Tech, but I'm not entirely sure.
Okay. And the 23, could that potentially be the year of manufacture?
It could be, but I do not recall the exact meaning.
Okay. You talked about a firing and pen impression. Is this the area where my pen is pointing?
Yes, that would be the firing pin impression.
Okay. In conducting your analysis and examination, is there a physical examination component to your analysis?
There is, yes.
What does that consist of?
So the physical analysis would be, we will, when we open the items of evidence, we will look at them. We will document the pertinent information. So the caliber, the material, the shape of the firing pin impression, for instance, for the cartridge case. So this physical analysis can be us just looking at it, or we can use our microscope if we need to see stuff a little bit better as well.
And is there a secondary part to your examination past the physical examination, a potential second part?
Yes, so after our physical examination and we've determined what the class characteristics of the items are, we can move on to a microscopic comparison type of examination as well.
So in deciding whether to move on, in this instance, you had one cartridge case, correct?
Yes.
All right. Did you go past that initial physical examination with this cartridge case at this point, when you first received that, without anything else?
No, within this, this case and this submission, there was only a single cartridge case to examine.
Okay. Now, you've mentioned that you were able to identify that item to 2 shell casings from another FDLE number, another case?
That is correct.
And when you were examining those items and you went back and compared them, did you note that in a subsequent report?
I did.
So I'm going to call your attention to your next report that I'm going to talk to you about, a January, December 26, 2024 report. And this is going to be in reference to FDLE number ending in 3556. So 3556, your December 26 report.
Okay.
Have you found the report? Do you have it in front of you?
I do, yes.
Okay, all right. And in this case, did you receive 2 fired 9mm Luger caliber cartridge cases?
I did, yes.
And what agency did you receive them from?
These cartridge cases were submitted from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office.
Okay. And who submitted them?
I believe it was C.G. Morris.
Okay. And that was in reference to a death investigation?
That is correct, yes.
All right. And were those submitted to your laboratory or to the FDLE laboratory in Jacksonville?
This was actually submitted to the laboratory in Jacksonville.
And at some point, were those cartridge cases transported here to Tampa?
They were, yes.
Now, did you examine those 2 fired 9mm Luger caliber cartridge cases?
I did, yes.
And when they came into your laboratory under this different FDLE number, did you assign an item number to the package?
Yes, they were assigned an item number.
And what item number?
They came in as FDLE item 9.
And did you give individual item numbers to the 2 different shell casings?
I did, because there was 2 of them. They were named 9.1 and 9.2.
Published states 58. And I'll ask first of all, do you recognize that yellow label and handwriting below it?
I do, yes.
Is this the label prepared when these items were brought into the Florida Department of Law Enforcement laboratory?
It is, yes.
Does it contain the submitting agency?
Yes.
And that agency's case number?
It does, yes.
And in fact, that agency's item number?
That is correct,
For
yes.
this evidence, okay. And does it contain your item number?
Yes, sir.
And your individual unique FDLE number?
Yes.
All right, now down below here, that's your writing again?
It is, yes.
All right. Your initials, your FDLE number, and the item number?
That is correct.
Did you follow the same process when you received this evidence for analysis?
I did, yes.
Take the same precautions?
Yes, sir.
It sounds like he putting that tool together or something. Don't it sound like he loading up that artillery? Y'all hear that? Am I tripping?
Publishing the contents.
Oh, this nigga putting on the young buck.
58.
Black glove, black mask, black shirt. Why you got a glove
During
on
your
one hand?
analysis
touch it
of
with
these
the other?
items,
Shut
did
up,
you
man.
again mark them?
There.
Yeah. Let me try not to touch it with my hand. Let me just do one at a time, I guess. Okay.
That is my markings, yes.
Okay. And this would be 9.2?
That is correct.
All right. And then the other item, you see your writing on here? See if it'll focus. It's not focusing. There we go.
That is my
And
markings.
this is 9.1.
That's correct.
Okay. As part of your analysis of those items, did you do comparisons of one to the other, 9.1 to 9.2?
I did.
Okay, what were your findings?
I concluded that the cartridge cases were identified to each other.
Okay. And did you locate class characteristics on either or both of these cartridge cases?
I did.
What were your findings as to class characteristics?
I determined that the class characteristics were consistent with pistols by Glock.
Now, since you're identifying them to each other, and I think you told us earlier that you identified both of those as being fired in the same firearm as the exhibit in States 14, your item number 7. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
I want to talk to you about that term. Can you tell the jurors what you mean by an identification when you're talking about shell casings or, cartridge cases or projectiles?
So an identification means that they were fired from the same firearm.
Okay. I want to ask you about other potential findings. Okay, so you have a finding of identification. What about a finding of elimination? What does that mean?
So an elimination, meaning that the two items were not fired from the same firearm. It could be an elimination on class characteristics, meaning those predetermined characteristics were different. So say a D shape versus a circle or an elliptical shape. Those would be a difference in class characteristics. Or it could be an elimination on individual. So those are the finer, more specific details that we would potentially use for an identification. There's significant differences in those finer details that indicates that these were fired from two different firearms.
All right. Now I'm going to come back to that and talk to you about individual characteristics. You mentioned, before we move on, D and circular as far as impressions on a primer on the shell casing. All right. So let me go back to the States 58 and show you one of these shell casings. This is 9.1. All right. So, trying to get this to focus. There we go. All right. You talked about this impression being left on this portion of the shell casing.
That's correct.
This is the head of the shell casing?
Yes, that's the head.
Okay. This silver area here, what is that called, or what is that?
That is the primer of the cartridge case.
What is the purpose of the primer?
The primer is the component of a cartridge that is struck by the firing pin or the striker of a firearm, which ignites or creates a spark when it is struck, which ignites the gunpowder or propellant that is housed in the cartridge case. And when that burns, it expands the cartridge case and allows the projectile to be pushed out and down the barrel of the firearm.
All right. So when you're talking about a D shape, are you talking about the shape of this impression on the primer mark that's been left by a firing pin or striker?
That is correct, yes.
And the shape of that, is that associated to the very tip of the firing pin or the striker?
It is, yes.
And that would be the portion that actually makes contact with the primer?
That is correct, yes.
And that shape can vary with different manufacturers, different types of guns or brands?
It can, yes.
Can it vary within one brand of gun, like Glock, depending on what generation or iteration of that or what model?
It can, yes.
And are those, you said those are, I believe you termed it pre-known characteristics? Or
Yes. So
predetermined?
Predetermined. The manufacturer will decide this prior to creating or making this firearm.
And is that something that you document and is documented within the field of firearms analysis?
Generally, yes.
So you mentioned earlier, when you eliminate two items or multiple items as being fired from the same firearm, you can do that based on class characteristics.
Yes, we can.
So in this instance, you found class characteristics for 9.1 and 9.2. These two shell casings submitted by the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office in States 58 that were consistent with having been fired in Glock pistols, correct?
That is correct.
All right. If one of them had class characteristics that was consistent with pistols by Glock and one didn't, would you be able to eliminate them right there on that alone?
Yes, so if one came in with that D shape and the other one came in with a circle or a hemi or an elliptical shape firing pin, we can eliminate that right away.
All right. So I'm going to take a little deeper dive with you here in class characteristics. I'm going to move on because we do have some projectiles we're going to talk about. All right. So I want to talk to you about that too, and kind of because I think that's more commonly known by most people when you think of ballistics. So class characteristics on a projectile. What type of class characteristics are potentially found on a fired bullet or a fired bullet jacket, such like where the jacket may have separated from the rest of the bullet from the core? What are class characteristics that you commonly see or encounter?
So some class characteristics of projectiles would be the number of lands and grooves, the direction that they're twisting, and their widths are some common class characteristics. And those lands and grooves are part of what we call the rifling. And those are helical grooves that are cut down a barrel for stability purposes of firing the projectile.
Okay, so that is something that is manufactured into the barrel?
It is, yes.
So when you're looking down the barrel, that would be in the inside of the barrel. Would that be accurate?
Yes.
The rifling? And if a bullet is fired in that firearm and is traveling down that barrel, is the bearing surface of the bullet, which is normally a jacket, if it is a jacketed projectile, is it going to come into contact with that rifling?
It is, yes.
And is the rifling in some way imparted onto the projectile?
It is, yes.
Why?
Due to the pressure buildup from striking the primer of the cartridge case and that gas buildup, that pressure is sending the projectile down the barrel. And as it engages into that rifling, the size of the bullet is at the determined caliber of that firearm. So specific firearms are designed to fire certain types of calibers. So if a firearm is designed to shoot a 9mm, the diameter of a projectile that is shot in that allows for, when it engages with the rifling, for it to come into contact, and that pressure and the movement allows for the details and that rifling to be translated onto the projectile as it's traveling down the barrel.
So it's imparted to it?
Yes.
So when you see that on a projectile, right, say you have a jacketed 9mm projectile that's been fired out of a handgun, and that handgun has rifling in the barrel, and it imparts that rifling characteristic onto the projectile. When you see that on the projectile, do you find that class characteristic of rifling, if you find it on the projectile?
Yes.
Okay. And that would also be a class characteristic of the firearm, right?
It is, yes.
And they match as far as class characteristics.
Correct.
I'm not talking about identification, specific identification.
Correct. So if the firearm has 6 lands and grooves, and the projectile has 6 lands and grooves, that would be a consistent class characteristic. But if one had 6 and one had 5, that would be a difference in the class characteristics.
And the contact between the projectile, the outside surface of it that is actually making contact with the interior part of the barrel, is that a designed process? Is that supposed to happen?
It is, yes.
Okay. And you said that the rifling has a twist to it as it goes down the barrel.
That's correct.
And those can be at different rates, right?
They can be.
Okay. But it's there to design to impart a spinning motion to the projectile to impart stability?
That's generally what the rifling's used for, yes.
Okay. And that imparting of rifling onto projectiles, is that a consistent, repeatable phenomenon?
Yes, if a bullet is traveling down a rifled barrel, that rifling is imparted onto that projectile.
So we talked about eliminating and identifying. You can eliminate a projectile as having been fired in a certain firearm, right, based on class characteristics, if it's present on the projectile.
I can, yes.
So if it has, well, maybe I should talk about that real quick with you. So within the term rifling, are there class characteristics within the rifling itself? And I think you've mentioned a few.
Yes, I did realize I forgot to mention the type of rifling is also a class characteristics. So there's conventionally rifled firearms and polygonally rifled firearms, as well as polygonal with rail rifled firearms as well.
Okay, so polygonal and conventional, polygonal is talking about the shape of the rifling?
Yes.
So when you have conventional or polygonal, you're going to have a certain number of lands and grooves. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And depending on the manufacturer, the type of firearm, Glock or Smith & Wesson or an H&K or whatever type of handgun we're talking about, a Sig Sauer handgun, you may have a different number of lands and grooves, correct?
That's possible, yes.
And the twist, the direction of the twist, whether it's right or left, may be different?
Yes, they can differ as well.
Are those class characteristics?
They are, yes.
Can they, when that impression is left on the bullet, can you tell if they are all present, the number of lands and grooves?
We can, yes.
Can you tell the direction of twist?
Yes.
All right. So you have 2 projectiles. One of them has 6 lands and grooves. One has 7. They have a different twist. You can eliminate them as being fired from the same firearm.
Yes, I can.
Just on that class characteristic.
That's correct.
All right. Now, let's say you have rifling on 2 projectiles that have been imparted. They have the same number of lands and grooves. Is the width, the measurement of the width of the lands and the grooves, is that another class characteristic?
It is, yes.
And if those are the same, and the twist is the same, can you identify them as having been fired from the same firearm?
I can screen them together saying that they have similar class characteristics, but in order to identify them as being fired from the same firearm, I would have to go on and do a microscopic comparison of their individual detail.
Okay. And that individual detail or individual characteristics, how are those created and imparted to the bullet?
So the individual detail comes during the manufacturing process. It's the minor irregularities, imperfections that occur during the manufacturing process. It can also occur during wear and tear and use of the firearm. So these are those imperfections, irregularities that occur that are unique or specific to a certain firearm. So that detail is specific to this firearm. In that sense of that's how we would use, that's the type of detail we would use for an identification. So for that car analogy I gave earlier, where I said, you know, consistent with class characteristics, you're looking for in the parking lot your gray Jeep Gladiator. So kind of on the aspects of individual characteristics, you backed into a pole the other day and now you have a dent on your back right side of your bumper. That's individual to your car. You have a torn, you know, proud parent sticker on the back window. Those are the, you know, specific details to your car that you know that when you walk up to it, you're like, yep, this is my car. So that, you know, kind of individual detail allows you to say, yep, this is my car. Yes, this specific detail matches this firearm.
Okay. And is it that specific individual characteristics that allow you to identify a shell casing or a projectile that has those markings left on them to a specific firearm to the exclusion of all others?
So we will use that individual detail to make identifications.
And is that what lends its power and forensics to this science?
Yeah, so that individual detail is what gives us the ability to make these identifications of the fired components to those firearms.
Those type of individual characteristics through the manufacturing process, are they commonly imparted to the rifling during the rifling, the process of rifling the barrel?
Can you repeat your question? I
Yeah,
apologize.
the individual characteristics, can those be imparted during the manufacture of a barrel where the rifling is being cut into the barrel?
Yes, so those individual details can come during the manufacturing process. They are individual in the sense of when each tool is creating the different parts of the firearm, not only is the surface of the part that they're creating changing, but so is the tool itself. Kind of a general analogy I like to use for that is sandpaper on wood. When you take sandpaper across the surface of wood, you're changing that surface of the wood, but you're also changing the sandpaper a little as well. So when the next time you go to use it, it's slightly different. So it's all changing on that microscopic level that allows the individual detail to be specific to a certain firearm.
And that would be true even in our modern age with CNC machining and other techniques?
There are different finishing processes that allow individual detail to still be present.
Okay. Now, in this instance, going back to the two fired shell casings submitted by the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office in States 58, your items 9.1, 9.2, were you able to make a determination of identification of these two as having been fired from the same firearm?
I was.
Can you express your opinion about that, if I didn't already?
Yeah, so I determined that the item 9.1 and 9.2 cartridge cases were identified to each other, meaning they were fired from the same firearm.
And then going back to the individual shell casing with the MXT on the head stamp that was submitted by the Tampa Police Department in reference to, I believe, a death investigation or a homicide. This would be your item 7. Did you compare those two shell casings from Jacksonville to the shell casing submitted by the Tampa Police Department?
I did.
And were you able to make an identification?
Yes, I did identify them together.
Okay, and can you just tell us again what that means?
So in this instance, the item 9.1 and 9.2 cartridge case were identified to the item 7 cartridge case submitted in the FDLE case number 2024-0307688, meaning that they were fired from the same firearm.
All right. Now, I want to move on. Before we move to further evidence, we've talked about identification, we've talked about elimination. I want to talk about another finding, inconclusive. If you have an inconclusive finding, either as to whether cartridge cases were fired from the same firearm or projectiles were fired from the same firearm, or whether they were actually fired from a firearm that was submitted to you, can you tell us what that means?
To be inconclusive?
Yes.
So we have actually 3 different versions of inconclusive. So the first one would be an inconclusive positive, meaning that all of the class characteristics of the item were the same. So if it was a projectile, they're both 6 conventionally rifled projectiles, for an example. And there were some similarities noted of the individual detail, however, insufficient for an identification. The second one is a straight inconclusive or a neither nor, meaning that the class characteristics were the same. However, there was insufficient detail to go either direction of closer to an identification or an elimination. There just was not enough detail present on the items to come to a more definitive conclusion. And then the third one is an inconclusive negative, which again is the class characteristics are similar. They are consistent with each other. However, there were some differences noted in the individual detail. However, those differences were insufficient to move to a more conclusive elimination conclusion.
So if you have just inconclusive, just right in the middle, inconclusive, let's say you have 2 projectiles. They have a different level of quality as far as the projectile. One may be a fired bullet. One may be a fired bullet. It may be just not in as good of a shape. It may be deformed in some way. And you have similar class characteristics and all that, and you make a finding of inconclusive. Does that mean that they were not fired from the same firearm?
No, it just means that I could not determine whether or not they were fired from that firearm or not. I could not come to a conclusion, basically.
All right, I want to move on to your FDLE report number. This is going to be, again, submissions by the Tampa Police Department under that original case number with the single shell casing, 7688. And this is a death investigation, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
All right, and this is going to be, I'm referring you to your January 9th, 2025 report in reference to 7688. Now, were there additional items submitted by Detective Juan Ramos on on August 21st and December 19th?
There were, yes.
All right. And were there multiple items contained within that submission?
There was, yes.
And were they coming in under different labeling? I'm sorry, different packaging?
They would be in their own separate packaging.
And were there items in that submission designated as items 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, and 9?
There were.
Okay. And I'm going to walk through the first 4 items, items 1, 2, 3, and 4. If you could tell us the descriptions that you gave to those items in your report.
So I determined item 1 was 1 fired bullet jacket. Item 2, 1 bullet core. Item 3, 1 bullet core. Item 4, 1 fired bullet jacket.
Okay.
Boy, it's a nigga named ATK Sean in the chat. Oh, shit. Nigga got Sean Gathright in the chat. The fake Sean Gathright. Nigga, we see you in court, boy. Two more lights.
I'm going to publish states 33A. Do you see your FDLE label for this item?
Yes.
Okay. Is that, let me back out a little bit so you can see the writing too. Do you see your writing down here below that label?
That is my writing, yes.
All right. And is this in reference to 7688, your FDLE number?
That's correct.
And this is going to be item number 1, is that correct?
That is correct.
Publishing states 33B, same FDLE number, you see your writing?
I do.
And this is item number 2 that you've described for us?
That is correct.
33C, again, is this going to be your item number 3 packaging?
It is, yes.
33D, and your item number 4?
Yes.
Item 5, item 6, item 8, and item 9 in your report, are those related?
They are.
Okay. And was there some issue with item 5 and 6 as it came to you from the Tampa Police Department?
When I received those items, there was a mix-up of the labels on the boxes themselves. What was said to be in one box was actually in the other, so they had to be remedied.
How did you remedy that?
So when the error, the mislabeling was found, we contacted the agency in order to return the evidence to them for it to be corrected, and then it was resubmitted with the correct labeling. And when it came back into our laboratory, it was actually given new FDLE item numbers due to the change of the agency item numbers.
All right. And during all of that, these items were secured within their packaging that they came in?
Yes, after I opened them and noticed the discrepancy, they were resealed to return to the agency for the fix and then resubmitted to the laboratory.
Chain of custody was maintained?
Yes.
Now, so going to your item number 8, how did you describe that?
I described item 8 as Black Forge 5.56 NATO caliber semi-automatic rifle, model BF15, with the serial number D0000, that would be 4 zeros, 123.
All right. And item number 9.
With 8, there was also 2 fired bullets and 2 fired
Yes.
.223 Remington caliber cartridge cases that were not examined. Item 9 was described as Anderson Manufacturing 300 blackout caliber auto-loading firearm, model AM-15, with the serial number 201895158. And also there were 2 fired bullets and 2 fired 300 blackout caliber cartridge cases that were not examined as well.
So in both of those items, the 5.56 caliber semi-automatic rifle and the 300 blackout auto-loading firearm, with both of them you received fired bullets. In the case of the Black Forge 5.56, your item 8, they were actually .223 Remington caliber cartridge cases, and you received 2 fired bullets also, right?
That's correct.
You were not asked to do anything with those, correct?
No, I was not.
Is it uncommon or common to receive test fires with submitted firearms from law enforcement where they have actually test fired the weapon?
It depends on the agency, but some agencies do test fire some of their firearms.
Okay. And the same was true for item number 9, 2 fired bullets and then 2 fired 300 blackout caliber cartridge cases?
That's correct.
So I want to talk to you first about your item 1 and 4, which is going to be states 33D and 33A. You have described these in your report as item 1, 1 fired bullet jacket, item number 4, 1 fired bullet jacket.
That's correct.
All right. Did you examine and analyze those items?
I did.
And did you compare them to each other?
I did.
What were the results?
I determined that the 2 items were inconclusive to each other.
Item 4, again, described in your report as 1 fired bullet jacket, Were you able to determine what caliber class that bullet was?
I was.
How were you able to do that?
So based on its design features, I was able to determine what caliber class family it fell in.
Okay. And what was the caliber class for item number 4?
I determined it was a 22/5 millimeter caliber class.
All right. Now, 22 5mm caliber class, does that class contain several different calibers?
It does.
Would it contain 223 Remington?
Yes.
Would it contain 5.56 NATO?
It does, yes.
And while we're talking about those two, 223 Remington, is that a suitable cartridge or a suitable caliber to be fired in a rifle that is chambered in 5.56 NATO?
Yes, you can shoot a 223 Remington in a 5.56 NATO.
Okay. And in fact, those test fires you received from TPD in reference to, I believe it was your item 8, the Black Forge 5.56 NATO caliber rifle, were in fact 223 Remington, right?
Yes.
Okay. That 22 5mm caliber class, does that contain 9mm?
It does not.
Does it contain 300 blackout?
It does not.
Are each of those calibers in their own distinct caliber class?
They are, yes.
Okay. As such, on that caliber class alone, its caliber class of 22 5mm, were you able to eliminate item number 4 as having been fired in the 300 blackout Anderson rifle or firearm, your item 9?
Due to being able to determine the caliber of item 4 and determining that it was in that 22/5mm caliber family, a comparison was not done to the 300 blackout firearm because they were different calibers, meaning that was not fired from that firearm.
Right, just based on that, then that's a class characteristic.
That is, yes.
Okay. Real quick, going back to your items 2 and 3 that are states 33B and C, you have described those as lead core.
Bullet cores, yes.
I'm sorry, lead bullet core, all right? And were they of any value for microscopic comparison?
No, they were not.
Why not?
So a bullet core is the inner part of a projectile. So this can kind of be thought of like an M&M. So the core is like the chocolate center of an M&M, and the bullet jacket is like the candy coating. So as a bullet is traveling down the firearm, only that jacket or outer portion comes in contact with the rifling, not the inner portion. So since that core does not come into contact with the part of the firearm where we would get our detail for comparison purposes, it has no value for us for microscopic comparison.
The two rifles that were, or the rifle and what you've described as a firearm, the 300 blackout caliber auto-loading firearm in your item 9, you've described these, well, you described your item 8, which is the 5.56 NATO caliber rifle, as being a semi-automatic rifle, right?
That is correct.
Okay, what does that mean?
So semi-automatic means that with a single pull of the trigger, one round of ammunition will fire. And during the cycle of fire, so you will load a firearm, a cartridge will enter the chamber, you will pull the trigger, it'll fire. That pressures that I was saying earlier that build up, that send the projectile down, will also send the carrier group rearward, extracting and ejecting the cartridge case, and then it will load a subsequent cartridge as long as there is one remaining in the magazine. And then the trigger would need to be pulled again in order to fire another round.
So in that type of firearm, when you pull the trigger, the gun fires.
That's correct.
To fire it again, do you have to release the trigger so it can reset?
Yes, so you would release the trigger and then it would have to be pulled again in order for another round to fire.
So each time the gun, to fire it, you have to pull the trigger.
That is correct.
So this is not a automatic weapon, correct?
That is correct.
We'll start with 8, the Black Forge 5.56 NATO caliber semi-automatic rifle. Did you conduct test firing with that rifle?
I did.
And did it function as designed?
It did.
Did its safeties function as designed?
They did.
Does it have an external manual safety?
It does.
Did it function as designed?
It did.
Is that firearm designed to expel a projectile under the force of an explosive?
It is, yes.
Your Honor, if I can have the witness step down.
Yes.
I can have the witness stand in front of the jury box, Your Honor.
Yes.
Mr. You can come over here. So there are things on this I want the jury to see. We can't magnify it because it's too big on that elbow. So I'm going to ask you first. So I'm just going to ask you to confirm that Dale is finding that it's safe.
Firearm is clear.
First of all, maybe it would help if you stood here. I don't want to focus. We talked about the manual safety, so I'm going to have to turn it over to keep it pointing in the safe direction. Or maybe I can just put it up. Okay. So where is that located on this firearm?
So on this firearm, this portion right here is the manual safety.
Can you all see that in the back? Your Honor, can I ask if they can see it?
Yep.
Okay, everyone can see that? All right. So to fire the weapon, what direction does that have to be in?
So in this position, with it pointing upwards and that lever being kind of downwards, that is in the fired position.
And are there some type of markings, roll marks on this firearm?
There are.
I know it's kind of dark here. That indicate that is a firing position?
It is, yes.
Okay. And there's no position behind that, correct?
Not on this firearm, no.
So then to place it on safety, you have to push it back this way?
That's correct.
All right. And to do that, this has to be cocked, right? So I'm going to go ahead and do that. I don't know if that will work or not. This may be keeping it from cocking, right?
Yeah.
The zip tie. But normally that can come back in a horizontal to the gun and it'll be in safe?
Yes, that would be the safe condition.
Are you familiar with brass catchers?
I've seen them.
Okay. And you're familiar with how they function?
Yes.
When a brass catcher is attached to a firearm like this, does it go over this area of the ejection port?
Yes, it'll be housed and like secured to the firearm in this part. So during the cycle of fire, when the cartridge case is being extracted and ejected or kicked out of the firearm, that is in place in order to catch it so it remains in that basket.
So to fire this gun, what does one have to do?
So in order to fire this firearm, the first thing we would do is load a magazine. The magazine would then be inserted into this portion of the firearm right here, the magazine well. On this type of firearm, this part right here is called the charging handle, will be pulled rearward and then let go. By pulling this rearward, this bolt will travel to the back of the firearm, and as you release it, it will come forward, stripping a round of ammunition from the magazine and pushing it into the chamber of the firearm. At that point, the firearm is ready to fire. As long as the safety is disengaged and isn't in the fired position, the trigger would be pulled, the firearm would fire, that gas pressure would send the projectile down the barrel of the firearm, and that gas would then travel backwards and up the firearm to push the bolt, this part of the firearm right here, rearward, extracting, ejecting the cartridge case, and then the spring that's housed in this portion of the firearm would then push the bolt back forward, putting another round of ammunition back into the chamber of the firearm.
And that process you just described, from firing going forward to stripping another round off the magazine, is that an automatic process that the user doesn't have to do?
That part is. So the only part is the initial charging of the firearm, is pulling the charging handle, and pulling of the trigger are the two parts that the user would do.
So in that mode, would it be fair to say that the firearm can continuously be fired by pulling the trigger until the magazine is depleted of ammunition?
Yes, after the trigger resets, each pull of the trigger will keep firing as long as there's a round in the magazine. But again, the trigger has to be pulled each time.
If you can just stay here, I want to go get the other firearm.
Great explanation of how these firearms function, by the way. Great explanation. Very detailed. Didn't understand it before then, you should now. I see y'all in the chat. I'm going to get to y'all when I get a chance. Y'all keep the chat rolling. Keep the likes going. We're 5 likes away from 70. Share the stream. Tell a friend, tell a friend.
Publishing states 57, and this would be your item 9. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay. Now, I want to ask, the rifle that we were just looking at, that was an AR-style rifle?
It was.
Is this also an AR-style rifle?
It's an AR-style firearm.
Firearm, I'm sorry, firearm. Does not have a butt stock, correct?
Yeah, there's no stock present.
But is the loading similar?
It is, yes.
You have a charging handle here?
Yes.
Do you want to check it? I didn't even ask you to make sure it's clear to confirm.
The firearm is clear.
So this firearm, would it be loaded in the same way?
It would, yes.
And if it was in semi-automatic mode, would it fire and operate the same way as your prior to our item that we just looked at, stage 56?
That is correct.
Okay. But does this firearm have, in addition to a fire mode, does it have another mode?
This firearm did have an additional location.
And that lever can be switched all the way 180 degrees to point backwards?
Yeah, so it'll be facing the opposite direction of when it was in a safety mode.
Okay. So safe is this direction. This one's actually allowing me to put it on safe, is that right?
Yes.
I'm trying to find a good light. Here we go. This is a good light. That's fire. Up. The safety's up.
Yes, that would be semi-automatic fire.
And then this rifle has a function built in where it can go all the way around 180 degrees.
That is correct.
Now, what function is that?
So on this firearm, I determined that to be a binary trigger function, meaning the difference with this mode of this firearm is that when you pull the trigger, a round of ammunition will fire, but additionally, when you release the trigger, another round would also fire. So for this one, a pull of the trigger would fire one, and the release of the trigger would fire a second round of ammunition.
So on the other firearm, the 5.56, this is the 300 blackout, right?
That's correct.
Okay, caliber.
Yes.
Chambered gun, correct?
Yes.
All right. On the other gun, you pull the trigger, it goes off, you release it to reset it, but nothing happens until you pull the trigger again.
That is correct, yes.
But if I understand you correctly, you pull the trigger, gun goes off. When you as you're releasing it, it fires a second time.
Yes, in this third mode.
So in this mode, and that's called binary trigger mode?
Yes.
Okay. So that binary trigger mode would allow you basically to get 2 for 1. Every trigger pull, you're getting 2 rounds.
Yes, a pull and a release would be 2
Does that-
fire rounds.
Would it be fair to say, well, let me ask you, does that allow for a higher cyclical rate of fire?
Generally, yes, than a normal.
Was this gun, when you examined this gun, did you test fire it?
I did.
Did you test fire it in all modes?
I did.
And did it function as designed?
It did.
Is it designed to expel a projectile under the force of an explosive?
It is.
I want to ask you about this item. Is that the brass catcher?
It is, yes.
Okay. I just saw you kind of flip that up.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And we can see on this catcher that there are gaps in here, correct?
There's a gap,
In
yes.
fact, there's a big gap between here and the gun, correct?
There's a gap there, yeah.
Okay, and the cartridge cases are being collected into that basket,
Yes.
essentially, is that right? Okay. So the fact that it's able to be pulled up like that, is that to allow the user to dump it?
I'm not that familiar, but yes, that's what I believe the purpose is to be able to empty the basket.
Have you seen these before in your work?
I've seen them 2 or 3 times, not frequently.
2 or 3 times, and how many times have you examined a rifle in an AR-15 rifle?
Probably hundreds.
The suits, the gun, the black gloves with the suit and the gun.
You can return to the witness stand.
Him holding them guns with the black gloves with that suit on, dude looking like an assassin or something. He's out of lawyer mode right now. He's in assassin mode, like you trying to get hired. Hitman looking at, not you. You look like the dude that was convicted of killing XXX Tentacion with the tattoos in his face, called himself Chucky, don't it? Shout out to y'all loudest chat in the game, most appreciated chat in the world, most aggravating chat. Hey, it don't cost you nothing to hit that like button, run it up. We 2 away from 70. Let's get to 75 real quick. Let's go.
Mr. Harmon, are you almost done, or you still have a bit to go?
I have a bit more to go, Your Honor.
Okay, so let's go ahead and take our morning recess, okay? All right, we'll be back in 10 minutes.
All rise.
Listen, if you're happy, sad, mad, impatient, having a great day, having a horrible day, confused, whatever feeling you're feeling, whatever emotion you have and you want to express, please take it out on that like button. Use the like button to relieve stress.
Were on him, and so the defense did not want to stipulate that they were done well in advance of this offense.
Stimulate the paperwork.
We do have a business record certification with it as well. I'm not going to ask him how he is employed. I'm just going to say during the course of your employment, did you document tattoos as part of your job? And I assume defense is not going to go into the nature and circumstances, since they're asking us, not to bring up prison. But part of his job was to document tattoos. There also was a rap song that the defendant admitted to that was documented and kept as part of these records, where 1,200 members were mentioned in that rap song. So I just want to make sure all defense counsel is aware of the nature of his employment. Obviously, I would instructed him that he is not to mention he was with Department of Corrections, but that was part of their organization to keep records of the documentation of tattoos and gang activity.
Okay.
I think there's some confusion. We will stipulate to the admission of the photographs that were taken by DOC, and we'll also stipulate to a written, I guess it's
Well, I think the main thing is the timing, right?
correct. We'll stipulate to the
Okay,
time.
well, why don't you guys talk on the break, see if you can come up with stipulated facts.
Correct.
Judge, I specifically asked these questions the other day and was told they were not willing to
I understand, but now that we're here,
Correct.
it appears that now they're open to doing a stipulation. So why don't you guys talk on the break and see if you can't hammer out the terms of the stipulated agreement in lieu of putting the DOC employee on the stand? Because if you're not going to stipulate, then I will have to figure out a way for the evidence to come forward, but a stipulation does seem safest.
Correct. I don't know the misconnect, but we will stipulate.
Okay, you all talk about the terms, okay? All right.
Boy, I just looked over on the chat. Somebody said duplex and shebangs for life. Stay out of jail. Shit. Whole shebang. Man. Big Truck says, where can I get that hat, man? You can click the merch link, man, right in the description. Or you can go to one of the videos. It's pinned in the last video. Yo. Nurse Lady T says, hey, chat. West says, honey buns and soap. Big Truck says, where can I get that hat? You can get this hat at the RUMORNATI shop. You can get this hat at the RUMORNATI shop, and you can also get the shirt to go with it, brother. The RUMORNATI shop on Spring. If you're watching vertical, you can't go to the link. But what you can do is go to the main page of this channel. Go to the main page of this channel. And all the links will be right here. And just in case you don't see the merch link, you can go to any one of the video uploads. Any one of these video uploads. And you can find the merch link.
At 12:38 a.m. on the 23rd, Rashad Murphy.
Were you ultimately able in the course of your investigation to identify a missile present at the Airbnb?
Yes.
And was this a story or a video as well?
Correct.
They're supposed to cut that part out. It was suggested.
And again, Ghost 187.
They're supposed to cut that part out. Oh, but anyway, you let the video play. The links will pop up. It's there. Let's get back to the chat though. Oh, we at 75. Let's go, guys. Let's go. 5 more likes to get us to 80. Y'all keep running it up. Statewide says, don't let them eat your cornbread, Claude. Anonymous says he's the cell block waste bucket. Mel says, hello, Nurse Lady T. Mike from the Ville says, feeling generous, like the content, donate to $, the RUMORNATI Network on Cash App, and the PayPal's open for donations as well. The link is on the main page of the channel. Anonymous says, snicker under the pillow, don't eat it, man. If somebody puts something on your bed in jail, don't take it. Don't accept nothing from nobody in jail. No soap, no help, no phone call, no piece of food, no goddamn razor, no nothing. Nothing. Don't take nothing from nobody. First of all, don't go to jail. You know how you don't get into shit in jail? By don't ever get in jail. That should be first and foremost. Don't ever go to jail. And if you just so happen to be some type of, God forbid, some type of mistaken identity, and you have to do a short time there until they prove your innocence and that they were wrong, and then you get to sue them for millions of dollars, don't take nothing from nobody. No shit either. You don't take no shit from nobody either, but you don't take nothing. Not a honey bun, not a Bible, nothing. You don't want nothing from nobody. Stay out the way, but don't stay too far out the way, right? Because I heard if you stay too much to yourself, then you're a target. I don't know. Just stay out that motherfucker and pray and make a shank if you do go in there, bitch, because you got to protect yourself. Anyway, this is horrible advice. Take everything with a grain of salt. As a matter of fact, take it as false information. This is all entertainment. Don't listen to me, motherfucker. Wes says, open for donations. Pause. TMB Wolf says, so can you explain some of the ins and outs of this case so far? Real quick rundown. I don't know about the ins and outs, but I give you a quick rundown. Foolio was a Jacksonville, Florida rapper who went to celebrate his birthday weekend in Tampa, Florida. He was trailed by 5 opposing people who had beef with him because of the things he said in his drill rap, and this is the trial for their murder to prove that they had a conspiracy to take this man's life. Shout out to you. I hope you hit that like button already. Mike from the Ville says, y'all Wild West says, LOL, stay striving. Cheese says, up north and Midwest feds are vicious champ. Bob Marley says, A Nurse Lady T. Jay Zane says, Florida Doc is Gladiator Camp. Florida DOC is Gladiator Camp. It's worse than the feds. I just got out the feds. Damn. Shout out to you, bro. And glad you're free. Stay out that motherfucker. West says honey buns and soap. Big Truck says, where can I get the hat? You can go to Teespring, the Ruminati shop. Stay striving. He says, listen, if you never been in the feds, you had a cakewalk. Cut it out. These niggas arguing. OG Ty says duplex and shebangs. That shit was funny as hell. He about to catch everybody brass for a while. Where it says, Raphael Brown says, your slave castle in Kenya is Obama Black Lucifer. Okay, ATK Sean said, yeah, time for baloney. Mike from the Ville with the laughing emojis. Mel says, for real, that's wild. So you from Jax? Y'all funny, bro. OG Ty says he was in there with the Murphy brothers, and Devion used to play poker and bet on sports with him. Oh, wow. He said they definitely crash dummies. Damn, OG Ty, I don't want to ask too many questions, but I do kind of want to be nuts. Someone asked the question. Did that nigga sing? Did he, Was he talking about the night in question at all in the facility? Was he talking about his hatred for Foolio, or was he just in there doing like we saw him doing in the interrogation room, walking around? So I don't know how they got me, man. I was asleep. Boom, they hit me in my nose. Bowl me in my nose. I don't know what, man. That's what he doing, ain't he? Walking around just doing the same shit he was doing in the interrogation room, ain't it? Nothing different, right? Nothing. That hammer it up. That's crazy. I got some questions. I didn't want to interview OG Ty, nigga. I want to OG Ty, nigga. OG Ty, join the Discord. By the way, if anybody wants to come up during the lunch break and be vocal about what they've seen thus far, or just be vocal about what's going on in their life, real quick, don't be long and drawn out, but if you need to vent, you want to come up, you got something you want to get off, you want to tell your boss to kiss your ass, but you don't want to say it to them and lose your job, can't guarantee that they won't hear it here, but you can say it here. Just do it at your own discretion. You guys go to the main page of this channel. Once again, this is where all your answers lie. The main page of this channel, right? above the subscribe button, you'll see the Discord link. Go ahead and click that. If you didn't download it already, go ahead. It only take a few megabytes, not no gigabytes. You got plenty space in your phone, plenty space on your computer. So go ahead, download Discord if you didn't already. Click that link. Feel free to come up, be vocal, voice your opinion, talk live. Go ahead and let us know. You can tell me that my mask is stupid. You can tell me that this case is going to be a mistrial, and anybody who thinks these guys are going to be found guilty is dumb. You can tell me how dumb you think these guys are for seemingly throwing their life away. I mean, do we have to say allegedly at this point? Yes, we do. You know, but feel free. Nonetheless, she said 10-minute break. They should be back in about 5 more minutes. In the meantime, between time, we're going to keep it live. 3 more likes, guys. 3 more likes to get us to 80. Let's go. Keep running the likes up, please. I appreciate y'all staying on that like button, putting pressure on that like button, staying active in that chat. No content creator is nothing without the support of the people. I thank y'all. I thank y'all. I thank y'all. Just remember, keep in mind, $, the RUMORNATI Network. But keep in mind on Cash App. That's $, the RUMORNATI Network on Cash App. Keep in mind, let's just say some freak event occurs, as it seems to usually do whenever we gain traction, right? Let's just say the stream ends. Come back. Come right back. I guarantee you, no less than 5 minutes, we will be back. And no matter where you watch the stream at, you ain't going to get this kind of attention. You ain't going to have this kind of fun. It ain't going to be this entertaining. You're going to sit there quiet, and that's going to be it. In between breaks, that's going to be it. Damn, niggas been to felony wards and all kind of shit. I don't even know what that mean. I just know to stay out of jail. That's all I can tell y'all. Shay the Sad says, rumor, I'm 41. I never been to jail and don't plan on it. Facts. Stay out of jail. Prison, jail, detainment, all camp, halfway. Stay out of all of that shit. Nigga, stay out the way. Statewide says, and keep your ass against the wall. Damn. Damn. Nigga, stay out of jail.
Okay, very good. Everyone have a seat.
Be back, guys.
And you may continue, Mr. Harmon.
ATK Sean, you trying to beef with Bob Marley in the chat? Chris Seal,
Mr. Staying with this report that we were talking about earlier, before we took the break, 7688, your FDLE partial number, and your January 9th report. Going back to items 1 and 4, which would be states 33A and 33D, you determined the caliber class of item 4.
That is correct.
And you said it was a 22 5mm caliber class, which includes 5.56 NATO, correct?
It does, yes.
All right. And
who the fuck
did you compare that projectile, since it's the same caliber class
you know better
as
than that,
item number 8,
Indian
the Black Forge 5.56 NATO caliber rifle that we were looking at?
No offense to the
Did
Indian.
you compare that to that rifle to see if it may have been fired from that rifle?
I did do that comparison, yes.
What were the results of that?
I determined that it was inconclusive to the rifle, the item 8 rifle.
So, being inconclusive, is it still possible it was fired in that rifle?
I mean, it is possible, yes. There's just insufficient detail.
Okay. So there's nothing to say it wasn't?
That's correct.
And item 1, which was also in your report described as a fired bullet jacket, Was there enough material and enough left in that item for you to determine its caliber class?
I could not determine the caliber class of the item 1 fired bullet jacket.
But there were class characteristics that allowed you to eliminate that as having been fired in the 300 blackout, your item number 9?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And did you compare item number 1 to the fired bullet, make sure I'm describing it correctly. Yes, the fired bullet jacket in item number 1, did you compare that to item number 8, the Black Forge 5.56 NATO caliber rifle that we looked at earlier?
Yes, I did compare item 1 to the item 8 rifle.
What was the result of that comparison?
That comparison was also inconclusive.
All right. So asking you the same question, is there anything to say it wasn't fired in that firearm?
No, again, there was insufficient detail to determine any conclusion besides inconclusive.
So it could have been fired in that firearm?
That is a possibility.
Okay. But definitely not in the 300 blackout?
That is correct. It was eliminated to that firearm.
How was it eliminated? You said it was on class characteristics?
Yes.
What were the class characteristics that allowed you to eliminate it?
I'm going to refer to my notes real quick.
And the reason I'm asking is I know you were unable to determine its caliber class.
So for the elimination of the class difference between the item 1 to the item 9, the 300 blackout firearm, was a difference in the groove width. So I was able to have present enough of the bearing surface to measure the groove of item 1 and the grooves of the firearm, and they were different widths.
Okay. And the grooves, meaning the grooves of the rifling?
That is correct.
All right. And just publishing item 33D, which is your item, well, let me go back to item 1 because that's what you were just describing. This is states 33A, just so the jury understands where this fragment was recovered from.
Oh yeah, according to the packaging from the left perial cavity.
And then your item number 4.
According to the packaging, jacket from right chest.
I'm going to go to a January 9th, 2025 report, and this is going to be under, again, your 7633. This is in reference to victim Charles Jones. And an offensive assault in Duval County.
You said 7633?
Yes.
Okay.
So distinguishing it from your 7688, which was submitted by TPD, by the Tampa Police Department, this is 7633. In this case, the submitting agency is the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office.
That is correct.
And the submitting officer is a C. Drabeck, Detective Drabeck.
Yes.
And that's in reference to victim Charles Jones and an offense of assault?
Yes, that is what I have.
This was submitted to your agency on December 19th of 24, is that correct?
That is correct.
And was this a group of several items contained in one package?
Yes, this came in as one FDLE item number that had multiple items in it.
Okay. And were those individual items then individually given an individual item number reference at number 1?
They were, yes.
Okay. And I believe you had 1.1 through 1.5, 1.8, 1.10 through 1.16, and then items 1.6, 1.7, and 1.9.
That is correct.
Now, the first set of items that I read off, 1.1 through 1.5, 1.8, 1.10 through 1.16, did that consist of 13 fired 5.56 NATO caliber cartridge cases?
Yes.
And then the second group, 1.6, 1.7, and 1.9 were those consisting of 3 fired .223 Remington caliber cartridge cases.
Yes.
All right. Looking at these, did you conduct microscopic screening and grouping?
Yes, these items were screened.
Okay. What were the results of that?
So I determined that the items 1.1 through 1.16, the cartridge cases were microscopically screened and grouped together based on similar characteristics.
Using one of those, and let me go to your packaging here. This is going to be states 50. Does that label appear to you to be associated to this report?
It does, yes.
Has the 7633 FDLE number on the top?
Yes.
Your item number 1?
Yes.
Submitting agency?
That's correct.
And item 1-4 is the department's item number, their item number. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And do you see your writing underneath there?
I do.
Contained within this, and we can see inside this package, are several smaller envelopes. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
And just picking one out, this would be your item 1.11. Let me see if I can get it. There we go. 1.11?
Yes.
And that's your initials and the case number?
It is, yes.
So each of these individual shell casings are placed into an individual envelope?
In this item, yes.
Now, you indicated that you were able to, by screening, you were able to group them in some way.
That's correct.
How did you group them?
So I will first look at the class characteristics, determine if those are similar, and then I will put them on what's called a comparison microscope. Basically, it's 2 microscopes connected by an ocular bridge, meaning that I can see both items at the same time under the same magnification. So I'll put those items on my scope. I'll look for those class characteristics. If they're similar, I will look for some similarities and no significant differences. If there's no significant differences and I'm seeing some similarities, I can go ahead and group them together, screening them together. This is not a full identification saying that they came from the same, but there is similarities that indicate that there's the potential that these came from the same gun.
Now, did you take one of your item numbers, which would be 1.1, which you've labeled as one of the 13 5.56 NATO caliber cartridge cases, that 1.1, and did you go back to the previous report that we were just discussing, 7688, which was the submissions from the Tampa Police Department?
Yes, I did do a comparison there.
Okay. And did you compare that 1.1 cartridge case, which is a 5.56 caliber cartridge casing, did you compare it to item number 8, which is the, I'm sorry, let me make sure I have the right item. Item number 8, which is the 5.56 NATO caliber rifle and the 7688 submissions from Tampa Police Department.
I did do that comparison.
What were the
yes.
results of that?
I determined that the item 1.1 cartridge case was eliminated to the item 8 rifle submitted in FDLE case number 2024-0307688.
Now, going back to your screening and grouping of these shell casings, did you find that they had similar class and individual characteristics?
I did, yes.
Did you come to any conclusions or opinions based on that?
I determined that they were all screened together, so they were all grouped together because I saw some of these similarities, and that's as far as that comparison between those cartridge cases went.
Okay. So now I want to move on to, and we'll come back to this report, I want to move on to FDLE number 4099, and I'm just, again, giving you the 4 last digits in your FDLE number, and a January 9th, 2025 report. Are you at that report, ma'am?
I am,
You have
yes.
it in front of you?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in this situation, is this a report involving submissions by the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
It is, yes.
And were the submissions sent in by a Detective Drabeck again?
Yes, it was.
All right. And did you have an item 2, which was a collection of several items contained within a package?
It was, yes.
And did that packaging, item number 2, did it contain 5 fired .223 Remington caliber cartridge cases?
Yes.
And 4 fired 5.56 NATO caliber cartridge cases?
That is correct.
And were those sub-labeled?
They were, yes.
I believe you have a 2.1 through 2.3, a 2.5, and a 2.8 that labels all of the .223 Remington?
That is correct.
Okay, cases, and then for the 5.56 NATO cartridge cases, 2.4, 2.6, 2.7, and 2.9. Is that
That
right?
is correct.
Okay, all right. And did you conduct a screening of those items?
I did, yes.
And were you able to group them in some way?
I determined and was able to screen items 2.1 through 2.9. Were all screened and grouped together.
Okay. Publishing states 49, 1 through 9. Does the labeling on this exhibit appear to match up to that report?
It does, yes.
Has your 4099 FDLE number?
Yes.
Item number 2?
Yes.
All right, and your handwriting is below the label?
It is.
Okay, and you have 2.1 through 2.9.
That is correct.
And on the agency label, can you read that for me where it says DSC description?
223 caliber casings from Black Box.
Out of this submission, did you take one of those cartridge cases, item 2.9, which would be out of the 5.56 NATO caliber cartridge cases? Is that right?
That is correct.
Did you conduct comparisons between that cartridge case to item 1.1 cartridge case submitted in the 7633 report that we were just talking about previously?
Yes, I did do a comparison there.
And just to remind the jury, the 7633 report deals with an assault on Charles Jones. Is that right?
Yes, I believe so.
So taking the shell casings that were submitted that came from a black box and comparing it to shell casings from reference an assault on Charles Jones, and you conducted an analysis of the two?
I did.
Did you determine whether they were fired from the same firearm?
I did.
And what were your determinations?
I determined that the item 2.9 cartridge case, that's the one from 4099, was identified to the item 1.1 cartridge case submitted in FDLE case number 2024-040-7633.
Okay, and that would be Jacksonville Sheriff's Office case number 23-060-8083.
That's correct.
All right. So by identifying them, can you say in that identification that they were fired from the same firearm?
Yes.
When you are making that identification of those two groups, those two shell casings from those two groups, you indicated earlier with fired projectiles going through rifling, you talked about the individual characteristics. Where are you looking on these cartridge cases for those individual characteristics?
So for cartridge cases, we're looking in mostly that primer area, but there are areas outside the primer. But on the primer area, we had what's called breech face marks. So that occurs when the cartridge case comes in contact with the breech face, it slams back into it, and the details from the breech face is slammed onto the head area of the cartridge case. Another area we look at is the firing pin impression. So when that firing pin strikes the primer, it creates that indention, and within that indention, there's individual marks that occur due to wear and tear, due to the manufacturing process. And we're looking in, those are our two like common areas that we're looking for. And then there's a few other fired in areas we can look for individual detail.
Is there an aperture area that you're looking at, or marks left by the aperture?
Yes, there are some type of firearms that create what's called a aperture shear, and that mark occurs when the firing pin strikes the primer, that material has to go somewhere. So in some instances, that material is displaced back into the aperture, which is the hole on the breech face that the firing pin will protrude from. And in some instances, the barrel will drop, and that bottom edge of that hole, it's a point like this, where the two tools create this mark. And as the barrel is dropping, that area is slicing or scraping that displaced material, creating a shear mark. So that's striated detail that we potentially can use for individual detail to identify a specific firearm or not.
So when you're comparing and identifying two shell casings as coming from the same firearm, it's not simply just the firing pin mark, correct?
That's correct. We will look at all areas of the fired component, the cartridge case or bullet, and look for similarities. We only need to ID on one when there's sufficient agreement or enough individual characteristics there for us to determine whether or not they were fired from that specific firearm or the same firearm. But we do, general practice, look at all of the areas to make sure there's nothing out of the ordinary that would give us pause to question what we're looking at.
You said earlier when you were describing an inconclusive or even an inconclusive positive that you don't have enough individual characteristics or markings to allow an identification.
That is correct.
But in identification, you do have ample individual characteristics. Is that correct?
Yes, an identification means there was enough agreement present to allow us to come to the conclusion of an identification.
The process that you followed in identifying these rifle shell casings from the assault on Charles Jones to ones that came from this black box, did you follow a similar process when you identified, in your earlier findings, when you told us you identified your item number 7, which was a shell casing with the MXT impressions on the head casing that the Tampa Police Department submitted to you, when you compared that and identified that to the 2 shell casings submitted by the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, the 2 9mm shell casings?
Yes, I followed the same process for comparisons.
And in that instance, you did have aperture shear that you were looking at?
For the 9mm, yes, I did.
So I'm going to move on to your a report that you have dated of March 30th and March 20th of this year. Some follow-up work that you did in this case where items were submitted to the FDLE laboratory. Are those 2 reports related?
They are related, yes.
Do they essentially have almost all agreement as far as all of your work and findings in both of them?
Yes, there is just one additional item on the March 30th report that was missing from the first report.
Okay, and was that in fact some fragments or pieces of lead that were in the submission?
Yeah, there was a missed lead fragment that was later examined and determined to have no value.
So I'm going to go to your March 30th report. Do you have it? If you can pull it up, you have it in front of you?
I do.
Okay, thank you. This is under your the same TPD number that we've been talking about throughout, 7688.
That is correct.
So I'll ask you, on February 24th of this year, did Juan Ramos again make submissions?
He did, yes.
And on March 5th of 26, did Detective Joshua Kennedy from the Tampa Police Department resubmit the two rifles, your items 8 and 9?
Yes.
Okay. And I want to go to your, outside of the rifles, we'll start with that first, the other items. This would be your item 10 through 16. So items 10 through 16 and item 12 and 13, were there more than one items under those two items?
Correct. Items 12 and 13 had multiple items in their singular FDLE item number.
And were they labeled 12A, 12B, and similarly 13A, 13B, et cetera?
They were, yes.
Okay. So I want to go to item number 10. What was its description?
Item 10 was one fired bullet jacket.
Your Honor, the state would tender State's Exhibit 142A through G for admission.
142A through G.
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Gonzalez?
No objection, Your Honor.
Mr. Sinardi?
No objection,
Mr. Wise?
I have renewed previously litigated objection.
Okay, and Mr. Petrides? Okay, admitted.
So I'm going to publish States A. Is this your item 10 packaging?
Yes, it is.
Do you see the FDLE number and your item number on there?
I do, yes.
And let me move the exhibit panel here. You have your handwriting, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
All right. And you've described that as a fired bullet jacket?
That is correct.
142B, you see the same label, same numbers, and this is now your item number 11?
That is correct.
And your handwriting?
Yes.
And how was item 11 labeled?
Item 11 was one fired bullet jacket.
Let me go back real quick because I don't want to have to republish. In States 142A, your item 10, is there an evidence marker description?
Yes, that says EM number 23.
Okay, and it's described as jacketing?
Yes.
And back to 142B, same thing, is this related to evidence marker 25 in the description?
That is, yes.
And States 142C, is this your item 12? And you see your handwriting, if I can move this.
Yes.
Exhibit, okay. And is this related to a described item at evidence marker number 29?
Yes, it is.
States 142D, is this your item 13?
Yes.
Do you see your handwriting?
I do.
And is this a described piece of evidence from evidence marker number 30?
It is, yes.
States 142E, your item 14?
Yes.
And your handwriting?
Yes.
And up here under description, evidence marker 31, projectile?
That's correct.
States 142F, your item 15, is that correct?
That is correct.
And your handwriting?
That's correct.
All right, and this is described, and this is at evidence marker 35, fragments?
Yes.
And these white labels were attached by the submitting agency?
That's correct. Those are agency labels.
And that's the Tampa Police Department, obviously.
Yes.
States 142G, your item 16?
Yes.
And your handwriting is below it?
Yes.
And it's described in evidence marker number 36, jacketing.
That's correct.
jacketings. Okay, all right. So going back to, we've described 10 and 11, evidence marker 12, you had a 12A, a 12B through G, a 12H, and then you described a one unknown apparent metal fragment not examined.
That's correct.
Okay. At 12A, you're describing the item as one fired bullet.
That is correct.
And then at B through G, 6 fired bullet jacket fragments.
That's correct.
And item 12H, 6 apparent lead fragments.
That is correct.
All right. And then item 13, again, this was the other item that had several items contained within it.
Yes.
At item 13A, 1 fired bullet jacket.
That's correct.
Items 13B and 13C, 2 fired bullet jacket fragments.
That is correct.
13D, 1 apparent lead fragment.
Yes.
And then 13E in bold, 1 apparent lead fragment.
That is correct.
Was that the additional lead fragment?
It was.
That was not in the previous report?
That is correct.
All right. And it was of no comparison value?
That is correct.
Item 14 is 1 fired bullet.
That is correct.
Item 15 is 1 fired bullet jacket fragment.
Yes.
All right. And item 16, 2 fired bullet jacket fragments, 16A and 16B. So I guess there was a third item that had 2 items.
Yes, sorry.
Okay. All right. So all of those items that were of comparison value, that you were able to find either something that had been imparted onto them where they had contact with rifling, all of those items, and I'm going to read them to you, 10, 11, 12A through 12F, 13A through 13C, 14, 15, your item 16A and your item 16B. Were those compared to the item 8 and 9 firearms, the two, the 5.56 NATO rifle in item 8 and the 300 blackout auto-loading firearm, just going by your description, in item 9? Were they compared to them to determine if they may have been fired from them?
There was a comparison done.
Okay. And were they eliminated?
They were eliminated.
And how were they and why were they eliminated?
So all of those listed items were eliminated to both the item 8 and item 9 firearms based on a difference in their class characteristics.
Did that include on some of these items different caliber class?
There were 2 that I could determine caliber on, so that would be a difference between those items and the firearms, but the remaining items were different class based on their rifling type.
Okay. So would it be fair to say that all of them that had rifling on them that you were able to determine rifling type were different than the rifling type in those in the rifle in 8 and the auto-loading firearm in 9?
Yes, all of the items that I determined had value in this instance were eliminated to those 2 firearms.
Okay. The rifling in the rifle, the 5.56 rifle, your item 8, and the 300 blackout auto-loading firearm that the jury got to see, what type of rifling do those 2 firearms have?
So both of those rifles have what's called conventional rifling. It's sharper, kind of more step-like, so the rifling kind of goes like step like this a little bit.
Okay. And the imparted rifling on the items that you've described that had rifling on them, was it a different type of rifling?
Yes, so for the listed items that Council mentioned, 10, 11, 12A through 12F, 13A through 13C, 14, 15, 16A and 16B had what's called polygonal rifling with rails, which is a different type of rifling. It's a little bit more wavy with rails cut into them as well. And then the item 12G fragment was only determined to be polygonally rifled, so that more kind of wavy rifling versus the conventional of the 2 firearms.
And on that class characteristic alone, they would be eliminated as being fired in those 2 guns under your item 8 and 9?
That is correct, yes.
All right. So I want to talk about the 2 projectiles that were submitted this year, 12A and 14, where you were able to determine caliber class. All right. So 12A you described as one fired bullet, and 14 is described as one fired bullet.
Yes.
With both of those items, when you examined them, you were able to determine their caliber class?
I was, yes.
What is their caliber class?
I determined that both of those items were 38 caliber class.
Okay. And would that caliber class include 5.56 NATO caliber?
It would not.
Would it include 300 blackout caliber?
It would not.
All right. So both of those calibers of your 8 and 9 items, states 56 and 57, they are different caliber classes.
That is correct, yes.
So let's talk about calibers that fall within this caliber class of these two items, this 38 caliber class, okay? Would 9mm fall in that class?
It does, yes.
Would 380 auto fall in that class?
380, yes.
357 Magnum?
Yes.
38 Special?
That is correct.
So if we go back to the item 7, the shell casing from the Tampa Police Department in this case, that had the MXT on it, that's a 9mm caliber shell casing, correct?
That is correct.
Would that have been a round that would have fit in caliber into that caliber class?
That caliber class is generally loaded in 9mm Luger caliber cartridge cases.
Other than 12G that you mentioned earlier, you indicate in here 12A that you noted displays rifling characteristics similar to firearms by Glock.
That's correct.
All right. Were there other items that also shared rifling characteristics similar to firearms by Glock?
So yeah, based on my results, I ran what's called a general rifling characteristics search only on the one item due to I was able to determine caliber class and more characteristics of that one item. But due to the remaining items in that grouping having the polygonal with rails type of rifling, that is generally consistent with Glock style firearms as well.
Did you conduct microscopic screening of these items?
I did.
And you grouped them on similar class characteristics?
I did.
Was the polygonal rifling one of them?
It was, yes.
Would it be fair to say that, well, let me rephrase that. Glock firearms generally have polygonal rifling?
Yes.
All right. The two that you were able, 12A and 14, to determine the caliber class, why weren't you able to determine that with the others?
Due to the remaining items being fragments, I did not have enough characteristics or a diameter of the item to be able to determine a caliber class.
So even though you noted 12A in your report as having, and I want to read it the way you have it written, rifling characteristics similar to firearms by Glock, among possible others, several of these others also had the same thing, correct?
Yes.
In your examination, you determined that?
Yes, due to the polygonal rifling with rails.
Okay. Now, polygonal rifling with rails, can you further discriminate and distinguish between generations of Glock firearms as far as that rifling?
Based on my experience and what I've seen, the polygonal rifling with rails is with the Generation 5 Glock firearms or newer.
Okay. All right. 12G, that item, 12G, was that also a situation where the item itself did not have sufficient amount of rifling to allow you to determine if it was polygonal with rails?
Due to that item, I was only able to determine that it was polygonally rifled in order to be able to do the elimination. Due to the size, is it possible there could have been rails? Yes. Is it possible that it was just polygonal rifling? Yes. Due to its size and its condition, I could not determine anything further.
All right, so it's possible that could have also been fired in a Generation 5.
It's a possibility.
All right. And because you didn't have enough material, I guess, or enough bearing surface that was imparted, I don't know how to phrase it, maybe I'm not doing it very artfully, but, and you were only able to say it was polygonal, when you gave your description in your report as to similar firearms that displayed that, you gave Glock, and then you added Heckler and Koch, is that correct?
That is correct.
For the record, that's Heckler and Koch. That is a German manufacturer?
I believe so.
All right. And among others, you wrote too?
That is correct.
Okay. In making that determination about what firearms possess that type of rifling characteristics, do you consult a known database that is utilized in the field of firearms analysis?
Yes, we use what's called a general rifling characteristics database. It is maintained by the Association of Firearms and Tool Marks Examiners, which is an international organization of firearms examiners. It's maintained there, and we can enter the different class characteristics. So, for example, if it is a .38 caliber class with polygonal rifling, we can go ahead and enter those characteristics in, and it'll generate a list of makes and models of firearms that potentially have that same characteristic of .38 caliber class with polygonal rifling.
And that's a database that was created by the FBI?
Initially, yes.
Okay. And now maintained by AFTE?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Is that something that is generally accepted as a common practice in the field of firearms analysis, using that database?
Yes.
Do you regularly use it?
If I have a bullet comparison or a bullet without a firearm, yes, I will use it for purposes of generating lists of firearms.
Is access to it restricted to law enforcement and AFTE members?
You have to be a member of AFTE to be able to use it.
But other than 12G, the other items where you found the polygonal rifling with rails, that is consistent with being fired in a Generation 5 Glock pistol, or possibly a Generation 6, or newer generation?
Based on my experience, that's the type of firearm that I've seen it in, that I'm most familiar with, of it coming from a Gen 5 Glock.
And just for the record, the Generation 6 has been introduced within the last year.
Yes, I believe so. I have no experience working with the Gen 6 one yet.
Okay. So I just want to make sure we're clear. So the items that you found polygonal rifling with rails would include 10, 11, 12B, 12C, 12D, 12E, 12F, 13A, 13B, 13C, 14, 15, 16A, and 16B.
In addition to 12A as well.
And 12A. Thank you. And your item 13D and 13E and 12H, you described those as lead fragments?
That is correct.
And did they display or have any type of rifling imparted on them, or any rifling characteristics?
No, I determined they had no value.
Would they be similar to your items 3 and 4 in the previous submissions that were lead core?
Yes, for these they could be parts of that core or other lead material that broke off. They're all smaller fragments.
If we had a Generation 5 Glock with polygonal rifling with rails, would you be able to determine, or would you be able to at least conduct analysis to determine if there was enough individual characteristics that those projectiles that we've discussed were fired from that firearm?
If a firearm was submitted that matched the class characteristics, comparison could be conducted.
Can I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. True, the same would hold true for any 9mm projectile, specifically one that may have been found in the hood area of the vehicle that our victim was in, that was intact with rifling on it, that was a 9mm projectile. If we do not have the firearm to compare it to, I mean, it couldn't be compared, right, to a firearm unless we had it to send to you.
Yes, I can do comparisons of projectiles to projectiles, or if it needs to be identified to a specific firearm, I can't do anything unless we have the suspected firearm or suspicious firearm.
I'll tender the witness, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Gonzalez, do you have any questions?
Your Honor, I don't have any questions.
Okay, Mr. Sonardi?
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Wise?
Yes, thank you.
Morning, Mr.
Good morning.
I want to go back first, just kind of over the process you administer in a case like this, and really the field in general.
Okay.
When you're analyzing casings, projectiles, you're looking first at class characteristics, right?
That's correct.
And I think we covered some of this. Those are what you call the predetermined features, right?
That's correct.
That can be the lands and grooves, the caliber, the direction of the twist, things like that.
Yes, sir.
And that is that's a relatively objective comparison, right?
It is.
Where you take measurements, you have a standard to go by when you're determining class characteristics, right?
Yes.
When you move on to the individual comparison, where you're trying to identify not just a type of firearm, but a specific firearm, that becomes a subjective analysis, right?
It tends to lean more subjective, yes.
And in that situation, you're looking for basically significant agreement of individual characteristics. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
And within the field, when you're looking at the individual characteristics like that, there's really no set threshold for qualifying something as being in significant agreement with something else.
We don't have a set number. However, during our training, we look at thousands of comparisons of items that are known to come from the same firearm and items that are known to come from different firearms, including makes and models that are the same, to determine, that we are able to distinguish these differences and these individual characteristics.
And you yourself, in doing this for a number of years, you've kind of developed your own threshold that you kind of hold yourself to, correct?
That's correct.
But within the industry, that's not really the case. Unless someone like you does that, it's really up to the subjective work of the specific examiner. Is that correct?
Each examiner does develop their criteria. The more they see, the longer they do it. But however, all of our training indicates, comparisons of known and known non-matches in order to develop a suitable criteria to make these conclusions.
And with regards to the individual comparisons, there's really no scientific process for determining whether two things are in significant agreement.
Can you, I don't understand what you're saying.
Really, when you're determining whether two items are in significant agreement as to individual characteristics, it's really based on the examiner's eyes, right?
So what we're looking for is the overall pattern agreement of the detail present. So yes, we are using our eyes through our comparison microscope that allows us to see two items at the same time under the same magnification. And we're looking for this agreement of the detail. So it's the overall pattern of the knowns that we create with the firearm to see this, and if we don't have it, we're looking for that repeated pattern between the two items of evidence submitted. And via our training, we see all of these different types of, yes, this is enough for an identification because we've seen what is needed to know that these came from the same firearm and what that requirement is for the appropriate quantity and quality of an identification.
Now let me jump to this case. Of the items submitted to you by Tampa Police Department, and I'm going to talk to you first about the different projectiles. We heard earlier in your direct about a report from January 9th of, I think it was 25, where you analyzed, I think, 4 potential projectiles that were submitted. Is that right?
That is correct, yes.
And of those, 2 were sufficient for comparison purposes, correct?
Yes, 2 had value.
And there were 2, they weren't full bullets, but they were 2 bullet jacket fragments, correct?
That is correct.
But there was rifling on those fragments, correct?
That is correct.
And because of that, then you were able to compare them.
Yes.
And in that instance, with those 2 projectiles that you were able to compare, you determined they were inconclusive to each other.
To each other, yes.
So you can't say whether or not they were fired from the same firearm.
No, due to their condition, I was unable to determine if they were fired from the same firearm.
And we covered this, but one of those 2 you were able to determine at least was a .22 caliber class, right?
Yes.
The other one you were not able to determine a class?
That is correct.
So you can't say whether that one was even, I mean, we can't say they were fired from the same gun, we can't even say they were fired from the same caliber gun, right?
For that instance, they did have similar class characteristics, and in that instance, like similar landing groove widths. However, I could not determine a caliber for I believe the item 1 due to its condition.
Okay. And just so we're clear, and it probably is, but you discussed earlier that when you received the 2 rifles, they came with test fires, right?
Yes.
But when we're talking about these projectiles you're comparing, those weren't the test fires, right?
No, these were the submitted evidence, and for the purposes of comparison to the firearms that I received, I generated my own test fires.
Gotcha. And that's standard, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, jumping ahead to the more recent report from, not last month anymore, but from March. In that instance, there were quite a few projectiles you were able to test, correct?
Yes.
And that included two basically intact bullets, 2 complete bullets, right?
Yes.
They had some damaging on them, but you were able to, they weren't fragments, they were actual bullets.
Correct, yes.
And then you had 3 fired bullet jackets, correct? And when I say 3, I mean 3 that you were able to compare.
Yes, I think there were 3 more intact fired bullet jackets. I believe the rest of them were fragments.
Okay, and yeah, and there were, I think, 11 total fragments that actually had rifling as well that you were able to compare, correct?
I'd have to count, but that sounds right.
If you wouldn't mind counting?
Yeah. Yes, I do count 11 fired bullet jacket fragments.
Okay, so between the 2 TPD submissions, there are 18 total projectiles that had enough rifling on them that you were able to compare. I think there's 2 from the 2025 report, 2 bullets from 2026, 3 jackets, and 11 fragments, which, if my math is correct, is 18 total projectiles.
I believe so,
Sound
yes.
right? Okay. I won't hold you to the numbers if my math's wrong. Okay. Of those 18 projectiles, all of them were eliminated from having been fired from that 300 blackout that you showed the jury earlier, right?
The initial 2, oh wait, you said to the 300 blackout?
The 300 blackout.
I apologize. Yes, I believe all of them were eliminated to the 300 blackout firearm.
And of the submissions from Tampa PD, those 18 that you're able to compare, none of those, there are some you weren't able to determine caliber class, but of what you could determine caliber class, none were 300 caliber, correct?
That is correct.
And then, again, of those 18, all but 2 were eliminated from the 5.56 that you showed the jury earlier, correct?
Correct. All but the two that were inconclusive were eliminated.
And the two that were not eliminated, they were inconclusive, right?
That is correct.
And you discussed earlier you have inconclusive positive, inconclusive negative, inconclusive.
That's correct.
These were just inconclusive, right?
That is correct.
So you can't come to any conclusion as to whether they were fired from that 220 or that 556 that we saw.
That is correct. They lacked any sufficient detail.
Now, of the 16 projectiles on that report from this year, you talked earlier about basically 3 different types of rifling, right?
Yes.
Conventional, polygonal with rails, and polygonal.
That is correct.
And I think you kind of covered this, and correct me if I'm wrong, but you talked about lands and grooves some in your
That's
direct, right? Lands and grooves is really like more connected with conventional rifling, correct?
There are lands and grooves in polygonal rifling as well. It's more described kind of as like hills and valleys rather than like the steps that you see in conventional.
Okay, good. That was going to be my next question. Are they more like hills and valleys? Okay. So that's, and conventional rifling is much more common in the firearm world, correct?
I do see conventional rifling more frequently, yes.
And you're able to make comparisons with conventional rifling to determine or potentially eliminate, a projectile having been fired from a rifle or a firearm, right?
I can do that with any type of rifling. I can determine.
But the markings, the rifling left on something fired from a polygonal firearm, it's quite a bit different than the markings left on something fired from a conventional rifled firearm. Is that correct?
They do mark a little differently in the aspects of how it is, but we are still able to make identifications on them. They still have the machining processes that develop the individual characteristics in their barrels that allow us to look at that individual detail to make comparisons and identifications.
Right, and that was kind of the point I was going to be getting at is it's pretty easy to distinguish between something fired from a polygonal firearm and something fired from conventional, right? And by that I mean it's easy if something's fired from a polygonal rifling firearm, it's pretty easy to eliminate that from a firearm that has conventional rifling.
Oh, yes.
Okay. Yeah, I should have just asked that question to begin with.
Sorry.
That's okay. My fault. So, of the vast majority of the projectiles from the 2026 report, they showed having been fired from a polygonal with rails rifled firearm.
That is correct.
And that's generally a Glock, right?
In my experience, yeah.
There can be some other, maybe some obscure brands, but of the major brands, Glock is the one that uses that.
That is correct, yeah.
And then one of the others, 12G, you found polygonal, not polygonal with rails.
That's correct.
And you said that it's possible it could have had rails, but you did not. And that one, all you could say was polygonal.
That is correct, yes.
And polygonal is used by some of the older Glocks, and then of the major manufacturers, also H&K.
Yes.
And there, again, could be some smaller manufacturers that use it, but generally, when you see polygonal, it's an older Glock or an H&K.
That's generally what we see it in, yes.
The two rifles that you showed the jury earlier, no question they have conventional rifling, right?
Yes.
The all of the projectiles that you were able to determine caliber for in the March 2026 report, again, I think we covered this pretty clearly, but those were all 38 caliber class, right?
Yes, the two that I could determine were 38 caliber.
Which is also 9mm, right?
It could be, yes.
There's no way that either one of those rifles could fire a 38 caliber class projectile, right?
No, 38 caliber class would not be able to be fired in those.
Okay. Now, let me then talk about the casing comparisons that you conducted. So the two reports that we heard about from Jacksonville submissions, and that was, I think, 9 casings that were submitted by Jacksonville. Were you told where those originated from?
I have, the only indication I have of location is on what's called our case tracking form, and I have it in the description from black box in juicy bag, and that's all the information I was given.
Okay, so that may connect back to some things that the jury's heard about, but that's what you have for those. And then what you did in that case is you compared those casings to each other, correct?
In this instance, these cartridge cases were only screened with each other.
And that was going to be my next question. You just did a presumptive examination. Correct?
Yeah, basically. So I determined that they potentially could have come from the same one based on their class characteristics and some similarities, but full micro was not performed on these.
And to make an identification, you would have to do a full microscopic comparison.
That is correct, yes.
And then the same thing with the, I guess it's 15 casings that you were also, they were also submitted to you by Jacksonville that went back to an October 2023 alleged offense. Those casings, you again only did a presumptive examination, correct?
Between the casings submitted in just here, yes, these casings were just screened with each other.
Right. And in each of those instances, when you did the comparison of the casings to one another, you just used one case from each group. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And in that instance, then you were the one that you selected from the group and the one you selected from the other group, you were able to identify them as having been fired from the same firearm.
That is correct, yes.
But then the other, I guess, the other 8 and 15 from each group, you did not do any further testing on.
Correct.
Now, when you make an identification like that to say these were fired from the same firearm, you can't say they were fired from the same firearm on the same day, right?
Oh, correct. Yes, I can only say that they were fired from the same firearm. I don't have any information or any ability to say when they were fired.
They could have been fired 5 years apart.
Yeah, I can't speak to that.
Now, both of the casings that you took from each of those groups, you also compared to the 5.56 that you showed the jury this morning, right?
That is correct, yes.
And you eliminated both of those casings as having been fired from that firearm.
That is correct, yes.
Now, we talk about the 9mm casings that we heard about. May I approach, Madam Clerk?
Yes.
Did you all take those?
Yeah, I don't, did you get all your exhibits back? Okay. Wait, what's going on here? So, what happened? You mean Mr. Harmon opened it? Okay, and the bullets fell out, so we need to reclose it unless you're gonna. Okay, that's fine. Just make sure the evidence gets back in the. Okay.
Okay, so the 3 9mm casings that we heard about, you compared those and were able to determine they were fired from the same firearm, correct?
That's correct.
But again, just like with the 5.56 casings, you can't say they were fired at the same time or the same day, correct?
No, I can only determine if they were fired from the same firearm or not.
Again, might have been fired 5 years apart.
Objection, speculation.
She's already answered the question. She can't say when.
The 2 firearms that you compared, and again, were you given information as far as where they originated from or anything like that?
The 2 firearms, you said?
I'm sorry, not the 2 firearms, the 2 groups of 9mm casings.
Judge, just for the record, we're talking about items 7 and 9.1, 9.2, is that right?
This one is, I believe, item, well, it is 7. I think it's your
14.
number 14, yes.
So I only have on my case tracking form for what is FDLE item 7 from 7688. According to this, it was recovered from homicide on 6/23/24 at 15:16 hours via Tampa CST, and I believe that is the only location information I have provided for any of the three.
Gotcha. And that one is the one that I have on the overhead right now, which is State's Exhibit 14, correct? If you need to,
Yeah, I don't know state's exhibits, but I believe that is my item 7. Sorry.
And the reason I have it up here, we see MXT, and I think you were asked a little about that.
Yes.
MXT is on the head stamp, right?
That's correct.
And that stands for MaxTech?
I believe so, yes.
Which would be the brand. Of
Yes.
it, right? Which is a pretty common brand, right?
I believe so, yeah.
And then in comparison, the other two 9mm that you determined were fired from the same firearm, they are a different brand, correct? And I can put them up there to show you.
Yeah, I believe they were both Federals.
Because they have a little different marking. They both have that FC, correct?
Yes, so they're different manufactured brand of ammunition, but the brand of ammo does not have bearing. We're looking at the individual marks that are translated from the firearm.
Sure, sure. And again, you determined these are fired from the same firearm, but I'm just pointing out two different brands of ammunition, right?
That is correct. Yep.
Thank you, ma'am. That's all.
Okay, please make sure the evidence is repackaged and given back to the clerk.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. All right, very good. Any questions, Mr. Petrides? Any redirect, Mr. Harmon?
Yes, Your Honor. Counsel asked you about the commonality of MaxTech ammunition. I just wanted to ask you, there's a lot of other manufacturers of 9mm ammunition.
Yes, there's a lot.
Federal?
There's Federal, Winchester, Remington, Spear, Hornady. There's a lot.
So you were asked about, and this would be your report 4099, and then your report 7633. Okay? So
Yes.
4099, just to reference your prior testimony, were the casings from a black box,
Yes.
and 7633 was in reference to an assault on Charles Jones.
Yes.
Okay. You did grouping within each of those cases with the groups of shell casings that were submitted.
That is correct.
And in both cases, you had 223 and 5.56 NATO caliber shell casings,
That is correct.
which are all consistent with being fired from an AR-15 style rifle.
They're consistent with being fired in that style that's chambered for 5.56 NATO.
Okay. And you were able to identify them as being fired, one from each group within each of those cases is being fired by the same firearm?
Yes, I took one cartridge case from each screening group and was able to identify them together.
And you grouped them by caliber? 223 versus 5.56 NATO?
That's how they were labeled and identified in my item description, but they were all actually screened together, the 223s and the 5.56 within each case. All of them were screened together, and then I selected one representative cartridge case from each grouping and was able to identify them.
Okay. And then you took one from the shell casings from the black box and one from the shell casings from the assault on Charles Jones, and you compared them and you identified them as being fired by the same firearm.
That is correct.
All right. Now, counsel asked you about eliminating the items that were submitted this year, the fired bullet jackets, the fired bullet jacket fragments, and we talked about those. In 7633, I believe, you're at TPD submissions.
7688.
88, I'm sorry, thank you. And you were able to eliminate all of those that had polygonal rifling on them from either of the rifles, either your 8 or 9.
That is correct.
Right, because those are conventionally rifled.
That is correct, yes.
All right, and that was, using counsel's term, an objective determination.
Yes.
You didn't need to look at the individual characteristics.
That is
that
correct,
right?
yes.
Okay. And the items that all the items that you saw that were submitted in this year, in that 7688 report, and that's, I believe, 10 through 16 are your item numbers, basically?
I believe so, yes.
All right, with 16, 12, and 13 having several items within those
That is
items.
correct.
Okay. You were able to determine with 2 of those the caliber class as being a 38 caliber class?
Yes.
All right. And the rest of them, they were all grouped consistent with each other as polygonal rifling with rails, except 12G, which didn't have the rails, but could have been fired from a railed Glock.
Yeah, that is a possibility, but yes, they were all screened together with those, probably with rails minus the 12G, which was just polygonal.
All of those are consistent with being fired from a Glock handgun.
Yes.
And they're all consistent. In fact, the ones with the rail would have to have been fired. If it's in a Glock, it's in a Glock Generation 5 or maybe a Generation 6.
Yes, the barrel that is placed in a Generation 5 Glock is the ones with polygonal rifling.
With the rails.
With the rails, yes.
Right. And if they were fired at a crime scene in 2024, there was no Generation 6 at that time.
I do not believe so.
And that caliber class of those 2, that's completely different than the caliber class of the of your 8 and 9.
Yes.
The 5.56 NATO and the 300 Blackout.
That is correct,
Okay.
yes.
All right. Now, counsel talked about a total. He basically took all of the submissions, I think from 7688, combined them all, okay? You had the projectiles that came out of the victim's body from the pleural cavity and the chest wall. You identified one of those as a 22 5 millimeter caliber class, right?
That is correct.
All right. Other than those 2, the rest of them were either identified as 38 caliber class, which would be consistent with 9 millimeter, or they are screened and grouped with 2 that are that caliber class.
That's correct, but the screened and group based on their rifling type.
Right, the polygonal with rails.
That's correct.
Okay. And all of those were eliminated from the 300 Blackout. The 2 that were recovered from the victim's body, one of which was a 22.556, that's a different caliber class than 300 Blackout.
That is correct.
And in fact, that's item 4. Your item 1 was also eliminated to the 300 Blackout based on a difference in class characteristics, correct?
That is correct.
Your item 4 and item 1, which again were identified as coming from portions of the victim's body, when you compare them to each other, they were inconclusive to each other, and they were inconclusive to the item 8 rifle, which is a 5.56 NATO chambered or caliber rifle, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And when you say inconclusive, that is not an elimination, right?
That's correct. An inconclusive is there was not enough detail to either identify or eliminate. I can't say anything otherwise other than there just was not enough detail here for me to work with.
And they certainly could have been fired out of that rifle.
They could have been, or they could not have been. Yeah,
And there's nothing to say they weren't.
correct.
You were not able to eliminate them.
Correct.
So, and we didn't talk about this earlier, but council kind of talked about it in the cross. I want to ask you about it. Because, well, when you made your comparisons of these the two items from the victim's body, item 1 and 4, you could exclude those, one on caliber class from the 300 blackout. The other one could be excluded on a different class characteristic from the blackout rifle, correct?
That is correct, yes.
All right. And you said they were inconclusive to the rifle. Now, when you made that comparison to, and I'm talking about the item 8, the 5.56 rifle, when you conduct that analysis, do you actually take that 5.56 Black Forge rifle, your item 8, right, our item 50, our exhibit 56, do you actually take that and test fire it?
Yes, so when we receive a firearm in casework, we will take it to, we have an indoor range at our lab that we can take and shoot firearms in. And in order to collect projectiles, we shoot into what's called a water tank, which allows us to collect the bullets in a condition to allow us to do comparisons.
All right. So you're test firing it, you're collecting that bullet that has been preserved in water from being deformed or anything, correct?
That's correct.
Meaning it hasn't gone through glass or sheet metal or hit anything.
That's correct.
And you take precautions for that not to happen by firing it into that water tank?
Yes, that is the purpose of the water tank, is to try to minimize any damage that could occur to it, to have them in a more pristine condition in order to compare them.
And then you collect it and you take that as you know that's been fired in that rifle, and that's what you compare to the projectiles that were recovered from the victim's body, 1 and 4.
That is correct, yes.
And that's when you're doing them next to each other on a comparison microscope?
That is correct, yes.
Is that the proper term?
Yes.
Even though those rifles were submitted with test fires, you're not going to rely on the City of Tampa Police Department's test fires. You do your own to make sure you have a pristine bullet to do that?
Yes, we shoot our own test fires.
Okay. And that's the process that you would have been able to go through if we had recovered a 9mm Glock pistol, correct?
Yes, I would have test fired that as well.
You were asked about the subjectivity of the identification procedure where you're looking for those individual characteristics. And you indicated, counsel asked you, do you hold yourself to even a higher threshold than maybe other analysts?
Oh, definitely.
Okay. And you talked about viewing in your training thousands of projectiles that were recovered from a rifle and test firing?
Yes.
Or from a pistol or other firearms?
That is correct, yes.
And then looking at those, multiple ones that are fired from the same firearm?
Yep, we'll look at ones fired from the same firearm, from different firearms, from similar makes and models of firearms.
And you have received the training that you've testified about, and you've conducted thousands of comparisons during your career?
Oh, yes, definitely.
And your training and your experience is what informs you in your opinions?
Yes.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
And no further questions, thank you, ma'am.
All right, may this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. You free to go?
Thank you.
Okay, and before, you guys need to make sure, go ahead, you're good, Ms. Joe. So, make sure the evidence is, everything's where it should be and it's repackaged. And the scissors. Okay, very good. So, it's 12:20, so we'll go ahead and take our lunch break. We will reconvene, let's say 1:30. And just remember my previous instructions. Don't talk to anybody about this case. Read, watch, listen to any news accounts or social media posts. And we'll see you back here at 1:30. All right, very good.
All right.
How they gonna go to lunch now? Yeah, I know it's lunchtime. They're supposed to go to 1 o'clock. We 3 likes away from 90. 3. Yeah, I'm trying to chew, man. God damn it. No one gotta eat. They don't need to eat. Nor did it make it any worse. But what Kenny's
Mr. Howard, you're called Kenny Caps because you cap people.
Objection, Your Honor.
Do you know what 5K 1.1 is?
I don't know why.
Robert Kenny Caps Howard took the stand today for the second time since the demise of his friend Julio Foolio. In our last video, we asked the question if Kenny Caps could have possibly been the back door to Foolio based off his questionable actions. In his testimony today, I don't think it helped clear the notion, nor did it make it any worse. But what Kenny's testimony did do, especially his back and forth with Gonzalez, was exposed that the respect and reputation that he has may be in question. And we're still not ruling out that backdoor angle as we find out he had way more communication with Rashad Murphy than what he said he had prior. I smell a snake. This seems like a backdoor. And according to WAC 100, Kenny Caps is a long-tailed rat. All right, I need all the networkers in the Rumination to lock in. Let's go.
What's your question?
Did you speak to Gutta in the months leading up to the homicide?
Yes, ma'am.
Was it unusual for you to talk to him?
No, ma'am.
And why would you talk to Isaiah Chance? Is he 6 o'clock?
No, ma'am.
Did you know him before you went to prison?
No, ma'am.
How did you come to know him when you got out of prison?
Social media.
And who reached out to him?
I think he reached out to me.
June 21st of 2024. Did you have an opportunity to come to Tampa with Charles Jones?
Yes, ma'am.
What day did you come down here?
I don't recall.
Oh, now he a little wounded. I don't recall. Come on, bro. You was just gonna. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Pick one snitch.
Was there anyone else other than yourself and Charles Jones with you all?
It was me, Gino, and Charles Jones.
Was there an individual present by the name of Xavier Edwards?
Not the first night, no.
Was there an individual by the name of Xavier Edwards on the second night?
Yes, ma'am.
Does he have a nickname?
We call him Fat Zay.
Fat Zay. Have you heard the nickname Fat Boy?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you stay to help unload the Airbnb from that night?
No, ma'am.
What did you do?
I fled. I left.
Where did you go to?
I went to the club.
And what was your purpose in going to the club?
To check, to see, just scope out the scenery.
Scope out the scenery?
Yeah, the club.
What does that mean?
Just make sure everything's good, the location of it. Make sure I see everything's all right, you know, before he shows.
Did you all go inside of the second club?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have an opportunity to see whether Charles Jones was still posting on social media?
Yes, ma'am.
Was he?
Yes, ma'am.
At that point, did you say anything else to him about that?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did he say to you?
To relax and to let him enjoy his birthday.
Did you do that?
Yes, ma'am.
At some point, is the appearance at club number 2 over?
Yes, ma'am.
You all are leaving at this point?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, whose car is this? Is this Mr. Jones's car, or are you leaving in another car?
It's Armani's car.
Where were you seated inside of that vehicle?
The back seat.
it would make sense for him to sit in the back seat. He already got his hand on the back door.
When you actually arrived at the home to suites, did you stay inside of the car?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see where Charles Jones's car was?
Yes, ma'am.
And what happens next as you are at the home to suites?
That's when I hear the shots go off.
Did you see where the shots were coming from?
No, ma'am.
What did you do?
I ducked.
And after you ducked, did you say anything to anyone?
I told her money to go.
Was she driving the car forward or backwards once the shots rang out and you told her to go?
She backed up.
And did you keep going after that?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you go?
We found help. She found help. And as we were going down the street, we seen police officers stop. They had someone pulled over.
Did you tell law enforcement about the Airbnb?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you tell law enforcement about the club appearances that you had?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you tell law enforcement about 2 clubs?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you tell law enforcement where you were in the car when the shooting occurred?
Yes, ma'am.
How about the ducking? Did you tell them about your position at all inside the car?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you at any time assist law enforcement by helping to keep Armani away?
Yes, ma'am.
He even restraining people for the law. That's equivalent of locking somebody up. Just kidding. And why is he about to have this deep, detailed conversation with Rashad Murphy after he offed your friend?
How about to Rashad Murphy? Did you have his phone number saved in your phone as a contact, or was it just a number?
Just a number.
Did you reach out to him, or did he reach out to you?
I reached out to him.
And did that happen on FaceTime like you indicated?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you get his phone number?
I got his phone number through him.
Through him?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you communicate with him on social media? Or telephone and text?
Yes, ma'am.
Somehow you made contact with him?
Yes, ma'am.
And specifically after the homicide itself, did you have any contact with Rashad Murphy?
Restate your question.
After Charles Jones was killed, how long were you out of custody?
Like 24 hours.
So you got arrested by the feds within 24 hours?
Yes, ma'am.
From the time that you come back and find Charles Jones at the Black Charger early morning on the 23rd,
yes,
to
ma'am.
the time that you get arrested by the feds,
yes, ma'am.
Did you have contact with Rashad Murphy?
Yes, ma'am.
In what way?
He texted me.
And what did he say?
He forgives me.
He forgives you?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he say anything else in the texts?
I think to call him.
Did you actually call him?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I didn't hear the witness's response.
To call him.
To call him.
Did you actually call him?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall what that conversation was with him when you actually called him?
Yes, ma'am.
What did he say during the call itself?
He forgives me again. He forgives me. And where was I?
Did you understand where were you to be about? Or did he give you any kind of context when he said were you?
Where was I? I was, just where was I?
What did you respond to that?
I was around.
And did he say anything else?
Stuff like he seen me.
Where?
Walking down the stairs of the club. Like, say he seen me by the club. Seen me at the club.
Did he say what you were doing at the club when he saw you?
He said I was paying attention.
That you were or were not paying attention?
I were paying attention.
Then did he make any statements about the actual home to suites, the homicide scene, the location?
Yeah. He said that was him in front of that car.
Did you have any idea what he was talking about?
I kind of did, yes, ma'am.
At that point, had you seen some of the video?
No, ma'am.
So how did you know what he was talking about?
I'm guessing he's in that car, so.
When he said he was standing in front of the car, could you see where the shooters were when you were actually being shot at?
No, ma'am.
You can answer.
No, sir.
Right? And I think you said you called Kenny Capps because of South Park?
Correct.
Kenny on South Park?
Correct.
Kenny McCormick on South Park, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That doesn't have anything to do with Capps, does it? It has to do with Kenny.
That came with it.
That was pretty funny for Gonzalez to have that aha moment where he thinks he deciphered the colloquialism and found the double entendre. I found the double meaning. He really means this. No, bro, but it does get better. Let's go.
It's your testimony that Adrian Gaynor killed Joe Rod Adams, correct?
Rephrase that.
It is your testimony that Adrian Gaynor killed Joe Rod Adams in 2018 at Rains High School, correct?
When is that testimony?
Well, I'm asking you, is that a fact?
Correct.
The street knew that Robert Howard didn't kill Joe Rod Adams, right?
Correct.
Is it your testimony that you actually didn't even see Joe Rod Adams get shot?
Correct.
And your testimony, or excuse me, is it a fact that you didn't even know Joe Rod Adams was at the football game, correct?
Correct.
When did this mystery testimony occur that he was admitting that he didn't even know Gerard Adams was there and that Bibby was the one who actually took his life? Because how did he end up with the manslaughter charge and facing possibly 15 if he violates his probation, which he did by selling, what, a half pound of methamphetamine?
And so initially you were charged with a first-degree murder, right?
Correct.
And at the end of the day, you would serve so much time in jail, you figured, let me just plead to a manslaughter because it's going to get me out, right?
Correct.
Mr. Howard, you talked about this conversation where you alleged that Mr. Murphy told you in Jacksonville, I forgive you, right?
Correct.
And you didn't really respond to that, correct?
No, sir.
And he allegedly told you that he saw you that night, right?
Correct.
And he could have done something to you and he didn't, right?
Correct.
He was talking about allegedly you paying attention. You were concerned because there were some cars in that Truth parking lot that bothered you, right?
Correct.
When you saw these cars, were you on the bottom floor there of the parking lot, just taking a look around?
Both.
What do you mean by both?
And I was on the floor and walking up the steps. I watched the whole parking lot.
You receive warning ahead of time. You saw something while you're there that makes you suspicious. You don't alarm anybody. This makes you suspicious, right?
Mr. Howard, you have a pending federal criminal court case, correct?
Correct.
And you have a pending violation of probation in state court in Duval County, correct?
Yes, sir.
At one point in time, someone, you or your attorney, reached out to law enforcement or the prosecutors about some information that you knew you had, correct?
Correct.
And that ended up with you providing a statement, which you said was under oath, on August 4th of 2025. You remember that date?
Correct.
But even though you don't talk to the police about things like this, you never do, you did then, didn't you?
Correct.
You talked a lot for a couple hours, didn't you?
Correct.
That would be a little bit different than what you normally would do with the police, isn't it?
Correct.
So from June 24th, when you got arrested, day after the murder, until August 4th of 2025, which is about 14 months, you never reached out to anybody to tell them that you had this information, did you?
Correct.
Did you tell your lawyer about it in that first 14 months? That you had this information that can potentially, be of great benefit?
So, yeah, not conversations he had with his lawyer.
Poorly phrased. Let me rephrase that. You didn't contact or have anybody contact law enforcement to tell them about this, did you?
No, sir.
You have tablets in the jail, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Didn't use your tablet to email anybody to say, look, I got information, right?
Correct.
Didn't do that in June when you were arrested in 2024, correct?
Correct.
In fact, you never said anything about this until August of 2025, 14 months later. Is that right?
Correct.
I don't know what Gonzalez been doing this whole time, but this is his best day ever. I ain't gonna lie, he's cooking kitty caps.
But what did happen is that you had already pled guilty to your federal charges, right?
Correct.
And you were waiting for sentencing, weren't you?
Correct.
And you didn't provide this information to either law enforcement or prosecutors anywhere until you were getting ready to be sentenced in federal court. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
And so you sold a half a pound of methamphetamine to an and you entered into a plea agreement with the federal government, right?
Correct.
But that plea agreement doesn't set out what your sentence is going to be, does it?
Correct.
It doesn't tell you, I plead guilty to this and I get this sentence, right?
Correct.
In fact, that is left up to a judge, right?
Correct.
But a federal prosecutor can file a motion in order to ask a judge to give you less time, right?
Correct.
Do you know what 5K 1.1 is? Have you been spoken to about that?
I know what it is.
I'm going to invade an attorney-client privilege, okay?
Are you aware of what 5K 1.1 is?
I know what it is, yes, sir.
And it allows for departures in sentencing than what the minimums and maximums would be, correct?
Correct.
And one of the ways that can occur is cooperation, right?
Correct.
Your plea agreement was signed way back in February of 2025, right?
Correct.
You could have been sentenced a long, long time ago, right?
Correct.
But after your statement in August of 2025, we're still waiting for that to happen, right?
Correct.
For people to evaluate what you're doing here today, right?
I wouldn't say that. I don't know how to answer that.
Nah, I wouldn't say I don't know how to answer that. No, don't get shy and bashful and mush mouth and tongue tied now, nigga. Traumatized.
Are you aware of any other reason why your sentencing had been put off so long?
Correct. May 1st, well, just this upcoming May 1st, a federal law has changed in my case, so.
Well, you don't want to serve a 15-year minimum mandatory in federal prison, do you?
No, sir.
And you don't want to serve any more time if you can help it in your manslaughter and aggravated battery case in state court, do you?
No, sir.
And you would do about anything for that not to happen, wouldn't you, Mr. Howard?
I wouldn't say anything.
What might be of significant benefit to you is what you're saying here today, right?
I'm here because I was subpoenaed here.
You've spoken to prosecutors about wanting to get benefit for what you're saying here today, right?
If it helps, but I'm here because I got subpoenaed.
Oh, I know you got a subpoena, but the bottom line is you would have never got a subpoena unless you told somebody that you had information to give. Now, would you? Because nobody would have known.
Correct.
You would like to have cooperation and get a benefit and a reduced sentence for the story that you're telling today, would you not?
I would like to not get a contempt court and not providing or answering questions that will help me further violate my state probation.
Nobody reached out to you before you reached out to somebody else to say you had this information, did they?
Correct.
All right, I guess Gonzalez did a good enough job at making Kenny seem unreliable or having motives as to why he's testifying and saying what he's saying in oppose of his client, Rashad Murphy. But you proving to us that Kenny Caps is a rat and possibly a backdoor, don't get your client off, buddy. Now we're going to play a few more clips before we get out of here. I appreciate y'all rocking out. Make sure y'all like, comment, subscribe if you haven't already. Like my bro said, I reserve the right to be wrong. And like I say, I identify as a multi-millionaire. Other than that, it's just RUMORNATI Network. We are out of here. Let's go.
You picking out Rashad Murphy from a photo pack, a group of pictures, shouldn't surprise us because you already know what Rashad Murphy looks like as a result of all of that TV coverage, right?
I talked to him. I knew how he looked before the TV coverage.
You didn't talk to the police about the things that might have been going on behind the scenes, correct?
I talked to the police about the questions they asked, yes, sir. Every question they asked, I answered.
Right, about what happened there that night.
Yes, sir.
And where you had been, and who you stayed with, and what you saw, right?
Yes, sir.
In your regular life, walking around, you have said, I don't talk to police. Isn't that true?
Yeah, I've said that, yes, sir.
But isn't it true at some point in the evening that you and Mr. Jones had gotten into an argument?
Correct.
And that argument took place at Teasers. No, wait, take that back. Truth 18.
Correct.
And the argument was about what?
Him drinking and consuming drugs, drinking alcohol.
Along with him posting where his location was, right?
Correct.
Wasn't that part of the argument?
Both. Correct.
Both. And then when you left Truth 18, you actually didn't ride with Charles Jones, right?
Correct.
You left Truth 18 with someone else.
Correct.
And that would have been what, Armani Turner?
Correct.
And another female?
Correct.
And that is outside Truth 18.
Correct.
And at that point you had gotten into a little bit of an argument with Mr. Jones, right?
Yeah, before this.
I'm sorry, before that?
Yes.
But yet, when Mr. Jones and his people, or his other friends, right, leave Truth 18, you leave in a completely different vehicle.
Correct.
And when Charles Jones arrives at the hotel, you don't even get out of the car when he goes and tries to get a room.
Correct.
I don't know why.
Like, comment, subscribe.
To Rashad Murphy.
Yes.
And what?
His account messages Sir John Wall, get the BNB for me, gang.
I don't know why.
Is there anything of relevance in the searched items from Mr. Gathwright's device?
Yes, so we can see in this image that Sean Gathwright's device actually uses the search feature in the web browser Safari to search the value Teasers Gentlemen Club at 10:03 p.m. on Saturday, 6/22.
Were you ultimately able in the course of your investigation to identify a Mizzle present at the Airbnb?
Yes.
And was this a story or a video as well?
Correct.
Got my brother with me, popped out for my birthday,
If you guys remember when this first occurred, they were saying that Mizzle hadn't been around Foolio in a while. I don't know for sure, but they were suggestive of him being involved in snakish activities. And they go from that directly to Rashad Murphy's communication with John Wall, who's supposed to be Foolio's friend, who didn't. Never mind, just watch.
Did Mr. @Mizzle post this same story that Charles Jones posted to his Instagram account as well?
Yes, Mizzle's account reposted the victim's post, correct.
In 125, is this Mr. Mizzle's account return or the story from Mr. Mizzle's account?
Yes.
And were you able to review, after this post at 12:27 a.m., the return records for Rashad Murphy's Instagram account?
Yes.
At 12:38 a.m., approximately 11 minutes later, was there an Instagram message exchange with Ghost187 and John Wall 22?
Correct.
And again, Ghost187 had been identified to Rashad Murphy?
Yes.
And what was the exchange that occurred at 12:38 a.m. on the 23rd?
So what we can see from Rashad Murphy's Instagram return is a message sent to the user John Wall 22, and in the body you can see the actual message that he sent. And at 12:38 a.m. on the 23rd, Rashad Murphy's account messages to John Wall, "Get the B&B for me, gang."
What does Mr. John Wall reply, if anything?
John Wall replies, "Man, you know I want it myself, and if I could, I would have had it. There's so many hoes there, just ask one of somebody can get it from them."
Relevance or significance that occurs with likes on Mr. Rashad Murphy's account.
Yes, he likes a post by Young and Ace from ATK.
Is Young and Ace Kenyatta Bullard?
Yes.
And is that the same individual who created the raps videos that we've seen thus far? So Who I Smoke or Do It?
Do It, Game Over, yes.
From Isaiah Chance's account in searching for any of the individuals that were present at the Airbnb with Charles Jones.
Yes, so at this specific time, Isaiah Chance's Instagram account got Isaiah searches, as we can see and selected, for the account of Mizzle.
And is that username the same username that was tagged in Charles Jones's story?
Yes, correct.
And is that the same Mizzle account that you obtained returns for, which reposted Charles Jones's stories to his own account?
Correct.
Now, none of this means that Mizzle or John Wall was involved with setting up Foolio, but John Wall, as a friend, said he tried to alert him from a phantom Instagram account. When you know he has millions of followers, he's not gonna see it. He probably doesn't even receive the messages if you're sending it from somebody that he's not following. You can make direct contact with him, and it was, I think, a girl or his cousin or somebody that said she had a better chance at getting in contact with him, and all John Wall had to do was alert her. And as far as Mizzle goes, he's already friends with both sides. So you can help without helping. You can tell him, look, man, I ain't doing all that calling, but just watch my story. You gonna see where we at.
At 1:32 a.m. on the early morning hours of Sunday the 23rd, while the other three are at McDonald's, Sean Gaithwright's device texts Kyla Enright's device saying, "I need you to text Fat Boy. I need y'all to text Fat Boy."
Were you able throughout the course of your investigation to determine who Fat Boy was or may have been?
Yes.
Who was that?
Xavier Edwards.
And what, if any, responses there?
Kyla responds about what?
Does Mr. Gathright respond?
Yes, he says, "Hey sis, I need you to text Fat Boy and tell him you're trying to pull up and trying to see him tonight."
At this point, do you know who's on the other line from Miss Kyla Enright's device?
From Kyla Enright's statement, we knew that her and Nevia were together at this time, but when he says "Hey sis," I'm not 100% sure whether Sean's talking to his sister through through Kyla's device, or if he's talking directly to Kyla.
Does Mr. Gathright send additional messages, and what were they?
Yes, he says he's in Tampa right now. Bruh, make it seem like you don't know that he's there. He's at a B&B with 6. Be like, "Where you at? I want to pull up. I'm drunk and trying to fuck."
Which is sick. Let me explain real quick. They said Sean and Kyla had a romantic relationship. Kyla and Sean's sister are friends. So whether they're still involved or not, I doubt he's calling her sis. So when he's texting her phone knowing her sister is with him, and he's telling his sister to reach out to this guy and say that you want to get down with him sexually just so you can take his life, how far are you willing to go? How far are you willing to let your sister go just so you can accomplish this negative goal?
Yes. Kyla says, "You want to come to the B&B with us, ? And Sean Gaithright says, "No, I'm in Tampa. I'm trying to see where his B&B is at." Kyla then responds, "Whose B&B?" And then Sean Gaithright responds, 6. It's his birthday and Fat Boy's with him. Bruh, make it like you don't know it. And then Kyla responds, "Fat Boy's going to Beezer's tonight," or some shit like that.
I'm gonna tell you how I know she reached out to Fat Boy. She responded in gang. She said, "Fat Boy going to Beezer's." Man, you know all these fake gang members want to replace everything with a B, and they're not even Bloods. Like the battle rapper Clean Paper. He's a vice lord, and he talking about bowling and just bicking it. What are you talking about? But a woman ain't gonna respond like that naturally. That's a copycat response. She reached out to Fat Boy. Now let's listen to Gonzalez read some of Gutter Zay's IG post and some more things. Just remember, when somebody says they know who really did what, who was really doing what out here in the streets, they're usually the ones who tell. Sometimes it takes a little time.
Yeah, starting with the one at 9:23, it's a black screen with the words in a white background there. It reads, I'm what boy? And then the account tags another account to a gentleman with a nickname of Heem. LOL, you merching on who tilly every single last N-word and bitch over there in NHG and ATK are gonna need God playing with me, especially with those allegations. Call my bluff. And then moving on to 9:26, another post from the same account. I be quiet, I don't be saying shit because I know what's going on and who's faking and who's not, who really contributed to the war and who didn't, man gone. I can count on one hand who fucking sliding and done killed shit and who didn't. Boy, what the fuck, I'm talking about confirmed kills, bitch. Let's be for real. At 9:33, Mr. Chance's Instagram account posted, Heem, you never did shit about Tilly. Green ass, purple ass, N-word, light skin, fuck you. Couldn't even go get them ones who was sliding a location. N-word, don't do shit but run your fucking mouth all day like a AH bitch. Y'all believe them fake ass rumors if you want. See that one man let y'all green ass N-words claim his work. He ain't even want to claim shit. It was only about 3 people around that bitch sliding. I'm done, you sissy. Tell him how you and that same boy, yeah, the one you had allegations with laid up in a bed at the spot with nobody there. LOL. Boy, I tell you, all you, the man, I'll spill it all. Motherfuckers better go sit down, roll over, and play sleep.
I told you, Young and Ace and J. Breezy, the name came up continuously.
They mentioned a transaction. Please just talk to us about the transaction that occurs in the early morning hours of June 22nd.
Yes, so on Cash App, it highlighted that approximately 1:45 a.m. on Saturday the 22nd, early morning hours of Saturday 22nd, an account with the name of J. Breezy sends $390 to Mr. Rich Off War, Isaiah Chance's account.
Are you, at this point in your investigation, familiar with J. Breezy when you're reviewing these records?
Yes.
Do you understand the relevance or the importance of then seeing this transaction at this time in advance of the homicide?
Yes.
Did you discuss or share this information with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
Correct.
And did you confirm that the image depicted of J. Breezy was a fair and accurate depiction of his album or something of that nature?
Yes.
What was the meaning behind the album, or what was depicted in it?
So this is an album cover from J. Breezy, where he's specifically doing the gesture of a middle finger and then holding a 6-ball, so fuck 6.
J. Breezy and Young and Ace, they were not arrested or indicted involved with this homicide, correct?
No, they were not.
No, you have no phone communication between Mr. Chance and Mr. Corey Rivers, J. Breezy, involved in this, correct?
Not specific to this weekend.
Now, the payment for that was made to Mr. Chance was in a different amount than the cost of the Airbnb, correct?
Correct. The money sent from J. was $390. The amount for the Airbnb was $360.61, I believe.
Any communications from Isaiah Chance to J. Not on the night of the homicide itself, but the day before, certainly communications via Cash App?
Yes.
And did you have an opportunity to review contacts between the two on the social media accounts and the device of Isaiah Chance, or the return from Isaiah Chance?
Yes.
Was there also a log recovered from a search warrant at Isaiah Chance's house?
Yes.
Did that reflect J. Breezy's contact information in someone's handwriting?
Yes, it did.
And is this the demonstrative, at least particular to this case, that demonstrates some of the relevant ATK members and associates?
Yes, ma'am.
Does this depict all of the documented ATK gang members in Jacksonville?
No, ma'am.
And are some of the individuals depicted deceased?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, from the depiction itself, can you please describe for us the individuals that are documented in the right side of the image, if those individuals are relevant to this case?
Yes, ma'am. Kenyatta Bullard, Young and Ace, is one of the well-known artists of ATK.
Is that the individual who authored the Who I Smoke video you presented before?
Yes, ma'am. The next one is Hakeem Robinson. He goes by Queso. He's a documented member.
Based on your prior testimony, is Queso the individual who had been convicted in the death of Bibby, 6 Block member?
Yes, ma'am.
How about Jacoby Grover, Quan, Travion Bullard, or Royale Smith, 23?
They are not documented members. At the time of their death, they would be considered associates to ATK.
And how long ago were they killed?
They were killed in 2018.
Is that the 3 individuals who were killed in the town center shooting that we already heard of?
Yes, ma'am. Throughout my investigation into ATK, I've watched numerous interviews that people have hosted Young and Ace and the other higher-end members of ATK. The specific interview I'm speaking of was created by GQ, and Young and Ace is talking about his jewelry in that interview, and he's talking about the chains and the pendants that go with it. In that interview, he speaks about the Ace of Spade chain, an ATK chain, and a 23 chain, and he says they all represent him and his people, his friends, or his group.
Did specifically in referencing 23 reference a fallen member of ATK or
Yes, ma'am.
associate of ATK?
Royale Smith.
Had you, in the course of your watching these gang members, had an opportunity to see several individuals wearing chains depicting the number 23?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had an opportunity
individual that was known as a gang member, Young and Ace, Young and Gang, that continued into ATK?
Yes, ma'am.
Who was that?
His name was Kenyatta Bullard, and he goes by Young and Ace.
Young and Ace. Do you know, or did you know at that time, an individual by the name of Noah Williams?
Yes, ma'am.
And who was that?
He goes by the stage name of Spinabens.
On August 31st of 2022, do you recall stopping a vehicle which Spinabens was driving?
Yes, ma'am. It was a green Dodge Challenger.
Could you see Spinabens?
Yes, ma'am. Through the windshield.
And did you recognize him at the time that you saw him?
Yes, ma'am.
Based on your briefings with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, did you know him to have a warrant at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there a stop of that vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
For the execution of that warrant?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have an opportunity to identify the occupants of that vehicle?
Yes, ma'am. There were 2 other occupants.
Who were the occupants?
One of the occupants was Rashad Murphy, and one of the occupants was Manuel McRae.
Did you document Rashad Murphy having been in the presence of Noah Williams at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
And was Noah Williams a documented 1200 Out East gang member?
Yes, ma'am.
I will pass the witness, Your Honor.
Oh, and they kept mentioning Spin the Bins too, along with Young and Ace and J. Dot. Listen, all y'all better have y'all run money ready or purchase a big We Are #1 foam finger to take to the stand and point at whoever the bigger fish is, because all y'all are fried. And this is wild. The guy that's in Foolio's back seat that got shot with him, that was asleep and then got woke up from the gunshots in the accident, his father was actually the cause of death for some of the guys' names you hear in these diss songs. All right, Rumor Nation, we're going to watch the rest of these clips and make sure you stay to the end of the video to see the detective diss Sean Gathright, almost like a drill song. But make sure y'all stay locked in, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Go ahead and get active down in the comments. And like my bro said, I reserve the right to be wrong. That's on the road for human error. I never set you out on purpose. And like I say, I identify as a multi-millionaire. They got a bathroom, then they got to give us a cash register. Other than that, his room, not a network. We are out of here. Let's go.
I think you indicated that Prosper is someone who had been previously killed, correct?
Prosper Neutron, yes.
I'm sorry?
I believe his name's Prosper Neutron, yes.
Prosper Johnson?
It's Prosper, somebody who was killed, yes.
Okay. And somebody else was killed too. Are you familiar with any of the facts or details?
Only what was told to me by Jacksonville, that these 2 gentlemen were killed, I believe, in 2014, and that they were killed by Gino Norris Sr., and that investigation ruled it a justified homicide, and he was in charge.
Do you know that the other person killed was Devontae Holsey? Does that ring a bell?
I can't recall.
Okay, so you wouldn't be able to indicate to me the background information on these individuals?
From personal knowledge, no. My understanding comes from Jacksonville's gang knowledge. If that name you said, if that person goes by the nickname of Junior, and that's what Jacksonville understood, that's what I'm understanding.
Okay, and this post is June 23rd, correct?
Correct.
You are aware of who Noah Williams is, right, from your investigation?
Spinabenz, yes.
Right. And you're aware that Spinabenz has a son named Junior?
I think I've heard that, sure.
And he was born on June 23rd. Do you know that?
I do not know that.
Are you aware that Noah Williams and Rashad Murphy grew up together since they were very small children?
I'm aware that they have a history, yes.
And Prosper, you're aware that Mr. Murphy has a son named Prosper, correct?
I've heard that, yes.
And Mr. Murphy's son also, like Mr. Williams' son, his birthday is on June 23rd, correct?
I don't know that.
Remember that being asked questions about 187
Yes.
babies?
Babies, yes.
Prosper and Junior. Do you recall that?
Correct.
And I think Mr. Gonzalez indicated to you that it was someone's children's birthdays or something along those lines. Do you know anything about children's birthdays?
I don't know.
But that post itself, was that the only post that was deleted from Rashad Murphy's Instagram stories from the morning of the homicide?
Correct.
Yes, ma'am.
Who are the outsiders that joined?
That's a physical member would be Isaiah Chance, and then an associate would be Sean Gathright.
Is this what you're referencing when you say created players?
Yes, ma'am. I would classify Sean Gathright due to him being an associate as a creative player or like a little do-it type person.
I don't know why.
Type person. Sean.
Referencing.
And then an associate would be Sean Gathright.
Is this what you're referencing when you say created players?
Yes, ma'am. I would classify Sean Gathright due to him being an associate as a creative player or like a little do-it type person.
Damn. 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 Put that nigga ass in the dirt. Damn. He called that boy a creative player or a little do-it type person. Yeah, Sean Gathright, he's just a little do-it. He's a creative player. Little do-it type person. That's the equivalent of a do boy, ain't it? Hey, go do it. You do it. You go do it. Hey, do boy, go fetch me my coffee. It's crazy to hear the officer say that, though, right? Let's hold on, guys. Let me see something real quick. All right, nothing waiting. All right, cool. So what we gonna do real quick. Just to do it. Run the likes up, guys. 3 more likes to get us to 95. Likes are looking amazing. I thank you guys. I thank you guys for rocking out. Y'all the most aggravating chat in the game, most appreciated chat in the world. Livest chat on the tube. I seen y'all going crazy. I see we had Gutter Zay in the chat. We had Sean Gathright in the chat. Which one of y'all, so far everybody thinks that Sean is gonna snitch first. If anybody's gonna take the stand, they saying it's gonna be Sean. IKF says created do it player. Mike from the Ville said hit this channel main page above the sub button are the links to the socials and the Discord. We are a growing community. Come join the Rumonati Network. And if you're feeling generous, $, the Rumonati Network on Cash App. The PayPal is open as well. Super duper salute to y'all. Anonymous says Sean gonna be tossing taints. Damn it, man. He gonna do it in prison for show. Gio. Is that Gioro man? Or is that Gioro man? I hope I'm saying that right, brother. No disrespect at all. Miss Duval, shout out to you. She says Gutters A in the chat. I can't, y'all. But y'all funny. That queso trial, man, we had everybody in the chat that day. That shit was hilarious. Y'all funny as hell, man. Miss Duval say a creative player. Bob Marley say Shauna's a creative player for sure. Auntie Kenyatta. Oh, they going off on this man name. Y'all, wow. Charles Jones do sound like a brand or something, Bob Marley says. Miss Duval said, I heard Prosper in Foolio's song. Right. Mike for the Ville says, Foolio had the most regular name. Charles Jones sounds like a brand of canned beans. Ace probably got named after his mother or something like that. Stay Striving says he has a girl. His name, he had a girl name. What the fuck? Anonymous says, I dated a Kiana. Nicholas Powell said, this is crazy. Sound like they might be coming for them boys. Doesn't it? I Kev said, who testified today, chat? Nothing. Nobody, man. This lady, forever. Forever. I think she just left when niggas went to eat or something like that, right? God damn. Trey Original with the laughing emojis. What up with it? Z, I see you. What's up with it? Y'all funny. I see the numbers went down as soon as we started talking. And I'm not offended by that, boy. I'm the opposite of any content creator you ever seen. I want to see them numbers go down. If you ain't going to run the likes up, you ain't going to interact, you ain't going to appreciate the content, appreciate the work, appreciate the consistency, get out. Get out. Get out of here. Get out of here. If you're not going to hit the like button and subscribe to the channel, get out of here. Get out. Yeah. We ain't fake around here, brother. Shay the Sand says, I'm still here. Hey, Nicholas Powell says, for sure. Ms. Duval says, if the prosecutor call you a snitch or a do-boy, then that's what you are. Damn. And she says, queso trial, Judge Tati was in the chat. That was funny. That was funny. He says, you good. Salute to you, brother. That's Gioro, man. I hope I'm saying, brother. I hope I'm saying your name right, bro. Oh, Gio Roman. Oh, my God. I'm putting all the shit together. I'm reading it as one word. I'm trying to think. Sometimes you are. Hold on, guys. To my defense, there's no case difference in none of the letters. So I'm just reading it as one, nigga. So y'all don't look at me. Oh, this motherfucker. No, motherfucker. But once he split it up and typed it, it's Gio Roman. It's simple as hell. I'm like, oh, man. Right over their head, bro. Gutters A says, 1200 Gutters A says, hey, Rumonati, I'll give you an interview for $30. I need a 3.5. We got you, bro. We got you, bro. Join the Discord. Join the Discord, nigga. Yo. That's funny, bro. 2 more likes. 2 more likes. Mr. Duval says, gotta say impersonator. Got me screaming at my desk. Gio Roman says, you good, you gotta read a lot. Facts, bro, facts. I do try to read a lot and fast and just get everybody in and, you know. So we got about 22 minutes before this thing starts off. We need Gutters A to join the Discord so we can go ahead and get him that interview, and let's get him these $30 so we can get him a good 3.5. I don't know how you're going to get a 3.5 in there, buddy. I have nothing to do with that part, but I'll send you the money for the interview. What you do with it, that's on you. You know what I'm talking about? 2 more likes to get us to 95, guys. 2 more likes to get us to 95. I seen them numbers go down. I don't care. That's why I kept talking. I was going to play a video a few minutes ago, but I seen that they ran the numbers down. Oh, you need you to shut up. No, nigga, no. I've been quiet the entirety of the case, nigga. I'm not stepping on the content, not speaking over them, none of that. I ain't even sneaking in every now and then with the hit the like button and subscribe like I normally do. I'm giving y'all the clear court content, nigga, not saying nothing. Now, it's time to shine. It's time to show out. It's time to show love. It's time to salute the chat. It's time to make noise, wake up, get the energy back going, make sure everybody's locked in, feeling good, doing good. You know what I'm talking about? That's what these breaks are for, nigga. You thought we were just going to play videos the whole time. This ain't yesterday. Yesterday it was hard. Yesterday we was live. How long? But you know how hard it was to get some likes to go yesterday? Yesterday, nigga, the energy was done. Y'all wasn't hitting the like button. We don't put pressure about donations or nothing, but y'all wasn't even hitting the like button, something that don't cost you nothing. Yeah, so I had to clamp down. I'm talking about, but we're back. But I am about to play a video though. And this don't have nothing to do with the numbers going down. Y'all can keep leaving, keep leaving, nigga. Give a fuck. I know fluff numbers. I F with the real. I appreciate y'all. I appreciate every last one of y'all, even the fluff numbers, but I know you probably not returning. You know what I'm talking about? I do this for them ones, know what I'm saying? That's where the energy come from. The real energy come from them ones. All you floaters, float on. Float on, float on. Hold my nigga say, float on. All right, we all about to play a video though. We got, I know y'all pretty much know what happened with that boy Stephon Diggs, right? Right. If not, here's a quick update. The boy beat the Chargers. Shorty was with the BS. I didn't go in on her. Y'all know how I talk. Y'all know we can have fun, and I can be very critical in situations like this. But right now, I think the eyes are on us for whatever different reasons, and I had to behave myself. So the normal approach I would have took in this situation, it wasn't like that. It was just fair and informative. Let's get a Stephon Diggs update real quick before his court starts back. Let's go.
Is missing a whole lot of stuff.
The yes or no question.
I can't answer your question correctly without the proper evidence.
I don't know why.
All right, I need all the networkers in the Rumor Nation to lock in. We're bringing you a major courtroom update involving former NFL star Stephon Diggs. After a 2-day trial in Dead End, Massachusetts, a jury has officially found Diggs not guilty on all charges related to an alleged December 2025 altercation involving his former live-in personal chef, Jamila Adams.
Count 1, strangulation or suffocation. What is your verdict? Guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
On count 2, the charge of assault and battery. What is your verdict? Guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
Madam Fool.
Diggs had been facing 2 serious charges, felony strangulation or suffocation, along with misdemeanor assault and battery. Prosecutors claimed the incident happened during a heated dispute over money allegedly owed for chef services performed at Diggs' Massachusetts home. During the trial, Adams testified that Diggs slapped and choked her during the argument.
Do you know which hand he used?
Right hand, right side of my face.
Do you know which part of your face got hit?
The right side of my face.
And I know you're putting your hand against your cheek. Was it your cheek that got
It was
struck?
my cheek that got hit.
So he smacked you,
Yeah.
and then what happened?
I went to try to block him, push him like this.
So I see you're pushing your hands out.
Oh, I forgot. I gotta keep the mic. I gotta do all this stupid shit with the microphone. The bitch looked like she was about to do that Mike Epps. You know how Mike Epps act like he get hit in the head and he be like that's what it looked like she was doing. This shit is, man, listen, I did not go in on Shorty. Y'all know I talk crazy. Sometimes I could talk crazy. Y'all know, bro. I did not. I held everything back and just spoke on the clips and the facts. I don't even think I had an opinion about, but y'all should already know where I stand when it comes to this shit right here, boy. Allegedly owed for chef services performed at Diggs' Massachusetts home. During the trial, Adams testified that Diggs slapped and choked her during the argument.
Do you know which hand he used?
Right hand, right side of my face.
Do you know which part of your face got hit?
The right side of my face.
And I know you're putting your hand against your cheek. Was it your cheek that got
It was
struck?
my cheek that got hit.
So he smacked you,
Yeah.
and then what happened?
I went to try to like block him, like push him like this. Like
So I see you're pushing your hands out.
I pushed up. He's way taller than me. I pushed up for him.
How tall are you?
4'11", 5 feet.
And how tall is he? Do you know?
6 feet, 6'1".
So you said you pushed out and you made a motion with your hands. So does that mean you pushed with your hands?
Yes.
Around what, like his stomach, his chest, his shoulders?
Up to block his hand.
Okay. And then what happened?
And then he when I went up to push his hand, like block him, like block him, he took his arm and he like came around my neck with the grip of his elbow around my neck, and he began to choke me, pressure on my neck with his elbow.
So you said you pushed against him and then he put his arm around your neck?
Yes.
Do you know, were you facing away from him?
I was facing him.
You were facing him, he put his arm around your neck?
Yes, he like spun me around.
Defense pushed back aggressively. Arguing. Boy, she was flipping all kinds. She said the nigga slapped her on the right side. Everything was wrong. The side that she said he slapped her on, the bruise was supposedly on the other side. She choked him from behind. He allegedly choked her from behind, but then she had to switch it up and say, yeah, he spun me around, and y'all had to see it, bro. It was terrible. There was 3 more likes to get us to 100, guys. 3 more likes to get us to 100. Let's go. No physical evidence. Anybody not in Discord? Yeah, we can. Anybody want to get in Discord? Come up. Pop in. Anybody got some commentary? Come up. Court starts in a few minutes. This will be the time to chime in now. If you want to chime in on the content, let's go. Get in the Discord. Oh, we got Miss Duval. I see you, Miss Duval. Let's go. Hold on, guys. Hold on. Miss Duval.
Bro.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you perfectly. Hey,
Let's go.
everybody in the chat. Yeah, I just want to say, Rumor, just looking at the trial and listening, I've been in and out, so I haven't really been catching just pretty much everything. But damn, somebody finna do some time, and like what type of city, like what type of city will bring you back to back murder trials? You hear me? When I say back to back, like back to back in the same situation, we just got through with Queso trial. Now they're doing a Foolio trial. Like it's back to back, and it's all surrounded around just about the same thing. You know what I'm saying? The murdering and killing and just all of that nightmare. And these guys on the stand, so calm and cool, and you can see how they're trying to be calm and brave and things like that. And I'm just saying to myself the whole time, I'm just sitting here working, I'm looking back at the screen, I'm like, damn, y'all is they fucked. The evidence, the testimony, I'm watching Davion, I'm laughing at my damn desk. I mean, and I never took my time and really looked at a trial like this. from the all the way from the queso trial all the way to now. And you're doing a wonderful job. Guys, make sure you guys definitely smash that like button. You're doing a wonderful job. Just the commentary, everybody. I do want to say, because we got a Gudazay in the chat. Freaking, I want to shout out to Mills, Mike, Anonymous One, Nico, Stewart, Gloria Nam. Pretty much everybody. You guys interacted in the chat. It actually sends a signal out and it pushes this video out. So you guys probably don't know that, but it does. So it's always good to kind of interact. And if you don't want to interact, that's fine too. Just make sure you guys click the like button, because that helps with the algorithm as well.
Definitely.
But I want to say thank you for covering this for us, because a lot of people that watch your channel, they just basically everyday people. And then you do have, because I can just tell in the chat, sometimes you do have one or two lagoons that pop in and out. But this is all of this is surrounded around normal everyday people that just go to work, take their kids to school, just normal stuff, boring, the regular boring life or whatever. And to see that all of this stuff is like manifesting around a community. And I'm gonna be honest with you, woman, whenever you come here to Jacksonville and you go on, it's like when you go on the north and the east side, every side of town has like their own little hood or whatever. But when you go on the north side, you can see it like more. When I go on the west side and the south side, and I go home and I get ready to go to the south side and the west side, it's total opposite. Like the trees different, the streets different, the buildings different, the people different. Good morning, Miss Mitchell. Howdy. Hey, baby, how you doing? To the west side, running. To the north side, running up. I done had my car stolen. I done been mugged before. Like it's just totally different. I just wish the atmosphere would be different. You know what I'm saying? I had my car stolen over here and everything. So it's like all of this crime and the murder and stuff like that. Like we just want it to be like it's gonna always be there, especially when you're in a big city. But I'm just thankful that some of these people are not on the streets anymore. And I'm not a gang affiliate.
That's what we keep the guys. Go ahead and get y'all a t-shirt. Keep the guys t-shirts on the Rumonati shop. Keep the guys. Listen, we don't want these menaces walking the streets no more. We not freeing them just because we know them. What type of character are you? You doing, nigga, you out here scaring all the old people. You making it unsafe in the neighborhood where the common person going to and from can't go outside and cut their yard, can't check their mail, can't walk their dog, can't walk their kid to the store, can't allow their children to play outside. You got to go. We don't need you no more. We don't care because we know you. I don't care because you're Miss Jones's grandson. So the F what? F you and how Miss Jones feel about it when it comes to this situation. Y'all got to go. Keep the damn guys. And the girls too, if they pieces of shit. Keep them all.
Exactly. Woman, look how this affected me. I'm not in the game, or my boys not in the game. When those gang members shot up that damn lift car and they killed that white man, that white guy was married. And all he was doing was just lifting, woman. He was doing the same thing I do. If you go on my TikTok, you can see on my TikTok where I was laughing about how much money I had made that first COVID year. I made about 10 bands in 3 months driving Lyft. Okay. Then it kind of slacked up, or what, as the COVID left, kind of slacked up. But that was like my bread and butter on the side of me working a full-time job. Like I really needed that money. And I quit the job, Rumor, because you motherfuckers went and shot up, was looking for a goon, and knew he was getting in a lift car.
Miss Duval just stunted on you niggas, nigga. What? 10 bands in 3 months. Brokey.
She called me the next day and she said, "You can't work there no more." I'm like, "How you gonna tell me what I can work, what I can do?" She said, "Do not go back. Do not go back." And I just felt this nastiness, and I just felt this uncomfortableness in my spirit. And you know what? I'm gonna be honest with you, Roma. I really love lifting. Even though I work a full-time job, I love putting people in my car. I love talking to people, having conversations with them and things. And I thought about it. I prayed about it. I said, "Lord, what you want me to do?" Because I really want this money right here. And you know what?
I
I
know
didn't go
that's
back.
right.
I didn't want to take the risk of getting in my car to go make me a couple of dollars, and you trying to be a real demon and get my car shot up because
Yeah,
this what woman on.
now if you're gonna lift, you go ahead and just look at hey, if you're gonna do it, just check the age, look at the person. But they're back in court. Hold on. They're back in court now. We're gonna go ahead and get to it. Appreciate you, Miss
We
Duval.
back in court. We back in court.
All right, now thank you. Hey y'all run them likes up. They back in court. We about to get it going. Hold on, what we see? YouTube is not receiving. Hold up. Okay. Hold up. Discord is open, guys. We might stick around at the end of the trial. But right now we back in court. Hold on. Oh, they still not talking. All right, hold on, guys. Hold on. Hey, look at Blue. Look at Blue. Not Blue. Queso Daddy. Shout out to Miss Duval. Hold on. Shout out to Miss Duval. I said it right, nigga. And I've been on the in Jacksonville. In some of I know a little bit about Jacksonville now. But shout out to you guys. Shout out to Miss Duval. Shout out to everybody who comes up and voices their opinion or gives their commentary on the channel. I thought they were starting. Look at Gutter Zay's finger. Jesus Christ. Did you see that? I wish I could rewind it without going so far back, bro. That shit is disgusting, bro. All right, we can't do it. Anytime you speak publicly, you're putting yourself out there, you know? And it ain't for everybody. So shout out to the people who are brave enough to come up and speak their opinions, regardless of what you guys may feel about it. You know what I'm talking about? And shout out to Miss Duval for stunting on you niggas. Brokey! Miss Duval said, man, I ran up 10 bands in 3 months. Shit it on y'all. Bow, bow, bow. Shit it on them. Bow, bow, bow. Shit it on them. Put your number 2s in the air if Miss Duval. Shit it on them. Brokey! No, I'm just playing. She didn't mean it like that, y'all. So don't... I know she ain't mean it like that. She just speaking. You know what I'm talking about? That's me adding the sauce to it. I think. Hold on, I think. Miss Duval, was you stunting on us? Nigga, I made 10 bands in 3 months while you broke ass niggas sitting around trying to figure it out. Miss Duval, did you just stunt on us? Damn. All right, hold on. Let me check the sound. Make sure it ain't me. Make sure it ain't me. No, it ain't me. Hold on. This is an even better way to check. Make sure it ain't me. No medical documentation. Nope, it ain't me. It's them. Fuck it. I'm going to let this ride till the sound come back on. And no witness testimony proving an assault actually happened. Defense attorneys also questioned the credibility of the accusations and suggested the dispute may have been financially motivated. One of the biggest moments in the court came when defense attorneys brought up allegations of a multi-million-dollar settlement demand tied to the case.
That is client lawyer privilege. I cannot speak on that.
You believe that your lawyer's communications to Stefan Diggs are covered by your attorney-client privilege, ma'am?
I can't answer that question. I don't know the answer to that question.
You know that someone on your behalf has demanded $5.5 million from Stefan Diggs, don't you?
I have a workers' comp claim, and
Your Honor?
I explore all civil options.
Ma'am, are you able to answer that question?
No, I'm
Counsel,
not
restate
able
the
to.
question, please. You know that someone on your behalf has demanded $5.5 million from Stefan Diggs.
Miss Duval, you got these people wanting to start driving Lyft now. Hey, it's about that shit. Why rumor ain't live? She don't ask no questions. Why I ain't live? It might be live from the lift.
You know that, Miss Adams?
Hold on, let me go to Miss Duval TikTok and let me check these numbers.
Sorry, I don't know that answer to the question. I understand.
The jury also heard testimony from multiple witnesses who stated they did not see injuries or hear signs of an altercation inside the home.
Did you actually see Miss Adams without clothes on as you were getting dressed?
With a towel on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you observe any bruising, redness on her neck or chest?
No.
The court's supposed
Did
to
you
be
observe
started.
anything on her face? When you spoke to her that afternoon in the kitchen, did you observe anything on her face?
No.
Anything on her neck?
No.
Did you see any redness or swelling?
No.
Was she crying at all?
No.
What was she doing?
She was walking around looking for a piece of a paper and a pen to write a card, I guess write a note to him for his birthday gift.
After deliberating for only 90 minutes, the 6-person jury returned with not guilty verdicts on both counts. Diggs reportedly became emotional after hearing the verdict, while his legal team called the decision a complete vindication.
Count 1, strangulation or suffocation. What is your verdict? Guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
On count 2, the charge of assault and battery. What is your verdict? Guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
Madam Forelady, members of the jury, hearken to your verdict as the court has recorded it. Upon your oath, you say that the defendant is not guilty of the count of strangulation or
Not
suffocation.
guilty on the grounds of insanity. It was him or me busting at my innocent family. Say they looking for keys. I was home alone, blind to the prelude, busting, talking about what is the quaaludes, what you say, fool? Where in the hell is the search warrant? No feedback is what he uttered. Before I scream, nigga, motherfucker, drop me to my knees. I proceed to bleed, suffering a rain of blows from my hands and knees. Will I survive? Is God watching? I grab his gat and bust in self-defense. My only option. Goddamn. Now they got me going to the county jail, and my family can't pay this outrageous bail. They tried to offer me a deal. They told me if I squeal, move me and my people to a mansion in Brazil, not me. So this is how it ends. No friends, I'll be stressed, and they just repossessed my Benz. Told the judge it was self-defense. He won't listen, so I'm bumping this in federal prison. Y'all know what song that is? If I would have sang it in the cadence that it was performed in, naturally, you would know exactly who that was. And even by me saying that might be a dead giveaway, but I just want to know, do you guys know who that is? And what song is it? What song is it? If you know who it is, what song is it? Let me see how good you guys really are. And we back in court. Oh, they not ready. I thought they were, damn, they keep.
Okay.
Anybody know who that is? Hold up. Oh, it's only one answer. All right. Look like I'm gonna just have to go on and say who and what. Judge Cisco. Shout out you. Law and Crime. Shout out y'all. Court TV. Shout out you guys. But most importantly, the most important chat in the game, man. Shout out to y'all. The aggravators, the most aggravated chat in the game, man.
All my other stuff, all my other.
Okay, nobody knows who it is. Fuck it. Mike was right. The only person to shoot a half of a guess is Tupac. Y'all never heard that song? Y'all don't know this chorus? I'm coming. I'm coming collecting the shit that belong to me. Motherfuckers are running and ducking. I'm a crazy nigga on a mission with a bad mentality. On with missiles, guns, grenades. Pull out the pin.
Did you all get that
I'm
stipulation hammered out?
Judge, we did, and it's signed
Not
out.
guilty on the grounds of insanity. It was him or me, busting at my innocent family. Say they looking for keys. I was home alone, blind to the prey. Talking about where's the
photographs the state
equation, which
intends
you
to
say,
introduce.
that nigga pop me.
Part of those exhibits as a rap song authored by Damian Murphy. We're objecting on the basis of relevance, that it goes back to 2001.
I'm sorry, what are you objecting to?
Just the written rap song.
2019.
2019, correct, goes back 6 years.
Okay. Well, overall the objection. So with that, though, you're stipulating that defendant Davion Murphy wrote the rap song in State Exhibit 85 on April 19, 2019, correct?
Correct, but we're objecting on basis of relevance and that the staleness of it is not relevant to anything that occurred in 2025.
I understand, but I'll overrule
you
that
plead,
objection.
Mr.
So with
Shakur?
that objection being overruled, you stipulated, correct?
Correct, we'll enter into that stipulation over our objection.
Okay. Very good. Okay, defendants are present, defense counsel's present, state's present.
We gotta make a little bit of noise, y'all.
Jurors
Hold
are
on.
back. All right.
Get your eardrums prepared. You about to hear a little bit of noise because we done got 100 likes. How the fuck we get a whole 100 likes? We done broke the glass. Let's go. We done broke the motherfucking glass. Let's go. Live is chatting the game. We done broke the motherfucking glass. Let's go. No talking about look, shotguns, machine guns, assault rifles, everything going. Heavy artillery for Let's go, man. Shout out to y'all. Shout out to y'all. Shout out to y'all. Most aggravated chat in the game. Most appreciated chat.
Aggravating as hell, man.
Most aggravated chat in the game. Most appreciated chat in the world. Most aggravated chat in the game. Most appreciated chat in the world. I say it all the time, man. Thank y'all, bro. No content created is nothing without the support of the
Very
people.
good. Welcome back, everybody. We are ready to proceed.
Time for me to
Before
be
we
quiet.
get
Y'all
going,
gotta
we
keep the
have
chat
another stipulation.
rolling, keep the lights going,
Again, ladies
share the
and gentlemen,
stream. Let's
jury,
go.
the lawyers agree
Thank
that
y'all,
certain
thank y'all,
facts are
thank
true.
y'all.
That is called a stipulation of fact. You must accept stipulated facts as having been proven. However, the significance of these facts, as with all facts, is for you to decide. In this case, the stipulated facts that you must accept as true are stipulation between the state of Florida and Davion Murphy regarding Davion Murphy's tattoos. It is hereby stipulated by and between the defendant Davion Murphy and the state of Florida that Davion Murphy obtained his tattoos, including the 1200 block tattoo, on his neck before January 15th of 2021. In addition, he wrote the rap song in State Exhibit 85 on April 19th of 2019. And the stipulation is signed by Michelle Doherty on behalf of the state, Mr. Nicholas Sinardi, attorney on behalf of Davion Murphy, and Davion Murphy himself. All right, with that, you may call your next witness.
The state would call Detective Craig Griffin.
Theo and that boy Drew, yeah, y'all right. Definitely. Oh, he said that's one of my favorite songs. He didn't say the name, but yeah, everything they owe. Isn't that the name of the song? Yes, sir. Zap says, lock him up. Bob Marley says, when me and Gutter cross paths, you gonna hear that same, yo, he funny, dog. Mike from the Ville said, we did it. We did it. We did it. We did it. Hundreds on hundreds, we did it. We did it. 1200 block tattoo gonna be covered in hickeys, Anonymous says. Y'all are fucking hilarious.
solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes,
Mike from the Ville said I could just tell off of what was said and how it was said. That boy Drew said it's kind of crazy how many famous people have committed crimes.
All right, very good. Good afternoon. You may proceed.
I'm quiet.
Sir, would you state your name for the record?
Detective Craig Griffin with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office Gang Investigative Unit.
And I believe the last time we spoke about a vehicle stop of which you were a part of.
Yes, ma'am.
And who was the driver of that vehicle?
Mr. Sean Gathright.
If I could at this time have you identify Mr. Gathright in the courtroom, please.
Yes, ma'am. Standing over there with the, or sitting with the tan sweater at the first table.
If the record would reflect the identification.
The record shall so reflect.
Sir, how long have you been with the gang unit in Jacksonville?
A little over 5 years now.
In that time, have you been assigned to any particular gang itself?
Yes, ma'am.
And what gang is that?
Beginning, I started with CTC and then transitioned over to 1200 out east.
What do you mean transitioned?
So prior to me taking over, there was another detective assigned to him. He got promoted to the rank of supervisor. Once he left, I then took over the group known as 1200.
And did the group you had before and 1200, when you transitioned to that position, did it share members or have members that were a part of the first group that you had documented or were working?
Yes, ma'am.
And how did you become familiar with any information that the prior detective had when you transitioned, your predecessor?
I worked alongside him on several cases, and we worked together on majority of the stuff in reference to 1200.
Do you all at the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office maintain records with any documentation that you preserve for each of the gangs that you're assigned to?
Yes, ma'am.
And what are those records referred to as?
They're known as FIR or Field Investigative Reports.
Do you update those reports or keep logs or notes in some way when documenting specific gang members in Jacksonville?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, is that log something that is shared with the other officers of the gang unit or even the other officers in the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
Just through the reports, yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
And are you the point of contact for 1200 if there are questions about 1200 for any other officer in your agency?
Yes, ma'am.
How about outside of your agency?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you the individual point of contact for any reference to or question about 1200?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, we've heard a few times throughout the trial 1200 and out east referred together. Can you explain just what that is, what the discrepancy is there?
Yes, ma'am. The original gang is referred to as out east, and then you have subsets within out east, and so they would be 1200 from the 1200 block of East First Street and APR.
Is that actually physically on the east side of Jacksonville?
Yes, it is.
And out east or 1200 in your investigations, have you learned many of its members are from out east?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have some kind of particularized training or experience in documenting or monitoring gangs?
Yes, ma'am.
And in your time with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, have you been assigned to different areas, even when you were with patrol?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had an opportunity to patrol the area out east?
No, ma'am. Prior to out east, I was assigned to the north side of Jacksonville, specifically 45th and Moncrief.
At 45th and Moncrief, did you become familiar with 6th Block?
Yes, ma'am.
How about the members of that group prior to it actually becoming 6th Block?
Yes, ma'am. Certain individuals.
And in working that area, were you familiar with some type of rivalry between 1200 and ATK and 6th Block?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have an opportunity to respond to scenes related to incidents regarding both sides of the war?
Yes, ma'am.
After you were assigned to the gang unit, had it been already documented that 1200 was a gang?
Yes, ma'am.
And would a predecessor of yours have done that documentation?
That's correct.
What is required to document that a gang is a gang by law?
It would be under Florida State Statute 874, a group of 3 or more in which do criminal or delinquent acts.
And at the time that you actually subsumed or took over 1200, had that already been established?
Yes, ma'am.
And at the time of the homicide of Charles Jones, was 1200 a documented gang still in Jacksonville?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had any particularized training or gone to conferences, maybe with the Gang Association or HIDA?
Yes, ma'am, both.
And what kind of training do they provide?
Up-to-date gang training, specifically gang courses. We also learn about other gang investigations throughout the state of Florida. They have speakers come in from out of state that talk about their investigations into gangs. And other than you got the HIDA courses to include cell phone courses, cell site courses, social media investigations, search warrants, seizure warrants, all of the above.
And are illegal activities of the 3 or more members engaged in, at least in part illegal activities, something that you can describe for us that you have seen in your time with investigating 1200?
Yes, ma'am. Specifically would be violent crimes to include murder, aggravated assault, Also, there's been several narcotics sales, narcotics investigations to include the sale of marijuana, sale of cocaine, trafficking, and illegal narcotics.
Is it that all of the members of 1200 would be present when each of those offenses would occur, or is that members individually that can commit those offenses?
Both.
How do you attribute those criminal offenses to profiting or promoting the gang itself?
Both, in which they profit from the drug sales and then use it to, I believe, make videos to either diss the other side, or it's in retaliation to making YouTube videos or online comments to speak upon the other side because of what they said or another death that had happened prior to them hurting or killing somebody else.
When those deaths actually occur, do you see subsequent to the death social media videos that are posted referencing it?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
And is that what you mean by monetizing or profiting from those videos?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you also mention weapons offenses?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you made several arrests of members associating with each other regarding weapons offenses?
Yes, ma'am.
Were the weapons themselves possessed?
Correct.
And in those same instances, were those weapons utilized?
Yes, ma'am.
In this particular case, did you have an opportunity to review a chart of the associated persons for this investigation for the Tampa homicide of Charles Jones with 1200?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, Your Honor, the state would seek to admit State's Exhibit 84A.
Judge, subject to prior objection.
Okay. Same. Sure.
Shout out to the top cameras right now. We got Bob Marley, number 1, Mike from the Ville, number 2, Anonymous, number 3, West, number 4, Stay Striving Cheese, number 5, Slim Jones, McJeezy at number 6, number 7 is Mels, number 8, Supreme Tunes, number 9, Big Homie, number 10 is Duval.
Okay, same, Mr. Petrides.
Honorable
All right,
mention
same,
number
Mr.
11.
Wise.
Don't look
Okay, same ruling, be
down.
admitted.
Let's go.
Publishing 84A, sir, can you look over your, oh, actually, I've got it here for you. Is this fair and accurately representing the individuals in some way related to this particular investigation, at least as far as your involvement was concerned?
Yes, ma'am.
And does it include individuals who are documented 1,200 members, or associates?
Yes, ma'am.
How is it that you go about documenting or undocumenting a specific member?
So in order to document, they have to meet 2 of the criteria listed in Florida State Statute 874, and then we fill out an FIR. In reference to undocumenting members, there's a 5-year statute in which you have to, they're up for renewal or review at that time.
Is that a federal statute that Jacksonville Sheriff's Office has developed operating procedures to comply with?
I believe so. I'm not 100% sure.
Is your practice to, every 5 years, determine whether to undocument or recertify?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
And the records that you actually keep or maintain specific to each group, so for you individually, 1,200, is that a practice or standard operating procedure that the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office has implemented?
Yes, ma'am.
Statutorily, though, is there a specific carve-out for 1,200?
No.
So the Florida statute that you have to review as far as gang documentation or qualification doesn't say anything specific about 1,200?
No, ma'am.
Or any other gang, to your knowledge?
No, ma'am.
In meeting the criteria for a criminal gang, as you've discussed, you said 3 or more individuals?
Yes, ma'am.
And is the delinquent activity that you mentioned or the commission of criminal acts also a requirement?
That is correct, yes.
And what are some of the things that you look for that are common amongst individuals in making or documenting an actual gang itself?
We look at hand signs, specifically Instagram, social media, websites, YouTube videos, who they hang out with, style of dress, tattoos. There's a whole list, I want to say, of 11 items.
And of those 11 criteria, do you look to those criteria in order to actually document your reports or your FIR report record?
Yes, ma'am.
Had you had an opportunity in this particular case to do so?
Yes, ma'am.
And in the FIR report, did you actually do so with an individual by the name of Rashad Murphy?
Yes, ma'am.
In creating that documentation, do you still utilize the statute with the 11 criteria?
Yes, ma'am, we do.
And how many criteria are you actually required to prove up before the person can be a documented gang member?
The state statute only requires 2.
How many criteria did you actually prove up as it related to Rashad Murphy?
I believe he had 4.
And when you created these documentations, did you leave or annotate somewhere specifically what you utilized to say he met each criteria?
Yes, ma'am.
And would that have been from the date of June 23rd of 2024, at least within the last 5 years?
Yes, ma'am.
What, as a part of the documentation that you had for Mr. Rashad Murphy, did you actually include in your FIR report, or did you specifically document?
In reference to that report, I took 3 YouTube videos, Active, We the Ops, and Flower Bed were 3 posted YouTube videos in which I observed Rashad Murphy in.
And did you also have an opportunity to slow down or create still images from those photos themselves?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you also have an opportunity to review an FIR or records for an individual by the name of Davion Murphy?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you actually compare the criteria to your interactions with Mr. Murphy in January of 2025?
Yes, ma'am.
During the course of an interview at the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, did you observe some of the criteria occurring with Davion Murphy?
Yes, ma'am. I believe there was 2 of them that he met during the interview.
Just on that day alone?
Just on that day, yes,
What
ma'am.
were those criteria?
He did the hand sign for 1200, and then also he has tattoos associated to 1200.
Did you indicate that you did in fact have an opportunity to review the videos that you utilized to document Rashad Murphy?
Yes, ma'am.
In addition to those videos, did you have other information, whether it was you personally or through a fellow officer, about contacts with gang members?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did that include?
That included contacts to include Rashad Murphy with Noah Williams.
And who is Noah Williams?
He's a documented member of 1200.
Does he have a stage name?
He does. He goes by Spinabins.
And does Spinabins make music with someone related to him?
Yes, ma'am.
And who is that?
Reginald Williams, which would be his brother, a.k.a. Wappa with the Choppa Aducci.
Is Wappa with the Choppa a stage name for Mr. Reginald Williams?
Yes, it is.
And does Mr. Reginald Williams have a nickname on the street that's different than Wappa with the Choppa?
He goes by Ducci.
Now, in documenting 1200, was there a gang that's either that came before 1200 or that 1200 members were formerly known by?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the name of that?
187.
And do you have any reference from your investigation as to what 187 refers to?
In reference to my investigation, I believe the 187 refers to the California Penal Code to homicide or murder.
In the entirety of the time that you have had 1200, have you seen 187 utilized with documented 1200 members?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that typically related to one age group?
It would be the age group that Noah, Reginald, and Rashad are all associated with.
At this stage of the game, basically, is that the older guys in the group?
They would be classified as an older group now, yes.
And how is Cuckoo Gang related to 1200?
Cuckoo Gang is something that came shortly after 1200. Once a lot of members started going to jail and unfortunately losing their life to gang violence, they created a new group for the younger ones up underneath them.
So we heard about Six Block and Bully Gang and those kinds of subsets. Is this the same type of thing? 1200 will have subsets as well?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
Did you indicate that there were 2 separate vehicle stops for which Rashad Murphy had been documented in the presence of other known gang members that were included in your FIR?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you also have an opportunity to review or receive physical evidence as it related to the gang records for defendant Davion Murphy?
Yes, I did.
I'd like to show you this chart here. Can you tell me what the relationship as far as your work with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office and 1200 was between ATK and 1200?
They would be considered friendly with each other.
In looking at the top left of your screen for Ducci and Spinabens, do you see the images there?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had an opportunity to see those individuals depicted in music videos with individuals from ATK in the bottom right?
Yes, ma'am.
And have the interactions that you have had either in person or seen on the internet been that they are aligned?
Yes, that is correct.
Did you also have an opportunity to see in the top left an individual by the name of J. or J. Breezy?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that individual a documented gang member?
He is, but I don't know for which gang. He's not currently documented as 1200. He might be documented as a Bloods member currently.
Did there come a time when J. Breezy had some kind of a falling out with his gang?
Yes, ma'am.
On social media. And as it stands on today's date, do we know what his status is and with which gang?
No, ma'am.
Do we know whether J. Breezy actually meets the statutory criteria for being a gang member, though?
Yes, ma'am. I believe he has tattoos, and in several videos he's seen throwing up hand signs.
And then also in the depiction on the left of 84A, do you recognize two other individuals by the name of Prosper Johnson and Deonta Holsey?
Yes, ma'am.
And are those individuals who have lost their life in Jacksonville?
Yes, ma'am.
And did Prosper Johnson have a nickname that he went by?
He went by just Prosper.
And did Deonta Holsey have a nickname?
He did. He went by either Tay or Junior.
Now, Joe Rod Spaz Adams, are you familiar with his death?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you familiar with who was convicted in his case?
I believe it was Robert Howard.
How about, and is that a 6-block member?
Yes, ma'am.
How about in the bottom right, Hakeem Robinson? Do you see that individual?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that someone who had recently pled guilty in the death of a 6-block member?
Yes, ma'am. He pled guilty to the murder of Bibby, which is Adrian Gaynor.
I'd like to take you back to the music videos. The first video I think that you mentioned was Active. Is that a video that you were able to see on the public YouTube channel?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have an opportunity to review that music video in its entirety?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you able to document one or more 1,200 members in that music video?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have an opportunity to do the same for the song that you mentioned, Flower Bed?
Yes, ma'am.
And lastly, did you have an opportunity to do the same for We the Ops?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
In reviewing those videos, did you testify that you frequently screenshot them or take still images from them?
That's correct. Yes, ma'am.
And in those videos, did you have an opportunity to see hand signs or gang signs?
Yes, ma'am.
How about other items that met the statutory criteria?
Yes, ma'am. Would have been, I believe, style of dress.
Meaning the clothing?
Correct.
And how about associations amongst each other?
Yes, ma'am. There were other documented members in the YouTube videos.
At this time, Your Honor, the state seeks to admit States Exhibit 137A through C and 114A through B as a composite with their stills.
137AC and 114.
A, B, and C.
Okay.
A and B are 1 through 9, and C is 1 through 13.
Okay, very good. Mr. Gonzalez, any objections?
Subject to prior objection, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Sonardi?
Subject to prior objection.
Okay, Mr. Wise?
Same, Your Honor.
And Mr. Petratus? Okay, they'll be admitted.
Sir, speaking specifically about your documentation of defendant Rashad Murphy, did you have an opportunity to document several images in the music video Active of Rashad Murphy?
Yes, ma'am.
What is it that we're looking at here, please?
We're looking at the opening scene of the video.
Were these individuals depicted on the opening scene of the video present for the rap song itself?
Yes, ma'am.
And are the videos that we are about to see considered drill rap as it relates to your investigations?
Yes, ma'am.
What is drill rap?
Drill rap is a type of music in which individuals rap about either going on to hurt somebody or somebody that has been killed. It's a very violent type of music in which it's put out. I believe it originally came from Chicago, came down to Florida and caught fire, and it took off from there.
And is it prolific in Jacksonville?
Yes, ma'am.
As awful as it is, does it provide significant amounts of information to your agency?
It does, yes, ma'am.
Can you identify any of the individuals specifically in this particular photograph?
Yes, ma'am. The gentleman in the back holding the shirt with the red X is Deshaun Williams. I believe that's Noah Williams on taking a knee, and the gentleman in the back his name's Creep. I'm unsure. I want to say Dominic Williams. That's his name.
Is this, or are these three images in 114 still images from that music video of Active?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there specific images, at least on the top of this particular screen, which you documented?
Yes, ma'am.
And was there an individual depicted in those stills as a reason that you documented those in Rashad Murphy's report?
Yes, ma'am.
And if you could just describe the individual that you documented.
It's the gentleman in the middle with the braids by it'd be the left hand.
If you would just stand, it might be easier because there's three.
Yeah, why don't you
pictures
just
on this
stand
one.
and point?
Oh, where we at here? Okay. Within this gentleman, Rashad.
And you utilized these stills in order to document Mr. Rashad Murphy's presence in this Active video.
Yes, ma'am.
Looking at the still image to the top right, do you see the hands above Mr. Murphy's head?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And what is being depicted there?
So it's actually a diss sign to the north side or 6th block. It's a handgun pointed towards the 6 hand symbol.
And at the bottom of your screen there with Mr. Creep,
That would be the same.
is it common or uncommon to see these hand signs utilized by 1,200 members?
It's not uncommon.
And were these depictions, some of the depictions utilized in this circumstance from April 3rd of 2020 when Active was posted
That's
as a
correct.
documented time of contact with known gang associates?
Yes, ma'am.
In 114, did you also have an opportunity to document hand signs utilized by the individual you documented for Rashad Murphy?
Yes, ma'am.
And could you describe for us what those hand signs were?
The middle hand sign is another diss to the 6. As you can see, he's making the 6 hand sign, and then the thumbs down to follow up the 6 hand sign.
And now, if the order of hand signs in the music video are K, 6, and the thumbs down, does that mean anything to you?
Correct. That'd be 6 killer or kill 6, and then man down with the thumbs down.
Have you seen a thumbs down in your investigation of 1,200?
Yes, ma'am.
And has there been any relationship or link to bully down or down signs for the bully gang?
Correct.
Out of 6 block.
It's the same reference. With the thumbs down is death diss to somebody that has died.
Is that the same as what we've heard about as putting the upside down 6 or the other hand signs down, even 1,200 sign down?
Correct. It's still a diss.
Now, you also mentioned clothing. If we can look again at these stills from 114A, were the individuals depicted in the music video wearing clothing that you documented?
Yes, ma'am.
What is 187 Boys? Is that something you had seen?
Yes, ma'am. So that was the group prior to 1,200. They were known as 187. And so 187 Boys, the group as a whole.
And is Free Shoot 'em on the bottom there, is that related to the name or is that something else?
They might be doing a shout out to somebody that's locked up. I'm unsure who Shoot 'em is.
But that's not related to the overall name that the group went by.
No, ma'am.
How about the shirt to the left of the screen here as well?
So in the shirt, it's actually another diss sign to the North Side gang known as 6th Block. They have rest in piss and then an X out of the shirt of Foolio, depiction of Foolio, or aka Charles Jones.
And did you have an opportunity in 137 to actually view the entirety of the Active music video?
Yes, ma'am.
Correct. You can take that.
ain't gonna lie. He kind of sliding. He fucked up when he switched his voice. That was alright. These niggas so straightforward. They got a government name on the back, not a nickname. That shit said fuck Henry. I don't mean it because I don't know Henry. I don't have a dog in the fight. But that shit said fuck Henry. Like, damn, what the Henry?
Sir, were there specific references in your analysis of the active music video to the victim in this particular case, Fools, Charles, or Six?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you document from this specific video itself contacts that Rashad Murphy would have had with other gang members?
Correct.
Can you identify the other certified gang members from that video alone? Were there any in addition to Reginald and Noah Williams and Creep?
It would all.
Hold on, I'm still on this Henry shit. You got niggas like niggas named No Face, Whopper with a chopper, Spinner, Benz. Niggas got like killer names and they be like, fuck a regular old run-of-the-mill, average, everyday, ordinary, library working, Starbucks counter, barista ass Henry. Man, leave Henry alone, nigga.
On YouTube, if you're looking at views?
Them and Greenlight, I would add in that list also.
You don't got an op name Little Gun Tote or nothing like that? God damn. You want to kill Henry?
Kind of. Is there something that you get out of the fact that the defendant Rashad Murphy is not depicted rapping in the video that change your analysis of whether he's present or associated?
Leave Henry alone, nigga.
No, ma'am.
Is it required in your documentation for any member to be actively a part of the music video by way of rapping?
No, ma'am.
Is the association from the music video in itself sufficient?
Yes, ma'am.
How about the utilization of hand signs or gang signs?
Same.
Dog, my name is
June
Henry.
27th
I ain't
of
on
2020,
nothing.
did you have an opportunity to also see an additional video called Flower Bed and document that video?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that video documented in relation to Rashad Murphy?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there a nickname that Rashad Murphy is known by?
Yes, ma'am. Ghost 187.
And is there a phrase or a term that has been utilized without the numbers of just Ghost?
Just Ghost.
In this particular image that we're seeing on the screen, 114B, do you recognize these opening credits?
Yes, ma'am.
And do these accurately reflect the opening credits for the song Flower Bed?
That's correct.
Despite the screen saying Flower Beds, is it posted to the internet singular?
Correct.
Okay. And are we seeing the name of the individuals who are actually, again, rapping?
Yes, ma'am.
During the course of this video, is there any kind of audio directly linked to Rashad Murphy?
No.
Is there a reference or portions of this video which were documented in reference to the gang documentation for Rashad Murphy on this particular date?
Yes, ma'am.
And was this on a date separate and apart from the original date?
Correct.
Of active?
It's different from the date of active.
Did you have an opportunity to take stills from the images in Flower Bed?
Yes, ma'am.
And is there an individual in particular, and if you need to stand, please do so, that you documented from Flower Bed and included in the gang documentation for Rashad Murphy?
Yes, ma'am.
Please identify that individual by utilizing the screen.
So you have Caleb Howard, you have Noah Williams, you got Malik Bills, and then also Rashad Murphy.
Has Malik Bills been killed?
Yes, ma'am. He went by the name Leaky. He has since lost his life due to gang violence.
So is any reference to a long-lived Leaky, have you seen that before?
Everywhere.
And does that have any relevance or significance in your investigations?
Yes, ma'am, because oftentimes the opposing side 6 block would make diss records towards Leaky.
or say the name Leaky in their songs?
Correct.
We say records, so I want to make sure. Of the
Oh.
YouTube videos.
Yes, ma'am.
And the individuals that you've identified, are they certified gang members or documented? I know it's not certified. Documented gang members in Jacksonville.
Documented gang members or associates.
And have you utilized this video for Rashad Murphy's gang documentation and his association with other known gang members?
Yes, ma'am.
Are there different, I don't want to say vantage points, but I guess different places that this video was shot?
Yes, ma'am.
Are these 3 depictions on the screen additional images that you documented from the flower bed video as it relates to the documentation for Rashad Murphy?
Yes, ma'am.
And lastly, this location for this music video was Rashad Murphy's documentation reflected from something in these?
Yes, ma'am.
Who are the other members, if any, depicted that you have not already identified?
You have Reginald Williams, still Rashad Murphy, and then Deshaun Williams in the background.
And did you have an opportunity to review this video in its entirety?
Yes, ma'am.
Trash. Now this is trash. God damn, this is bad. Run the likes up. If you think this bad, run the likes up. We should be at 110 likes. We've been at 107 for like the last 15 minutes. Run the likes up, please. Can we get 10 likes since we got to sit here and suffer through this bullshit? If you hate this song, hit the like button. Do something. God damn. Richie Rich say this shit fire. Nigga, this shit is ass. I just don't like the beat.
Detective, in flower bed, was there a reference to 187?
I believe so.
Was there a reference to opposing gang victims?
Correct.
And was this music video and the date and time listed in flower bed also documented as a part of Mr. Murphy's FIR report?
Yes, ma'am.
Lastly, for music videos, did you have an opportunity to review a music video called We the Ops?
Yes, ma'am.
And again, was that by the same artists?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, in this particular video, is there any portion in which Mr. Rashad Murphy is actually rapping that you can hear or see?
No, ma'am.
But did you utilize this video to document additional contacts?
Yes, ma'am.
And did this video happen on or was this video posted on a separate date as the other 2 videos that we have just seen?
That's correct.
I'm showing you 114. What is this?
The opening scene to We the Ops.
Is there anything specific about the individual or the hand that's depicted in this screen?
Yes, ma'am. That is, I believe, Rashad Murphy's right hand because of the star tattoo that's on his forearm.
Did you have an opportunity to take still images from We the Ops that you utilized in your documentation of Rashad Murphy?
Yes, ma'am.
In 114, can you describe for us who was depicted, if you can identify Mr. Murphy and or any additional gang members?
Yes, ma'am. You have Rashad Murphy, you have Reginald Williams, Noah Williams, and then Deshaun Williams over here.
Is that the green light individual?
Yes, ma'am.
certified gang members?
Yes, ma'am, documented members.
Now, what is it that we're looking at here, please?
It's Rashad. It's a disc to the 6 with a firearm in his hand, and then that's another disc to the 6 is what he's doing the 6 hand sign, but with his right hand.
Is the 6 down?
Yes, ma'am.
And does Mr. Murphy utilize those hands to put the gun at the 6?
That's correct.
Is that what we're seeing on the still image on the screen here?
Yes, ma'am. Same image.
Were there again separate locations at which this video was filmed?
Yes, ma'am.
And what are we seeing on the image in the left-hand side of the screen, please?
The left-hand side shows a gentleman in a ski mask holding a firearm, pointing it at the 6-block hand symbol with also the 18 shirt on. And then you have Rashad with a firearm pointed at the 6 hand symbol.
Are these common depictions that you see during the course of your investigations of the group 1200?
Yes, ma'am.
And paired with the lyrics of the songs or your contacts and your investigative work, is this meant to be a message to 6 Block?
Yes, ma'am.
Lastly, in this particular image, is there anyone that you have not already identified as a gang member or a known gang associate?
No, ma'am. We've already identified everybody.
Did you also document the individual that you had previously identified and documented as Rashad Murphy from this video doing some type of a handshake or sign with the individual you previously identified as Greenlight?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that what's depicted here at this portion of the video?
That's correct.
Are you actually able to replicate that hand sign or that handshake, excuse me, in any way?
No, ma'am. Even I've tried slowing it down and seeing what they do, but I was unable to do it.
Have you commonly seen that kind of like hand shake in the air utilized by 1,200 members?
Not too many times. I've seen it. I've seen that less than I've seen them doing the common, normal 1,200 hand sign.
What's the common normal 1200 hand?
where they throw it up.
And is the 1200 sign itself identifiable to you when you're watching videos?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, we saw several individuals putting up a 6 with their hands. Is there any question in your mind that Noah Williams is 1200 other than instead of 6 block?
It's not, no, there's no question that he's
Okay,
100%.
He's not a 6 block member.
No, ma'am.
But do you see often the use of the opposing side's signs?
Yes, ma'am. Just to make fun, make a diss, point a gun at it.
And in that same video, if you saw or documented a K and then a 6, a K with your hand and then a 6, is that indicative of something?
Yes, ma'am, of 6K, which would be 6 block killer.
Did you, over the course of your time in the gang unit, have an opportunity to respond to Rashad Murphy's arrest location?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And at the initial time of your response, had Mr. Murphy been taken into custody?
Yes, ma'am.
Let me take
No,
that back.
he wasn't
Based on
in
the-
custody. It was a SWAT standoff. They were trying to get him out of the apartment.
So were you standing nearby but not involved with SWAT actually entering?
Correct.
Did you have an opportunity to review the footage from that standoff itself?
Yes, ma'am.
And what about the observations that you made from outside of that building as it related to what was being done to extract Mr. Rashad Murphy?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, the state seeks to admit States Exhibit 144A and 119.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, and Mr. Sonardi, any objection?
No objection.
And Mr. Wise? And Mr. Petratus? Okay, they'll be admitted.
Sir, can you show us what we're looking at here in 144B?
So we're looking at the apartment in which Rashad Murphy was held up in. We have it surrounded by SWAT, and at this point in time, they would be giving verbal commands, loud announcements for Rashad to come out of the house with his hands up.
Were the announcements made on some kind of device or just by shouting?
No, ma'am, they were made over a megaphone.
And over a term of minutes or hours?
We were out there for hours that day.
At some point after the bright lights are used, or is there a machine utilized to break a window?
Yes, ma'am, our SWAT team utilized some kind of construction machinery to come around and destroy a window to put a incendiary device inside to make Rashad come out.
In addition to flashbangs, was smoke also used to try to get Mr. Rashad Murphy out of the apartment?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize Exhibit 119?
Yes, ma'am, it's an infrared view of the apartment.
And at this point in the evening, had a device rolled in or some kind of truck rolled in to utilize an arm to break this side's window?
Correct. That would have been the construction equipment, which our SWAT team uses.
Publishing 119. Is the vehicle at the bottom center of the screen also a SWAT vehicle?
Yes, ma'am. It's an armored vehicle in which they were ready to make contact should Rashad Murphy had came out of the apartment.
Other surveillance items that were utilized, did they include drones?
That is correct.
So I'm just going to speed this up just slightly. At the 109 mark, restarting. Is that machine used to break out the window on this side of the structure?
Yes, ma'am. So it breaks the window, and then at the end of the boom, there's an incendiary device in which they will ignite, and it'll fill the apartment full of a clear out and a bunch. You'd have to ask SWAT what they use, but it's pretty potent.
Based on your observations, does SWAT use masks of some type before they actually enter apartments that this has been utilized in, the smoke?
Yes, ma'am.
And this is ultimately close to the conclusion of this incident, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. Shortly after this was ignited inside the apartment, Mr. Murphy, there was contact made.
And you had, I think we heard prior testimony, but the law enforcement agencies had at least been there trying to extract him since approximately 5 p.m.?
If not before, we were there when the sun was out. And we didn't leave until nighttime.
And did the still in 144A fairly and accurately represent the style of dress that the members that were attempting to extract Mr. Murphy were in?
Yes, ma'am. That's our SWAT team.
In addition to the mechanism that you mentioned that rode up to the window to break it and utilize the smoke, were there also other techniques used?
Yes, ma'am.
All of those prior to the smoke, though, were unsuccessful?
Correct. They tried using announcement. They used just smoke to send inside the house. I believe they used clear out, which is another form of gas that's hard to inhale. None of those worked, and then finally they decided on this option.
The image that we saw in the slide prior to this, though, was some kind of infrared, correct?
Correct.
Lastly, does ultimately Mr. Murphy surrender to law enforcement?
He does. He comes out with a dog and a Bible in his hand.
And does this fairly in 144C fairly and accurately represent when Mr. Rashad Murphy actually came out of the apartment?
Yes, ma'am.
And was he taken into custody?
Yes, ma'am.
Was he cooperative in that process?
At that point, he was.
And was he transported to the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office for an interview?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you present for the interview of Rashad Murphy?
Yes, ma'am.
And did that occur on July 30th?
That's correct.
I'm showing you what's previously been admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 116. Do you recognize yourself in these images?
Yes, ma'am.
And do they fairly and accurately represent Mr. Rashad Murphy on the date that he was interviewed by you and Detective Trabeck?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have an opportunity to observe Rashad Murphy's person at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you all provide this covering, or is that how Mr. Murphy arrived?
No, ma'am. We provided it. He said he was cold, so we provide blankets.
Did you have an opportunity to compare the image that's depicted in State's Exhibit 116 to the music video from We the Ops in documenting Mr. Murphy's tattoo?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there a face covering that was utilized by the individual in We the Ops with these clothing?
During that time, yes, ma'am.
And did you utilize this to confirm that individual's identity?
I believe it to be one and the same.
Did you also have an opportunity to see social media posts in this case, State's Exhibit 110, that were extracted after the homicide of Charles Jones?
Yes, ma'am.
The account of Ghost 187, was that previously attributed to Mr. Rashad Murphy based on the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office's investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have an opportunity to see these posts?
Yes, ma'am.
When Prosper and Junior's G-Day Today 187 Babies image was depicted, was there anything of significance in that post to you?
The reference to the 187 and then Prosper and Tay, or Prosper and Junior.
Is Tay Dion Taholsi the individual you've already identified from the chart?
Correct, a.k.a. Junior.
Were those two individuals killed on the same day?
Yes, ma'am.
By the father of someone related to this case?
They were, I believe, died by the hands of Gino Norris.
Would that have been Gino Norris Sr. or Gino Norris Jr.?
I believe it was senior.
And do you know what the result of that case or investigation was?
I don't. I believe it was justifiable homicide.
But not certain. Can't be certain.
Not certain. No, ma'am. Not certain.
How about the reference to 187 Babies?
187 Babies will go back to the 187 Boys, in which the younger version of Rashad, Noah, Reginald, when they were all coming up, that would have been around the same time Prosper and Tay were around.
What does 5L, 187 Boys, 5L, RIP, dem members mean?
In my professional opinion, I believe he might have fat fingered it instead of he put 5L instead of putting 4L. So there, if he did mean to put 5L, I have no idea what 5L means. But if you read it as 187 Boys, 4L, which is for life, RIP to the members.
And is members any reference to any particular group?
Would be the 187 Boys.
Now, we talked a bit about Mr. Davian Murphy. Was there physical evidence that you indicated that you had an opportunity to review linked to Mr. Davian Murphy?
Yes, ma'am.
Did that include a handwritten letter that, I believe, I'm not sure if you were present, but we've heard a stipulation from the court about a handwritten letter. Did you have one of those to review?
Yes, ma'am.
And State's Exhibit number 85, at this time, Your Honor, the state would seek to admit based on that stipulation.
Okay, any objection? Okay, all right, it'll be admitted.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit number 85. Mr. Davian Murphy
Is it
wrote
85 or 185? 85.
85.
Okay.
Wrote this letter, sir. Can you describe for me what, if any, significance or relevance there was to you, particularly in the message in the bottom right of the letter?
Yes, ma'am. So he mentions the gentleman known as Prosper who lost his life, and then also a gentleman by the name of Bink. Bink is also known as Suge, which is also known as Avery McKnight.
And by Avery, is Avery McKnight the legal name of Suge?
F. Suge, yes, ma'am.
And is Avery McKnight the legal name of Bink?
Correct.
And is that someone who was killed?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you also have an opportunity to review tattoos that Mr. Murphy had on his person?
Which Murphy?
Davian Murphy had on his person on January 15th of 2021.
Yes, ma'am.
The state would seek to admit based on the stipulation 127P. Actually, 127A through Z, I apologize.
Okay, other than previously made objections, any objection, Ms. Toomey? No. Okay, admitted.
Publishing 127P. Can you talk to us a little bit about those tattoos dated January 15th of 2021?
Yes, ma'am. So on the chest of Mr. Davion Murphy, you have a photo of Avery McKnight, aka Suge, and then 12/3 of 15. That is when Mr. McKnight unfortunately lost his life to gang violence. You have Corbin J, which is Corbin Johnson. He was also murdered in Jacksonville. And then I believe that is it. I'm unsure who Doug M or Curtis B is.
And did the opposing op, 6 Block, rap about Suge or Avery McKnight?
Yes, ma'am.
Did they rap about Corbin Johnson?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you also have an opportunity to observe Detective Meter photographing and observe the photographs that were depicted or taken that Detective Meter took on January 6th of 2025 after Mr. Murphy had been arrested?
Yes, ma'am.
Did that arrest come several months after the remaining defendants?
That's correct.
And were you abreast of the information or the images that were depicted?
Yes, ma'am.
The state seeks to publish State's Exhibit number 69A through M.
Okay.
Sir, can you see the images before you?
Yes, ma'am.
If we could start left to right, please, in 69A, can you see the tattoo depicted there?
Yes, ma'am.
Is the individual depicted based on the overalls from these photographs Davian Murphy?
That is correct.
And what is the significance of the image on the left?
On the left, it says "Rest Up, Avery McKnight."
And do you see tattoos or document tattoos of fallen members of criminal gangs in your day-to-day activity?
Yes, ma'am.
When you see people who have died tattooed on 1,200 members, are you documenting that?
Yes, ma'am.
So is it required to document a tattoo under the statute or in your work only if it says, 1,200 member?
That would qualify as one of the, I would call it a predicate up underneath it, because of the 11 items under 874, that is one of them.
Is having tattoos?
Is having tattoos.
Does the tattoo have a requirement as to what it has to say?
No, ma'am.
So you would document fallen members if tattooed on a person's body when you were looking at whether they meet the statutory criteria?
Correct.
In this instance, did the tattoos that you observed in these images meet the statutory criteria as it relates to Davian Murphy?
Yes, ma'am.
In the right side of the image here, do you see anything of relevance?
Yes, ma'am.
And what in the right image, or 69C, are we looking at?
Long live Jacoby J. Wright. And then also there's a 323 below his ear as well.
Is that of some relevance to you?
Yes, ma'am. So that's a 323 it stands for CTC. That would have been something that would have been happened while he was in prison.
Is 320C a reference to the alphabet?
Correct.
Right. And did you what group did you have in Jacksonville assigned to you before 1200?
CTC.
Now, in looking at the images depicted here in State 69, what, if any, significance was the image in the center of the neck?
It says 1200 block.
And was there some relevance to you, and did you document that in your records?
Correct.
1200 block, is that an area of Jacksonville out east?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you seen this tattoo before in documenting gang members?
Yes, ma'am.
How about the image on the right side of your screen?
The right side on his top of his hand, it says Suge.
Is Suge Avery McKnight, as you've already described to us?
Yes, ma'am.
Are these additional images that were taken from Mr. Davian Murphy?
Yes, ma'am.
On the left shoulder and arm or bicep of Mr. Davian Murphy, was there another tattoo?
Yes, ma'am. There's a tattoo of which it says Joe Rod.
And was that of relevance to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there also a picture above the tattoo itself?
Yes, ma'am. That's a picture of Joe Rod, aka Spaz.
And is that Joe Rod Adams?
That's correct.
Is that the same individual you previously identified had been killed at the Range High School shooting?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that by Robert Howard, 6 Block member?
Yes, ma'am.
Anybody named Michael got an ID I can hold?
On the left side of the abdomen of Mr. Davian Murphy, did you document additional images?
Yes, ma'am.
What
How you
images
got
did you
muscular
document there?
titties?
The
This nigga
Forever
got
Suge
muscular
Knight Jr.
titties.
Could you point to us what you're reading or how you're seeing that and where?
Yes, ma'am.
It's like a titty, but it's a muscle.
At the bottom, it has Suge Knight Jr. wrapped around.
And did you document anything on the photo on the right?
No, ma'am.
Dog, all
Now,
this
during
nigga
the course
tattoos.
of Mr. Davian Murphy's interview, did you have an opportunity to review that footage?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have an opportunity to see the footage of him in the interview room independent of anyone else?
Yes, ma'am.
Did at some point during the course of that time by himself in the room, Mr. Murphy, Davian Murphy, throw any kind of sign or hand sign that you are familiar with?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that hand sign with his middle fingers down?
Yes, correct.
And what did that hand sign represent?
It was the 1200 hand sign.
Dog, he's like a walking
Showing you what's
death
been previously
record.
admitted as State's Exhibit 118. Is that what we're looking at here?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you document as a part of, or make note as a part of Mr. Davian Murphy's gang documentation or record that he had made this hand sign on the state?
That's correct.
Moving along to the evidence that has been previously admitted, as it relates to Isaiah Chance, did you have an opportunity to review the social media information that came back as after Charles Jones's homicide?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that on a return from an Instagram account?
That's correct.
In 87C8, did you make any note of anything?
Yes, ma'am. In the screen, Isaiah is holding up the 1200 hand sign.
Now, is Isaiah Chance at this?
Man, this nigga got a muscle titty and a mural, bro. This nigga body is a death record for real. Hieroglyphics of death. All you see is dead on his body. Nigga, I don't think you want to live long.
The fact that Isaiah Chance had utilized the 1200 gang sign.
Yes, ma'am.
In 126D, was that sign also represented on an extraction with Isaiah Chance utilizing that hand sign?
Yes, ma'am. He using it with his right hand, and he's also with a known 1200 member, Darius, a.k.a. Baby Coo, and then Little Bug in the middle, Daryl Bryant, which is a 1200 POI.
And did you make note of this?
Yes, ma'am.
Did something in March of 2024 occur called an Out East reunion?
Yes, ma'am.
And lastly, 87C22 and C7. Do you see the two images depicted here?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have an opportunity to document what, if any, relevance these two images had?
More of the 1200 hand sign.
All of which documented or recorded as in the return from the Instagram from Gutazay or Isaiah Chance?
Yes, ma'am.
As it specifically relates to an individual by the name of Sean Gathright, did you have anybody by the name of Sean Gathright documented as a 1200 member?
No, ma'am.
Did you have an opportunity to see a still from a video taken or extracted from the device information from Sean Gathright, an iCloud account.
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And did you have an opportunity to make note of an image that was depicted from that still in 94D6?
Yes, ma'am. He's showing the 1200 hand sign.
Now, the 1200 hand sign, as I have understood it, was to put down the middle finger. Have you, in your investigations, seen the use of the middle finger or the ring finger utilized?
Yeah, so you want to read it from left to right, and so that's why when you decide which hand to put it up with, you'll see and read it differently.
Is that completely consistent all across all 1200 gang members, or are different techniques utilized for different members?
Different techniques for different members.
So have you seen in the course of your investigation of 1200 members, 1200 gang members utilizing only their middle finger down in all of their posts?
Correct.
Have you had an opportunity to see 1200 gang members utilizing the middle finger down on one hand and the ring finger down on the other, so that it clearly depicts to you 12 and 12?
Correct.
So 1 and 2, 1 and 2.
Correct.
Did you have an opportunity to see a video which has been previously admitted in this case as 131, or stills from a video called Psychin' Out?
Yes, ma'am.
And who was that by?
J. Breezy or Jacory Rivers.
On June 24th of 2024, when this video was posted, was Mr. Jacory Rivers affiliated to 1200?
Yes, ma'am.
And in reviewing that video, was Mr. Jacory Rivers pictured with another 1200 member?
Yes, ma'am. Noah Williams, a.k.a. Spinabins.
And did Noah Williams utilize the option that you've just talked to us about, which is one middle finger down and one ring finger down instead of both middle fingers down to make it 1200?
That's correct.
Is this in 131E a still image of that in use?
Yes, ma'am.
But in seeing a 1200 member throw up the number 12 to you, or the sign of 1200 to you, are you able to document that as the use of a hand sign or a gang sign?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you also have an opportunity to see a video that had been posted by Spinabins and Wappa with the Choppa called Foolio Dead?
Yes, ma'am.
Did that come before or after the homicide of Charles Jones?
After.
Your Honor, at this time the state seeks to admit State's Exhibit 133A through D.
Okay, any objection, Mr. Gonzalez?
No new objections, Judge.
Okay, Ms. Toomey, any new objections?
Listen, when you name your kid something like Michael, Stanley, Steven, Jennifer, they get free things. They get gifts like subs. They get included. When you name your daughter Mayonnaise and shit like that, and your son Ladavianathan, boy, you can never show nobody an ID and get a free sub with a name like that. Boy, name your kid Mike, Carl, John.
Showing or permission to publish, Your Honor?
Tricky ass names. Nigga, you can't get a free sub. How you think they're gonna do with an application?
Correct.
Were there any references in this song?
Or a grant?
And express in which Mr. Charles
Or a business loan?
murdered at.
And the name of Foolio, is that readily identifiable to you as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Are Spinabins and Wappa with the Choppa individuals that were also depicted in the 3 music videos we've already seen here today?
Yes, ma'am.
Ladavianathan, it's only gonna be one of them niggas in line. They gonna give away one sub.
From that Foolio
All right, I'm
Dead
done talking.
video.
Yes, ma'am.
What, if any,
Run the lights
significance
up.
is the gun?
Hold on, I ain't done talking. We at 112. 3 more get us to 115. Run the motherfucking lights up, please. Now I'm done talking.
The name on the bottle being Don Julio, and then a firearm pointed at the bottle itself.
Did you see a significant uptick in the use of Don Julio bottles in the music videos after Charles Jones was murdered?
You've seen a big uptick in the sale or viewing of Don Julio after the death of Mr. Charles Jones.
What does it mean to put a tag or a bag on someone's head?
To put money up, similar to like a hit to pay for murder for hire.
And what about putting a bottle of Don Julio on someone's head?
To do that, you're celebrating the death of that individual.
When you had an opportunity to review this video as well, did you also see another depiction of the disrespect towards the 6 symbol?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that what we're seeing here in States 133D?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, may I have one moment?
Yes.
Motherfucker be trying to take a word that already exists, and it's
Lastly,
already
sir, did you have the opportunity to
it's
attend,
already something.
an interview
Mayonnaise.
that
You want to say a name? Mayonasia? Mayonasia? Bitch, that's mayonnaise. You named your daughter after mayonnaise? Eggs and oil? Bitch.
see and speak with an individual by the name of Sean Gathright?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And had you advised Mr. Gathright that he had been placed under arrest for the homicide of Charles Jones?
Yes, ma'am.
Did the audio and video recording from inside of that interview room capture some moments with Sean Gathright after he had been advised of that information?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, the state seeks to admit State's Exhibit 123.
All right, other than previous objections, any further objection, Mr. Wise?
No, sir.
Okay, any objection, Mr. Gonzalez?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Sonardi?
No new objection.
Mr. Petridis? Okay.
I'll be in the court asking the judge, can I snitch now? When can I snitch?
Your Honor, may we have one moment, please?
Yes.
Especially if I'm Isaiah Chance. I'm not a shooter. Oh, nigga. I'm a lie. I'm going to say, man, listen. I was joining the gang, click hopping. These boys put pressure on
Okay,
me.
while you guys are doing this, let's just take a quick 5-minute break, okay? All right, you guys can step in the jury room.
These boys put pressure on me. They made me feel like I had to be involved. They said I was soft and I was green, and I keep going from gang to gang, and I had a target on my back. And if I don't do this, then I was going to be in big trouble. Nigga, I lie. If I was Isaiah Chance, I'm already fucked up. Nobody already liked me anyway. They already think I'm lame and green and corny and all that anyway. Nigga, I might as well go ahead and snitch too so I can get on out. I'm the only one. Isaiah Chance, the only nigga with a chance. Isaiah got a chance, or is it not a chance? Either way, if I'm him, nigga, I'm ratting. I'm ratting. Listen, let me tell y'all. Yes, they were the shooters. They made me get get the drop for this guy. Well, why didn't all the times you were separated from them and you had the phone, why didn't you call the police? Because I was scared for my life. They said they'll kill my mama. They know where my mama live. So, and I can't guarantee that the police is going to believe me if I say this is going to happen. I would have snitched, man. I'm snitching. I would have made up a lie, and I would have started snitch lying on their ass. Like, man, they set me up. They made me feel as if I didn't do this, my life was in danger. They threatened me. I go as far as to say, Devion told me, nigga, I kill you and then tattoo on my body like I miss you, nigga. I'll be up there. I'll be so lame and scary and soft. I will get up there and cry. I'm going home. I'm coming home. I'm coming home. Tell the world that I'm coming home. I'm coming home. Oh, never leave me alone. You can holler at your boy. I'll be coming home. I'll be coming home. Never leave me. Y'all ain't know who that is. Y'all heard that version? I know who know it, don't say it. Do y'all know that version of that song? Put it in the chat if y'all know what that is. But anyway, I'll be coming home, never leave me. Man, listen, I'm turning the story around if I'm Isaiah. If I'm Alien Fingers, if I'm Gutter's Alien, Peanut Fingers, nigga, I am ratting. I am turning the story around. Them boys forced me into this. Yeah, I was trying to be gangster. Yeah, I wore fake clothes. Yeah, I did all that shit y'all said I did on the internet. I woofed, I talked tough, but I'm not like that. I'm really a scary suburban kid. I'm looking for acceptance. I'm looking for friends. You know, my family don't really like. I don't know where I fit in. I'm depressed. All that shit that these niggas be saying, that all these suicidal and all that, I be using all that as an excuse, nigga. I'm going home. I'm coming home. I promise you, nigga. I might not be coming home immediately, but I'm gonna have me a date. I'm gonna be up there crying so bad. They're gonna be like, this soft ass nigga. I promise I'm gonna make them people feel sorry for me. I promise you, them 12 gonna be like, give him the lesser manslaughter, second degree. Yeah, nigga, I'm doing 15 max. I'm going to the crib. Take it to the house. Take it to the house. Take it to the house. Order 2 more bottles of Chris, get drunk, pissed. See you ain't listening to this, nigga. I'm taking it to the house. This nigga the only person that got a chance. All that trying to stand tall and shit, I swear to God, I will tell that I will put Devion Murphy, all them dead tattoos on his body, all that fa and all that shit. I'd be like, man, he bragged to me the night it happened. He bragged about it. He said he wished he was closer. He wanted to be the one to take the kill shot. That nigga told me if I didn't go through with this, he was gonna put my name on his body and act like he was sad about me dying, nigga. I say, man, that nigga, man. Nigga say, how you coming home and Alicia in the car? Alicia coming home too. I'm not talking about going immediately home. Don't be so literal. Listen to what I said. I'm going to have a date. The same way Aaliyah is about to get a date. Alicia, excuse me, and she got charged of the lesser. Nigga, I'm finna lie on them so I get the lesser. I know I'm guilty. I know I'm a piece of shit. I know I was involved in this. But it's not what's known as what can be proven. I'm finna try to get my lawyer to prove that I was scared. I was just as scared as Alicia was, nigga. Both of us were in fear. Yeah, Alicia may have been scared of me, but I only put the pressure on her because I didn't tell her the pressure that they put on me. I was trying to save her. I didn't even want her to be a part of this. They made me do all of this. Why you think they watching me so hard? Why you think they sent the message back and forth with Sean Gathright and Rashad Murphy talking about, I ain't talked to little bro. Make sure he in a good headspace. That's cold talk. They really saying make sure that bitch ass nigga ain't trying to skate out on the play. Make sure this bitch nigga ain't leaving on the. Come on, bruh. I said the only nigga with a chance. Boy, you better turn state. Boy, you better turn state, boy. Listen, save yourself. You already puny. Bro, you so frail. Listen, bro. Yeah, I get it. I know size ain't nothing. I know he can make shanks. He could probably fight. He got them skinny niggas got them knuckles that'll bust your eyeball and all that shit. Man, that little nigga ain't, man. If I'm Isaiah, I'm taking my only last name, my only chance, and I'm turning state. I'm telling on everybody, boy. I bet you it would, if I was in Isaiah's situation, if I was facing those circumstances, I'm going for the lesser charge. I'm going to be guilty of something. Let's drive this narrative so I can get the same shit my girl got so I can get back to my family. Me and her might be getting out around the same damn time. Around the same damn time. Around the same damn time. She getting out. I'm getting out at the same damn time. We be murdered, got released at the same damn time. At the same damn time. I'm telling you. The nigga better switch the play. Switch it up. See my close friend's chain, turn my side hoe to my main. Riding the rear view every time I change lane. Streets fucked up, man, this is a dirty game. Drink, drink, smoke, smoke, Just to ease the pain. Hold on, man. I already know who know. I know who know. Put it in the chat, not you, bro. Who was that? Who that is I just rapping, man? What was that I just rapping, man? Y'all don't be knowing.
Okay.
Y'all don't know my music, man. All right, I gotta shut up, guys. I done talked for a whole 5 minutes. Switch it up. Riding a rear view every time I change lane. Streets fucked up, man. This is a dirty game. One more like to get us to 115, guys. One more like to get us to 115. How they slow down so much? The lights was going so fast. Nah, nigga, I already. That ain't even fair, cut. I need to see. No, nigga. We done talked about that in the Discord. That ain't even fair, cuz. Z, what's up, Z? Z, you know that song? Bob Marley said, "Good as ass going to jail." That's all that happened. Double tap the screen if you think rumors. A tenor mic from the video says, Aaron James says, "I'm late. What's going on now?"
Hold on, I need a prosecutor up here.
So 5679 says, "God, these folks are dumb." Mel says, Let's try this. How are you coming home, but Alicia going to jail? Oh, okay, all right. I just explained that. At least in theory. Will it work? Who knows? But nigga, at this point, he might as well try, right? Simeon says, we need snitches because self-snitching songs all the rage. She said, why need snitches? Facts. They gonna do it themselves anyway. Mike from the River says, nigga aiming the gun at the bottle of Foolio. These people know what the fuck y'all doing? Facts. Bob Marley says, Alicia in that car lacking in the Cherokee. Last thing that girl seen was my, oh, this nigga rapping. Motion Man says, all they ass stupid. Mr. G Fetty, I see you with the laughing emoji. Let's go. Bobby Hoyt. Say that guy looks high as hell just now. He was talking about Rashad, man. Rashad Murphy looking stoned out, man. I'm coming home. Facts. His body looked like a walking funeral home. All he got is dead people tatted on him. I can't say LaDavion. What was that name? Breakfast Isha? Yeah, she'll never get a free sub. What you mean I can't register a note? You talking about my singing? You said a registered voter? Mel says rumor isn't even a registered note. No, I'm not a notary republic. I gotta shut up, guys. I'm shutting up. Shut up. They all running lights up, please. Time I see you, brother. He said, you know, we are the best. We are the algorithm. Let's go.
Sit in that chair and don't move.
Sir, what is on the ceiling of that interview room?
Ceiling tiles, and then the roof, it's unable to get out from that way.
And have you also had an opportunity to have to play music in the course of your interviews based on the aged construction of that building and that room itself?
Yes, ma'am.
I will pass the witness, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Gonzalez?
I'll do it right now.
This is my guy here. Young and Ace need to get Gonzalez, if anything. He the only one really trying. Ace need Gonzalez. Because you see what happened when Melly just got that high profile ass lawyer? Nothing.
Detective, regarding the arrest of Rashad Murphy on July 30th in Jacksonville, that we saw that clip of the apartment complex. As you arrived and during the time you were there, he wasn't armed, was he?
Not that I know of, no, sir.
And you're not aware of any weapons or any guns, weapons of any kind in the apartment before he came out, correct?
It was unknown at the time.
Well, unknown at the time, and obviously you're not aware of anything being found in there that would indicate that he was armed, correct?
Correct.
And he didn't, while he was there, he didn't make any threats to anyone in any respect, did he?
No, sir.
Do you know if there was any communication with him by telephone or otherwise while he was inside?
At a certain point in time, we had hostage negotiators come out. They attempted to make contact with him. Now, whether they did or did not make contact with him, I do not know.
Okay. Do you have any idea whether he was going through any kind of a mental health episode in terms of him being in there and not wanting to come out?
I don't know.
There were no other people in there that were at risk. And when you talk about hostage negotiators, you're not suggesting that he was in there and there was someone that could have been deemed a hostage?
No, sir. We contact hostage negotiators to come in and try to calmly speak to people to have them come out so it wouldn't escalate to anything worse than what it could have been.
The dog was the hostage.
You're aware that about 3 or 4 weeks prior to that he was detained in Gwinnett County, correct?
Correct.
And were you aware that when...
Overruled. You can ask, and if he knows, he knows. If he doesn't, he doesn't. Okay.
Understood. So you are aware of his arrest in Gwinnett County, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Were you aware that that he was tased in that incident?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were you aware that he was tased when he was down on the ground in his private area, correct?
I know he was tased in his private area. I don't know when that occurred.
Were you aware that he had a gun pointed on his temple while
Yes,
he was
sir.
down on the ground?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were you aware that there was also a gun on him as he exited the vehicle?
I was unaware of that.
Okay. How about, were you aware as part of that struggle that he had separated his shoulder, had to go to the hospital for medical care?
No, sir. I didn't know.
He was being arrested.
So, Detective, you started in the gang unit as it relates to your responsibility with 1200, beginning with, for lack of a better term, and I don't mean it with any disrespect, understudying the 1200 detective before he moved on, correct?
Yes, sir.
It's boo-boo,
And
baby.
you worked a couple
Sweater
of
looking
cases
man.
with him as you acclimated to this gang assignment, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that would have been between January and June was this murder, so a matter of 4 or 5 months you were the gang investigator for 1200, correct?
Yes, sir.
And at this particular time, I know you mentioned 1200 had already been established and designated as a gang.
Yes, sir.
During this early part of that transition, you were also still in the midst of your responsibilities with the other gangs you were transforming out of.
Yes, sir.
And during the normal, everyday course and scope of these investigations, you mainly, in an attempt to increase your information, your sources, your understanding, you rely very heavily on social media, whether it be Instagram, YouTube, Spaces, Reddit. Any of the social media platforms are a really critical part to you gaining information, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that would be coupled also with field type interviews and discussion on the street with either named or unnamed people, right?
Yes, sir.
And when you do so, and you utilize this as the main focal point in your understanding, you're going to have to trust, or you're going to have to, inclusive of what you utilize, know that these people that are posting, they may not be posting things that are true, correct?
Yes, sir, that's a possibility.
Okay. And you're going to have a difficult time, a majority of this time, corroborating things. You're just listening, and you're taking it and putting it into your brain and on paper for future use, correct?
Correct. Check but verify.
Not knowing and not being able to, on a lot of these times, verify something from sources other than what you hear and what you see on social media, correct?
Correct.
And when you started with 1200, you started looking at social media for various different alleged members or people that have been documented or people that were even associated or even responding to the social media posts that are being made by the people you're monitoring, correct?
Correct.
And you testified that the Instagram account Ghost87 is associated with Rashad Murphy, correct?
Ghost 187?
Yes.
Yes.
And are you aware of any other social media platform that Rashad Murphy has any association with?
No, sir.
Nothing on Spaces, never seen him on Spaces.
No, sir.
Never seen him on Facebook or any other platform, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. And the reason that you believe that he is associated with Ghost 87 is through what other detectives had indicated to you, correct?
Detectives and the field interviews.
Okay, and field interviews would mean you come upon somebody on the street, you ask them, hey, look, do you know, and for lack of a better term, Johnny Johnson or Jimmy Jones, known as Goodnight or known as Sunrise or whatever it may be.
Yes, sir.
And I don't mean to be funny, but I'm trying to suggest that when you ask about a number of different people, and then that person on the street may say, well, yeah, I know him, he's this, or I know him and he's this.
That's correct.
Okay, and so that's the way that you made a determination that there was an association with Rashad Murphy and Ghost 187 is a combination of asking these people on the street whether in fact it's so, and detectives from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office telling you that, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you never saw Rashad Murphy post on Ghost 187, no profile picture of him, correct?
Correct.
No posts involving his friends or his family or pictures or stories of his kids, none of that, correct?
Correct.
Nothing that you yourself, in the terms of your investigation and furthering your understanding of 1200, would associate Ghost 187 with Rashad Murphy other than what we spoke about, correct?
Correct. In relation to the IG account.
Okay. You never screenshotted anything off of that account to memorialize it or to put it in a file or to document Rashad Murphy's use of that Instagram account, correct?
I did not know, sir.
You testified to 187. 187 obviously is part of that Instagram handle, number one, correct? And that was a yes, right?
Correct, yes, I'm sorry.
And then also 187 is linked to 187 boys. We talked about kind of two different things, correct?
Correct.
And isn't it a fact, essentially, that you have referenced this California Penal Code simply because you don't know any other reason why 187 would make sense?
No, sir. In one of the videos, they reference 187 back to the California Penal Code. I'm unsure right now which music video that they did it in, but they do make reference back to it. They only did it one time. It was a very short phrase in which they did it.
So the determination that you made as it relates to 187 relating to a penal code is not just an assumption by you?
What do you mean?
Isn't it just an assumption by Detective Griffin that 187, as it relates to that number being utilized, and it having some reference to the California Penal Code is just your belief.
I see what you're saying. Yes, sir.
Without anything else to buttress it or corroborate it.
Correct.
And as I understand it, your belief that Ghost, the first part of that Instagram account, if it has any reference to Rashad Murphy, it's because you have been told, or your belief is, he's not a prominent figure up front, he's in the background, and essentially, again, other Jacksonville detectives have indicated to you that he's called Ghost, correct?
Correct.
As it relates to the murders that you discussed in your direct examination, you don't have any evidence, do you, Detective, that would associate Rashad Murphy with any of those shootings or any of those murders, correct?
No, sir.
And when you are discussing the structure of this particular group, 1200, you talked about it in terms of it being a hybrid, correct?
That's correct.
And a hybrid, I think as you stated, doesn't have any kind of initiation, it doesn't have any structure, doesn't have any guy at the top that tells somebody what to do, who then tells other people what to do, correct?
Correct.
You would agree with me that in a hybrid group, nobody answers to anyone else. It's more an association of where you grew up and what neighborhood you're in.
That's correct.
And along those same lines, I know you talked about on direct, I just want to make sure I clarify it. You talked about money or monetizing, because I think you said 187 used to be the music arm, whereby there was music production and music dissemination.
I'm going to object. This is continuously not been asked on direct examination, both of these lines of cross. Can we approach?
Yes.
Whose mother or auntie is that, I wonder? Something about her say Rashad Murphy. That lady that they just showed, something about
Detective,
her say that she there for Rashad
you're
Murphy.
aware that 187 used to be kind of the music arm. It was where and through what platform that these rappers produced their music. Is that a fact?
You're asking, was it also a music group?
Yes.
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 Okay. And
What's up, come see
you
me.
talked about monetizing. You talked about how the group got money on your direct examination. And you suggested, first of all, that sometimes the gang profits or gets money in order to produce this music by way of the commission of crimes, correct?
Correct.
Well, do you have any way of knowing, Detective, whether if a particular member or associate of the group 1200 goes and steals a car, anybody else gets any money other than that person who steals the car? You would not know that, would you?
Not without further interviews.
Okay. And what about if somebody sells drugs? You don't know that the 5 grams of cocaine that somebody sold would then be split amongst the rest of the group or go to some kind of fund that would produce or that would fund music. You don't know that either, do you?
No, sir.
So when you say that money from crime is utilized for the gang, you're making an assumption that that's what occurs, and you don't have any evidence to support that, correct?
Other than the observations when you see dope sales and then they go from riding in a Toyota Camry to now driving a $100,000 vehicle and they have no job or no employment, then you can associate that they made their money through the sales of illegal narcotics.
Well, normally when they're doing these productions, they're renting these vehicles for purposes of the production, aren't they?
Renting or putting in girlfriends, baby mamas' names.
Okay, and so you are inferring that if a crime gets committed, all or a portion of that would go to the gang because of what they have and what they utilize.
Correct.
So that's your assumption without knowing that to be the case, correct? Fair?
Yes, sir.
Come see me 23, certified wifey type Mike from the Ville, Bob Marley, time 18188, Supreme Tunes.
So in gangs, individuals don't have to be told and are often not told to go commit a crime, correct? In these hybrid situations.
In the hybrid situation is likely no.
So if somebody wants to go commit a crime, they can go commit a crime, and that doesn't mean that anybody else knows or acquiesced or was a part of it, correct?
Correct. You have the one-offs that go and do what they do.
Allowed
Mills,
and
Aaron
not
James.
part of any kind of a problem. So you can only loosely associate a crime being committed with the group or with a group of people simply because they associate, correct? Without knowing whether any one of them has any prior knowledge that something was going to happen or a crime was going to be committed.
I don't think I understand your question. So you're saying that combined together, the two individuals wouldn't know what one other is doing?
No, let's say two individuals that have some association with 1200 go ahead and go and commit a crime. We don't know, and you don't know, whether or not anybody else in that group or association knew that that crime was going to be committed potentially until after it was committed, correct?
Correct.
And you don't have to hate or dislike Charles Jones or Julio Foolio in order to be a part of 1200, correct?
Correct.
We looked at a lot of videos during the course of your direct examination. When someone is rapping or performing about people dying or people getting shot or celebrating someone's injury or death, that certainly doesn't mean that that person or anyone else in that video committed that crime, correct?
Correct.
They certainly could be celebrating somebody's demise or somebody's injury, but it doesn't presume or provide you any information or evidence that someone committed a crime, or you guys doing your job, as I know you do, would seek some type of arrest or prosecution, correct?
Not based off a music video, no.
Understood. But if you could combine that with any other evidence that someone committed a crime, you would certainly effectuate an arrest, correct?
Correct.
And many of these rap videos and many of the incidents they're talking about are unsolved murders, correct?
Yes, sir.
4 more lights, guys. 4 more lights.
So,
get us to 120.
Detective, we talked a little bit about 874.03, which governs gangs in Florida, correct?
Correct.
And under that statute, you need two criteria to be met before someone can be documented.
That's correct.
And I think, as I understood it, you yourself individually like to have 3 criteria in order to document, correct?
Correct.
During the time in which you were with 1200 from January, let's go to June 1st, you didn't document anyone for 1200, did you?
Yes, I did. I believe so. It would have been Darius Bryant, or I'm sorry, Dale Bryant which is AKA Baby Coup. I'd have to check the date though.
Okay, so you think, you're not positive,
Correct.
that during that time frame with 1200 you might have documented Mr. Bryant?
Mr. Bryant, yes.
And you do that, your documentation and the way it gets into the system is through an FIR, which is a field investigation report, correct?
Correct.
So let's look at the documentation of Rashad Murphy. I know you noted in the criteria, which would be D, a style of dress.
Yes, sir.
1200 does not have a style of dress, does it, on an everyday basis?
On an everyday basis, no, but they have shirts in which represent the group.
So on occasion, during a production, whether it be one or two or however many, sometimes they wear shorts that have a moniker or a picture or a saying that might relate to someone they're talking about in the video, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But would you agree with me that when you talk about a style of dress, you talk about something that they wear as a group, maybe not every one of them, on a regular basis, on a day-to-day basis, correct?
No, they put it on, then that's the style of dress.
Okay,
Like you saying
so-
that they wore it for a short time and then took it off, that it doesn't classify as a style of dress?
So would that be your interpretation of the statute, that if somebody had a T-shirt with somebody else's name on it and they wore it twice, that would constitute a style of dress?
Yes, sir.
Okay? And you would document someone based on that criteria, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that criteria is an interpretation by you as to what a style of dress means.
Yes, sir.
Understanding it's not the Crips or the Bloods, other styles of dress would be jewelry that have a particular logo or number or name on it, correct?
Correct, like a RIP chain.
Okay, but those are things that are worn every day. Those are things that are common to that person's body on a daily basis.
Yes,
That
sir.
would be a style of dress, correct?
Yes, sir.
You would agree with me that when a person RAPs, that you can wear jewelry, you can wear a T-shirt, you can wear a moniker, a saying, doesn't necessarily mean that that is a style of dress for a gang. You agree? Doesn't have to be.
We'll say that one more time.
Doesn't have to be a style of dress if a person were to wear a chain or wear a shirt that honors somebody that has died, correct?
It could. That's when you have to believe you would do a little bit more research in reference to who the person is, what their relationship was to the person that's on the shirt.
Got it. As it relates to tattoos, you would agree with me that Mr. Murphy doesn't have any tattoos that would be indicative of 1200, correct?
Not that I have observed before.
And he's never made any admission as being associated with a gang, correct? That you're
No, he
aware
hasn't.
of. So those criteria in the statute that requires you to have two, let's talk about those just individually very briefly. It's a fact, is it not, Detective, that Mr. Murphy was documented as a gang member after the murder of Charles Jones?
Yes, sir, that's true.
A month after the murder of Charles Jones, the Sheriff's Department made a decision to document him as a gang member, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that documentation was done after you, Detective Drabick, some of the other members of the gang unit in Jacksonville Sheriff's Department became involved in the investigation of that murder and the ultimate arrest of Mr. Murphy, correct?
Yes, sir.
In doing so, we've already talked about you relying on what you would suggest is a style of dress, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I think if I understood your testimony on direct correctly, if you are in a video and someone else uses a hand sign, that would be criteria that could document you, even if you didn't utilize that hand sign, correct?
You're saying if somebody standing next to me held up the hand sign,
Yeah.
could I use that? I would document that person, not you.
You would not document someone in a video where someone other than that person is utilizing a hand sign.
No, you would have to utilize the hand sign.
I want to draw your attention just so I can understand a little bit better. In States 114, there were several still pictures that are from the active video. I'm going to show you this one, which is States 114A2. Well, this is not a gang sign, is it?
No, it's a K.
That's a K.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so it's not 6 blocks sideways.
No.
It's not. Okay, so it's a K. It's not
Yes.
a gang sign.
It's not a gang sign.
All right, and this one, which is A3, that's not a gang sign, is it?
Not that I know of.
And A4, that's not a gang sign, is it?
Can you zoom back
Yeah,
out
I'm
of
sorry.
the sign?
That's not.
Can you?
Oh, zoom.
Yeah, or back out. I'm sorry.
Oh, back it up. Better.
Not really, but not from what I can tell.
And you could look at this video, and if it's in real time, you would probably see somebody moving their hands, right?
Yes, sir.
So sometimes it might be a little bit misleading if you take a still shot at something because you don't know what the movements are before and you don't know what the movements are after. Would you agree with me?
Yes, sir.
This one, which is A114A6, if I understand you correctly, the right hand is not any type of a gang sign, correct?
Yes, sir. It's a 6.
The right hand is a 6?
Yeah, and so if you look at it from this point of view, it's a 6. His 3 fingers are pointed out. His pointer finger is folded into his thumb.
Well, I guess the ladies and gentlemen of the jury can make that decision for themselves. It doesn't look to me like I see an index finger and a thumb.
It's a comment.
It's a comment, Judge.
Questions.
So it would be your belief that that constitutes a 6 in the right hand.
Yes, sir.
And again, this is a still shot of somebody moving during the course of a fairly rapid paced video, correct?
Yes, sir.
Again, the same one we saw previously in 114A9. Not a gang sign, correct?
Yes, sir. And so he's holding the 12 sideways.
So that your interpretation would be that's a 1200 sign.
Yes, sir.
And I think you talked about this one, and I just want to make sure I understand. This would be States 114C9, and this would be as it relates to video We the Ops. As I understand it, the person on the right, that's a 6?
That's a 6, yes, sir.
Okay. And is there anything happening with that person's right hand?
Yeah, he's holding a firearm.
Okay, and you're saying holding an actual firearm?
That's a gun.
Okay, I see it. Okay, and then there's a gentleman in the middle in the back
Yes.
with a COVID mask on, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that person, presumably Mr. Murphy, is not. That's none of this is his sign, correct?
No, sir.
Okay, I think I've showed you whatever I would need to that might constitute that. Holding a gun in a video is not a crime if you're not a convicted felon, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You're not aware that Mr. Murphy has any felony convictions, are you?
Okay, Mr. Gonzalez, don't answer that question.
The other identifier, the other criteria that you utilize with regard to Mr. Murphy in documenting him as a gang member in July of 2024 would be associates with one or more known gang members, correct?
Yes, sir.
That would constitute his involvement or his being a part of that rap video production, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that alone, simply his appearance there, would meet that criteria.
Well, yes.
Okay. And the fourth and last way would be that he was observed in the company or one or more gang members 4 times.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Kind of a BOGO here, right? Kind of, essentially, it's dual criteria, because if you look at him associating with one or more gang member, or being in the company with 4 or more gang members, one would equal the other, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you get 2 criteria for the price of 1.
Yes, sir.
But they essentially involve the same activity.
Yes, sir.
And as you looked at those, the company of 4 or more, I think you talked about 2 traffic stops. One of those traffic stops was in 2021, correct?
I believe so.
The one where he was in a car with Noah and Reginald Williams?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you're aware, are you not, Detective, having done research on this case, that Mr. Murphy and the Williams brothers grew up together since they were kids in the same neighborhood?
Yes, sir.
And so his riding in a car with them, in and of itself, would meet the criteria to designate him as a gang member. Is that what you're telling us?
It would fall up under the association with the 4 or more times, being in presence of as well.
Okay. And along with the hand sign, so again, my question is, and you might have answered it, I'm sorry, I got distracted here for a minute. Just driving in a car with people that he has known since childhood, in and of itself, no matter whether or not there's a crime committed, no matter whether or not there's anything nefarious going on, that would check a box for you in terms of criteria to designate someone as a gang member.
Because that the people that he are in the car with are documented gang members.
Correct.
Yes.
Despite whatever other relationship or history you may have with them.
Correct.
And I know you talked really briefly about a handshake. What are we looking at? Do you know off the top of your head what video?
That would have been the last video that was played. I don't. They all starting to run together. It was towards the end of one of them. It was a very fast interaction at the end.
So fast that you can't replicate it, correct?
No, sir.
And you told us, I believe, if I understood it correctly, you haven't seen it often. It's not often. It's not something like 1200 or 6 block.
Correct.
It's something that happens so fast that your assumption is it has some significance, but you don't have any way of authenticating that, correct?
That's correct.
Detective, I'm going to show you a picture, 88D1, and ask you if, based on your history and your knowledge of 1200 and gang involvement in and of itself, can you identify these individuals?
I cannot, no, sir.
Okay. So you don't know if the guy on the right is Prosper Johnson?
I do not.
Don't know if the guy on the left is Shoger Avery McKnight?
I do not.
Would that have come before your time? Do you know?
Both of them, yes, sir.
And I noticed on multiple occasions in your direct testimony, you did refer to Prosper Johnson and his death in 2014, correct?
Correct.
And you also made reference to Deontay Holsey as well, correct?
Correct, Prosper and Tate.
And I noticed when you looked at the gang chart, there's not one, but there's two names there. But as you testified on direct examination, did you not refer to him as Tay, Deontay Tay Holsey?
Correct.
Bear with me 1 minute.
Okay.
I don't have anything further. Thank you, Detective.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Ms. Toomey?
Good afternoon, Detective.
Hello, ma'am.
All right, so I just want to go through a couple things with you with regards to your training in the investigation of gangs.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. It's my understanding that you attended the gang conference that's put on once a year, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that started in 2021?
Yes, ma'am.
For you?
Yes, ma'am.
Which is when you initially became a member of the gang unit in Jacksonville?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you attended the conference that very next year?
Yes, ma'am.
And also in 2023 as well?
Yes, ma'am.
In 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
Skip 2025?
I didn't go to 2025.
What about 2026?
No, ma'am.
Haven't gone, or is it?
It's not until I believe August.
I was going to say so. All right. So other than going to those, was it a 1 week conference? Look, 4 days, 4 nights?
4 days.
Conferences once a year. Have you had any other training in investigating gangs?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you attended the basic gangs investigation course?
Yes, ma'am.
And the intermediate gang course as well?
Yes, ma'am.
And I think it's the advanced as well?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. In addition to training regarding gangs in, what another course that you've taken?
The HIDA also puts on courses.
Well, that's for general, isn't that more like for general police work?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. But they also do a gang course as well.
Oh, they do? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And how long is that gang course for?
It's just a day.
A day. All right, very well. Now, in 2021, when you became part of the gang unit, you were responsible for 3 separate gangs, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And it wasn't until 2023 approximately that, well, actually 2024, that you became solely responsible for 1,200.
Late 2023, first part of 2024.
In the 2023, the late 2023, that's when you were assisting Bo Daigle, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And he became what? Did he get
He got promoted to supervisor.
promoted to supervisor? And who was your supervisor? Well, who was his supervisor before?
Sergeant Johnny Cook.
Okay. And was he the only supervisor, Bo Daigle, over 1,200?
Said what he, I'm sorry.
Was he the only, like, supervisor? What does a supervisor do for the detectives?
They manage, attend meetings and look over our paperwork.
Right, so they're kind of like the supervisor, a sergeant, supervisor, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So Bo Daigle was one, right?
A detective or a sergeant?
And then he was a detective, then he became a sergeant, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then someone took his place.
Yes, ma'am.
And who was that?
That would have been me.
That was you, okay. Prior to Bo Daigle, who was the supervisor?
I'll object at this time as to relevance, Your Honor.
I sustain the objection.
Okay. So in 2024, you became solely responsible for 1,200.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And part of your part of the majority of your responsibilities is monitoring social media, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Instagram,
Yes, ma'am.
Facebook,
Yes, ma'am.
I guess it's X now, but it's formerly known as Twitter.
Yes, ma'am.
Which has spaces, but now I guess it no longer has spaces. I'm not sure.
Yes, ma'am.
What else is there? Snapchat, do you monitor Snapchat as well?
Got Snapchat and Reddit.
Reddit, okay.
Clubhouse.
In fact, Clubhouse is another one, right? What about Signal? Is that something that you guys use or monitor?
I do not know, ma'am.
Okay.
I've heard of it, but I haven't yet to monitor it.
And Jacksonville is very, very involved in social media itself, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Seems to be a very transparent agency.
Are you referring to the sheriff's office?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, in monitoring those, all those different social media platforms, would you agree with me that a lot of those postings, whether it's a post, whether it's a meme, whether it's a video, it's anecdotal? Would you agree with me?
What do you mean?
Well, it's based on one person's opinion, their purview of what's going on.
Yes, ma'am.
And then you have to be able to differentiate out what is correct or incorrect or half correct.
Yes, ma'am.
Right? And one of the ways that you do that, in addition to monitoring social media, is by making field contacts with people out in the community.
Yes, ma'am.
And the sheriff's office has confidential informants,
Yes, ma'am.
some of which are actually paid to provide intelligence or information.
Yes, ma'am.
And then others that are become confidential informants to work off charges,
Yes, ma'am.
and literally to work off charges, to not be arrested, right, by you guys, right?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
And then depending on how they do, their charges could just go away,
Yes, ma'am.
and they won't even be arrested,
Yes, ma'am.
right? And then there's other individuals that provide intelligence and information that have already been arrested, but are looking for a reduced sentence,
Yes, ma'am.
right, from the state attorney's office,
Yes, ma'am.
right? Not necessarily from you, because you can't do that, but they're looking for you to tell the state, hey, yes, this person cooperated with us, provided us whatever information they provided you, they were very helpful, blah, 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 and to see if they could get a reduced sentence.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and then you also have individuals that are anonymous, that you don't know, right?
Yes,
You don't-
ma'am.
That won't provide their name to you, right?
Yes, ma'am.
They may call, what is it, do you have Crime Stoppers?
Crime Stoppers.
Crime Stoppers, anonymous, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you still have to decide whether you have an anonymous caller or whether you have a confidential informant, whether they're being paid, working off a sentence, or something different. You still have to determine whether or not the information that they're providing you is credible.
Yes, ma'am.
And in addition to confidential informants, these anonymous tips from Crime Stoppers and the like, you also do a lot of traffic stops in Jacksonville.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's something that you don't necessarily like to do, right?
No, I love doing traffic stops.
You do?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. You didn't testify in your deposition that that wasn't something you liked to do or cared to do?
That I didn't like or cared. I'm confused. No, because we go out, we do what we call a gang violence interdiction. We go out and make traffic stops, contacts with individuals.
All right. And the point of those traffic stops, which are done during nighttime, during the day, is to make contact with individuals and gather information.
Yes, ma'am.
And they can either give you information or they don't, right? You ask them whatever you're going to ask them, right?
Correct.
Do the majority of those individuals provide you with information?
It's you can flip a coin on. Some do, some don't.
And then the information that's provided to you, what do you do with it?
Check but verify.
Do you write it down somewhere? Do you notate it somewhere? Keep a folder of this person that has provided you information?
We, depending on what it is, we either can document it in an FIR or we don't document it at all, and we just go do our own separate investigation to find out whether they're telling us the truth or they're just telling us stuff to either A, get out of the traffic stop, B, reduce their charges. There's a variety of reasons on. We still have to check to make sure what they're saying is truthful.
Okay, so do you keep this documented somewhere at the sheriff's office?
In the FIR, some, and then others, no.
Others, no.
Correct.
Okay. Then additionally, you have, I guess you call them cold contacts, right? Where you just approach individuals on the street of Jacksonville and see if they'll talk to you.
Yes, ma'am.
And some of them do talk to you, right? And they provide you information.
Some do.
Okay. And in your investigation on all the social media platforms that I've talked about, your contacts with individuals on the street, traffic stops, what have you ever heard of Davion Murphy?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so he doesn't have an Instagram, right?
No, ma'am.
No Facebook?
No, ma'am.
No X's or Twitter?
No, ma'am.
And none of your contacts, either confidential informants or anonymous calls, have mentioned his name to you?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And in fact, Davion Murphy, to your knowledge, doesn't have a nickname, right?
No, ma'am.
And I can approach the clerk.
Well, keep it in the folder. What exhibit are you showing this witness?
This is going to be State's Exhibit 84A, 84A through C, but this is Exhibit 84A.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you help create this chart?
Yes, ma'am.
And when did you create it?
Shortly after. I didn't create it. I was just asked to look over it and see how accurate it was.
So you didn't create it?
Not create it, no, ma'am.
Okay. All right. You were asked just to look to see, to check it for accuracy?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do you know where this picture, this is Davion Murphy, right?
Yes,
Your
ma'am.
nickname. Do you know where that picture was taken from?
Yes, ma'am.
Where?
Our interview room.
And isn't it true that you were watched the interrogation of Davion Murphy?
Yes, ma'am.
That at that point in time where he's showing us his hands, he's singing to a song.
Without the video playing, that possibly, but right there he just looks like he's showing a hand sign.
Okay. But you don't have any other photographs of Mr. Murphy, Davion Murphy, with any other hand signs like that?
No, ma'am.
And we talk about hand signs. There seems to be quite a few different, I guess, hand signs that you are attributing, or your office is attributing to the 1200 group.
Yes, ma'am.
So is there a specific hand sign that you can say definitively is for 1200?
That one.
That one. So anything but that, such as this one,
Additional.
that's the second
Which one? Which one? You talking about Rashad?
Yes.
No, that's a diss sign. So that's a 6 with the thumbs down logo.
Okay. And what about Jacory Rivers?
So Jacory Rivers is throwing up what we refer to as, that would be lawbreakers.
Okay, so that's different than this sign?
Yes, ma'am.
How so? What's the difference?
So he's intertwining his 2 fingers, and that's the hand sign for lawbreakers.
Okay, so it's a hand sign for lawbreakers, not
1200. Yes, ma'am.
right? And then this guy,
Yes, ma'am.
are those the same hand signals?
Yes, ma'am.
Or hand
Reginald
signs?
Williams.
Are they?
Are they the same? Yes, ma'am. That's the 1200 hand sign.
Okay. All right. So at least on this 84A gang chart that you looked at, looked at for accuracy, there are at least 2 different hand signs, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And one you said does not equate to 1200.
Correct. Well, lawbreakers is a group that's associated with 1200. They're friendly, very similar to ATK.
Has Jacksonville Sheriff's Office ever infiltrated a gang?
What do you mean, like work side, like did like an
Inside a
undercover
gang?
with the gang?
Yeah.
I believe our motorcycle unit has, but I'm not sure if our gang unit has.
Okay, so that would be enough.
No.
right? And you're familiar with the term trolling or people that are trolling on the internet?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And trollers really just are meant to disrupt and cause issues with people that are on the internet.
Yes,
Like
ma'am.
posting lies or what have you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now you talked briefly about Mr. Davion's tattoos. Is there a tattoo that is specific to 1200?
Yes, ma'am.
What is it?
1200 block.
Okay. If Rashad Murphy doesn't have one of those tattoos, what does that mean?
It means he doesn't have the tattoo.
Is there any other tattoos that are specific to 1200
On Mr. Davion,
in general?
well, you have the fallen members who died by way of gang violence. Big shout out to them. You have the ones that say Suge Nation. There's quite a few of them.
All right, well, let's talk about the following members. Just because someone tattoos someone's name on their body that is deceased does not necessarily, that's not equate to a gang tattoo. Would you agree?
Not solely just that, no ma'am.
Okay. Even if you had 10, 15 names tattooed on your body, doesn't make you a gang member, right?
No ma'am.
And the videos that we watched, you would agree that Davion Murphy was not in any of those videos?
No ma'am, he was not.
Style of dress. What is it about Mr. Davion's style of dress? Or does he have a style of dress that is associated with 1200?
He doesn't, no ma'am.
He doesn't? Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yes ma'am.
Okay, Mr. Wise?
Hello, sir.
Detective, you as the the 1200 expert did not know who Sean Gathright was until Tampa PD contacted you in connection with this case, right?
That's correct.
I want to ask a little bit about that video clip that we saw during your direct. That clip is taking place in a Jacksonville Sheriff's Department building, correct?
Yes, sir.
A police station, right?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Gathright knew he was in a police station, right?
Yes, sir.
He wasn't walked in blindfolded or anything, right?
Correct.
You said yourself, you're not getting out of that building through the ceiling, right?
That's correct.
Mr. Gathright knew there was a camera in that room as well, right?
I believed he would had known there's one in there.
Because by the time of that clip that we watched, he had been in that room for about 3 hours, right?
Yes, sir.
During that time, you agree, he's pacing around that room a lot, right?
Yes, sir.
I mean, he's basically just in the room for 3 hours, right?
Yes, sir.
There are times during that 3 hour period when he knocks on the door, right?
Yes, sir.
Like when he needs to use the restroom, right?
Yes, sir.
And I think you even escorted him to the restroom at some point, right?
I could have, I'm not sure.
Somebody did at least once, right?
Yes, sir.
So he clearly knows there's officers outside, right?
Yes, sir.
In the little clip that we saw, he stands up on a chair and then stands up on a table, right?
Yes, sir.
But then he gets back down, right?
Yes, sir.
Because when you and the other detective come in, he's standing in the middle of the room, right?
Yes, sir.
And then we hear, I think it's the other detective tells him, sit down on that chair.
Yes, sir.
Right? And he does, right?
I don't think he does. I think he goes and stands against the wall.
Okay, but in any event, he doesn't cause you any more trouble after that, right?
Not necessarily. He begins mouthing off back to us on what he's not going to do.
Okay. And shortly after that, then he's taken to the jail. Right?
Shortly after that, he's handcuffed and removed out.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Petridis?
Afternoon, Detective.
Hello, sir.
You have never documented Isaiah Chance's 1200 gang member, correct?
No, sir, I haven't.
And before the murder of Mr. Jones, you had never come in contact with Mr. Chance, correct?
I've never had contact with him, no, sir.
And you were aware of the post that Detective Nieder has talked about, the quote-unquote switching up post from ATK to 1200, but you weren't too concerned about it when you heard about it, correct?
Correct.
And because ATK and 1200 are close groups, they at some point were in each other's, they'd be in each other's music videos, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you know when the last ATK 1200 music video was made? Has it been some time?
It's been a while.
Okay, so we're talking years?
Yes, sir.
Are you aware of Isaiah Chance's music?
I know he makes music, but very little.
Okay. Have you ever seen Mr. Chance in any 1200 videos? Or
No,
videos
sir.
made by 1200 members?
No, sir.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Okay,
Thank you,
Rebrick?
Detective.
Yes, sir.
First, Judge J. Wood seek to admit State's Exhibit 114A10. I realize we had a duplicate photo in 114, and I've provided that for review to Mr. Gonzalez.
Okay, any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Mr. Sonardi? Mr. Wise? Mr. Petridis? Okay, be admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, you were asked by Mr. Gonzalez on your cross-examination about the video active. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And do you recall the content or the stills that we looked at briefly from that video itself?
Yes, ma'am.
And you were asked about the K that was utilized by the defendant. Do you remember that, Rashad Murphy?
Yes, ma'am.
And in utilizing that K, were there other still images that were depicted just after of also the number 6 with Rashad Murphy's hand?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that what we're seeing in the center photo of 114 here?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that what you were referencing when you said K6 or 6 killer or kill 6?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, as you documented these items, is your use of the review of social media or music videos, frankly, the only thing that you analyze or use in documenting gang members as a part of 1200?
No, ma'am.
Do you also obtain items of physical evidence, other items of evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
You were asked several questions along the lines of what, if anything, other people get, whether there are testifying co-defendants, about anonymous tipsters. You did not have an anonymous tipster in this case, correct?
No, ma'am.
You did not have a cooperating co-defendant, nothing like that, correct?
No, ma'am.
As far as your documentation of Rashad Murphy or the fact that Davian Murphy, as you've testified, meets the gang criteria, you didn't utilize anyone outside of the gang of 1200 or informants for any kind of outside confirmation for an informant tip, correct?
That's correct.
You utilized documented clothing, documented hand signs?
Correct.
The use of those hand signs in his association with known criminal gang members 4 or more times?
Yes, ma'am.
Same thing with the tattoos, as we talked about with Davian Murphy, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And him having been in the actual physical presence of gang members, is that correct for Rashad Murphy?
Yes, ma'am.
Physical presence of actual gang members, did you learn that Davian Murphy was in Tampa, Florida as a result of this investigation with his co-defendants?
Yes, ma'am.
All of these things that occur that you're asked about, crimes that occur, are you able to document them before they happen?
Yes, ma'am.
You have magical powers of reading into the future?
Oh, no. Like, not until everything had occurred, we saw it and then we documented it.
All right. So when you see that a crime has occurred and 1,200 members are present or have been arrested for it or something like that, and you end up documenting it, does that always or often happen after the fact?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
You get all
So
the
to clarify.
reports.
You were just asked about documentation that occurred after this particular homicide. Did you obviously obtain information or evidence as it related to the homicide of Charles Jones that was referred back to Jacksonville?
Yes.
Did you make note of that information and evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
At the time that Charles Jones had actually been killed, though, both Davian Murphy and Rashad Murphy both met the statutory criteria for a criminal gang member, correct?
Yes, ma'am, they did.
You were asked about whether 187 is a rap group. Is everyone in 187 a rapper?
No, ma'am.
Are you familiar with any music videos by Rashad Murphy or 187 Ghost or Ghost 187?
No, ma'am.
You were asked about how drug dealing and stealing cars benefits gangs. Have you, in the course of your time working 1200 or any other gang or case in Jacksonville, had an opportunity to know about the use of stolen vehicles to commit murder?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that by the use of documented gang members?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that one way in which a criminal activity benefits the gang?
Yes, ma'am.
And in the course of those killings, is there anything that can be said about the advancement of each gang over their rival when they kill a rival member?
Yes, ma'am. It gives them credibility to speak of the dead and make fun of the those that have lost their lives to gang violence.
When you were asked about your community outreach, are you only stopping vehicles and talking to gang members in that way?
No, ma'am.
Tell us about what community outreach activities you actually participate in.
We also, our unit every Thursday morning, we have a pastor and community leaders, which we identify. A lot of times it's youthful offenders who we see going down the wrong path. We go out and make contact with them along with their parents and explain to them that there's another way. We offer them assistance not involving the sheriff's office, and so we learn to step back and let the community leaders and the pastors speak to the youth about what road they might be traveling down to avoid whatever could happen down the road.
Does that sometimes work?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you seen that not work in the past?
Yes, ma'am.
Meaning you've seen documented gang members as time goes on that have been people a part of that community outreach.
Say what now?
You've gone out for community outreach and then ultimately it doesn't work. Those people get arrested or become a member of a gang.
Yes, ma'am, or lose their life to gang violence.
Do you have an opportunity to develop relationships as a part of your duties day to day with both former gang members and current gang members?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to object beyond the scope.
I'm going to, at some point, sustain it, so let's kind of get to the point here and move along.
Do you have the opportunity to, do you have the opportunity to interview former and prior members? You were asked about field interviews for Mr. Gonzalez.
Yes, ma'am.
And is that one of the ways as what you're responding to as you obtaining additional information?
Yes, ma'am.
In those instances, is there anything to give or get in that scenario?
In reference to, do we get anything from it?
Right. I mean, you were asked if people were paid for information, not in the documentation of Rashad Murphy or Davion Murphy, correct?
Correct.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, did this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Free to go. Okay, state.
Judge, at this time, the state would rest.
Okay, very good. Members of the jury, the state is now rested, so I need to discuss some matters with the attorneys outside of your presence. So we'll take a relatively quick break, and then we shall return, okay?
All rise.
Hold up. Man, my name Mike today, man. I'm about to...
Okay, very good. Everyone have a seat. Motions.
Number one, we got Bob Marley. Number two, we got Mike from the Ville. Number
I
three,
understand.
we
I've
got
taken it under advisement. We'll
Mels. Number
be
four,
discussing it at some point.
hold on, they talking about
More in-
emotions. Number three, we got Mels. Number four, we got Slim Jones McJeezy. Number five, we got Anonymous. Number six, we got Miss Duval. Number seven, we got IKEV OD. Number eight, we got West 33. Number nine, we got Stay Striving Cheese. Number 10, we got Supreme Tunes. And for the, you know what? I normally don't. Now, usually I don't do this. Honorary number 11 and 12. 11, we got Time 18 and 12, which I normally don't do. We got Shader Sage. You know what I'm talking about? Shout out to y'all. Super duper salute. Now, let's get off in this chat real quick. And hold on, guys. We are 2 likes away from 125. You know what I'm talking about? We got Bob Marley. He said, it's only right. Shay says, charge them all. Bob Marley with the laughing emojis. Mike from the Ville said, damn, I missed it. Ace brought up again. What that nigga on? I recorded it. That nigga Mo3 say. Bob Marley say now Ace doomed. Slim Jones says they finna bounce Ace off the glass from this. Oh my gosh. Boy, I'm trying to compile all the clips now. I'm trying to get all this Young and Ace shit together now. Jesus. This whole Young and Ace scenario just turned up times 10, boy.
Sufficiency of the evidence of premeditation and Rashad Murphy's part in that premeditation to send the case to the jury on the first-degree murder and attempted murder. This argument kind of dovetails into count 2, which is the conspiracy count, and I'd submit to the court that there's insufficient prima facie evidence that Rashad...
Slim said, I smell a superseding indictment. Bob Marley said, them boys overcooked. Damn.
Or combining and confederating with any of these co-defendants in an effort to intend that a first-degree premeditated murder take place. I would submit to the court that the evidence...
I think Shay was talking about Davion when she says he looked like he about to action on some of them picks, but he looking scared now. Or was she talking about Rashad? I know like hell the two it wasn't. I know which two it wasn't. Not a chance. And gay rights. I know it wasn't them two niggas.
booked it himself as opposed to allowing someone else to book it for him. He did not pay for the Airbnb, and additionally, there's no evidence that he resided there. When viewing the evidence in a light most favorable to the state as it relates to the conspiracy,
shout out none of nobody's fool.
The indictment, a rational trier of fact could not find that the essential elements necessary have been proven beyond and to the exclusion of a reasonable doubt, including the lack of any forensic proof as it relates directly to Mr. Murphy, Rashad Murphy, identification of Mr. Murphy at the scene of the murder, participating in the murder, and the attempt on the other.
Okay, very good. Mr. Sonardi, any motions?
Yes, Your Honor, we would obviously follow a motion for judgment of acquittal.
Mike from the Ville says, sir, this one pick does not make him less of a gang member. He's literally with members. Bet your ass we stayed out them videos. Nah.
Physical evidence whatsoever.
Ms. Duval say Sean tried to climb through the ceiling, bro. I feel like Sean right now ready to leave work. Get me out of here. Ms. Duval about to go through her own damn ceiling.
Like most favorable to the state is that Mr. Murphy, Davion Murphy, came down here. There were license plate readers. He was identified at the McDonald's prior to the homicide. He's identified leaving their Airbnb the next day. There is no evidence whatsoever that places Davion Murphy either in the Black Impala or at the Home 2 Suites at the time of the homicide. Again, the evidence taken to light most favorable to the state only shows that Davion Murphy was present, and that there is no evidence whatsoever of any agreement between Davion Murphy and any of the other co-defendants to conspire to shoot Charles Jones or anyone else. There's no evidence whatsoever of that other than Mr. Davion Murphy's presence. And we have not denied that he was here. We have not denied that he came here in a vehicle and he left in a vehicle, but there is no physical evidence whatsoever that connects Davion Murphy to any of the weapons that were used, to the vehicle that was either of the vehicles, or that he was even present in the vehicle at the time that the attempted homicides occurred. Taking the light, even the most favorable for the state, we would submit that a judgment of acquittal is proper at this time.
Okay, very good. Mr. Wise?
Yes, sir. We also would move for a judgment of acquittal as to all counts. As to the murder and attempted murder charges, they're really a conspiracy. There's no evidence of identity as to Sean Gathright. I think that any evidence of identity is wholly circumstantial. I recognize that the standard has changed quite a bit in the last couple of years. But the evidence is proven, the light most favorable to the state. He comes to Tampa, he's in contact with co-defendants. Everything to suggest he is one of those shooters, and apparently it's shooter number 2, is entirely speculative. Phone records, as we've seen, are not reliable to place him in any exact spot during any of this time period. The ballistics, which, looking from the outside, I think probably when it was investigated, thought there were going to be matches that had linked up these firearms found in the house to the shooting. They were not. The casings that we saw can only be linked to having been fired from the same firearm that's used in the shooting, which incidentally is not the one that Mr. Gathright is alleged to have carried in any event. But no matter what, as the examiner said, all she can say is those 2 casings from the house were fired from the same gun. Could have been 5 years apart. Based on all of that, Your Honor, it suggests there's insufficient evidence to prove identity, which would apply really to the attempted murder and the murder and all of the attempted murder counts. As to the attempted murder counts, they're charged as attempted first degree. And I don't believe there's been any evidence of any intent to commit an attempted murder of any of these people. Even in looking at this in the light most favorable to the state, and notwithstanding my identity argument, even hypothetically, if there was intent to commit a murder of Charles Jones, there's no intent, there's no evidence of any intent to commit an attempted murder of anyone else. And case law specific transfer of intent doesn't apply to attempted first degree murder. So I would suggest in that regard, at best, on those counts, at best, it could be an attempted second degree murder. But even then, I think obviously identity is an issue. On the conspiracy charge, similarly, there's been no evidence to commit a finding that Mr. Gathright did anything to agree, conspired.
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble
I'm sorry. I was looking down. There's been no evidence that Mr. Gafford did anything to agree. There was no meeting of the minds, basically, evidence to suggest that he conspired with anyone to commit the alleged first-degree murder. Now, Mr. Gathright alone has the tampering charge. This one is a very different one. There are two elements the state has to prove, looking at the statute. One is that something was altered, destroyed, concealed, and removed with the purpose to impair its availability in a proceeding. And number two, that Mr. Gathright had knowledge that a criminal trial proceeding, investigation, or prosecution was pending or was about to be instituted. Neither of those elements were proven in any way here. Number one, frankly, I'm not sure what was allegedly tampered. We know that Mr. Gathright goes to his grandmother's house in Auburn. I'm guessing the state is alleging that's where some tampering occurred. There's been no evidence of what is in the bags that are transferred. Grandma is watching this entire thing take place as the bag is being transferred. There's been nothing, none of the firearms really that were used in the homicide, I would suggest, were ever recovered. But there's no indication.
I'm sorry, you keep lowering your voice. Thank you.
There's nothing beyond pure speculation to suggest any of the firearms used in the offense or anything used in the offense was in any of those bags that were transferred. And even then, there's no evidence of what happens to anything that's in those bags after they're transferred between the cars. To the extent, I don't know if the tampering is allegedly the car being wiped down.
What about all the stuff that was in the sink at his home?
Well, none of that is connected back to anything that was used in the homicide. There's a Glock chassis, which is basically what's used to turn a handgun into a rifle. That's not alleged to have been used. There's a drum magazine. There's clearly no drum magazine on any of the guns. There's a red dot sight. I don't believe there's been any evidence that a red dot sight was used in the firearms.
Were those in the sink soaking in water?
Those are I forget who actually testified to it, but all those pieces are taken out. Those things are not in the sink. It's the cardboard that would have seemingly encompassed those things. But whoever testified, and I can't recall who it was about that, but they pulled the cardboard pieces out and were able to determine what was what, and they testified to, there's KPOS on this box, and that corresponds to I think that's the Glock chassis. And a lot of those items are actually in the safe, like the drum magazine, and we know the scope caps are right there by the sink. So I don't believe that anything that would have corresponded to the cardboard in the sink was shown to have been used in the homicide. So to the extent that would have been the altering, I don't think there's any connection to suggest that whatever's in the sink had anything to do.
Judge, we didn't allege that date. We just alleged on the 23rd for the wiping of the car and hiding of the vehicle.
Okay. So and that was when I was starting to talk about the wiping of the cars. We saw, and as even I believe as Detective Albert has testified, the car is just being wiped down right there, basically on the interior handles, which is basically where if someone is smoking in the car, that's where you expect ashes to go. There's no wiping down further, anything deeper into the car. It's consistent with someone giving the car to their grandmother who wants to clean it out, cursory cleaning. And to the extent there's a suggestion that, something's being wiped off, the rag that was used is actually in the garage and was collected by law enforcement. So if there was any suggestion there's DNA or some kind of, I think we heard inconsistent testimony about whether GNR is still tested for, but whatever may have been wiped down, that rag was still in the garage and law enforcement collected it. So there's nothing to suggest that anything was actually tampered with. And then in addition to that, and I just cite briefly to two cases, EI versus State, which is 25 Southern 3rd, 625, and Costanzo v. State, 152 Southern 3rd, 737. And those speak to the second element, which is that the defendant had to know that there was an investigation pending or some kind of proceeding pending or was about to be. And there's no indication that there was. I mean, I know the state speculates to that, but it's got to be more than mere speculation. So this is happening allegedly a few hours after these alleged crimes are taking place. There's no indication that there's any knowledge on the part of Mr. Gathright and Auburndale that there's some kind of investigation that's pending or taking place.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Petridis?
I don't want to interrupt, but I'm going to adopt Mr. Wise's position as to the attempted first-degree murder. I also concur that there is no evidence whatsoever that it was premeditated as to the attempt as to the occupants of the vehicle, other than Charles Jones. So we would join into that.
Very good. Thank you. All right, may I proceed?
Thank you. I'll come up here so don't get yelled at by the court reporter. Judge, the state's case relies on a number of facts, social media postings from Mr. Chance prior to and after the murder that require speculation from the jury that can't be exactly said what they mean. His Cash App, which we don't know the meaning behind that. A rental of an Airbnb, which was rented by Rashad Murphy. Alicia Andrews was involved. And the fact that he brought and put in bags into the car with Sean Gathright, all which require speculation, and we would argue the pyramiding or stacked inferences of knowledge of the specific intent to kill Charles Jones, which the state has not been able to prove belonged to Mr. Chance. There's no evidence that Mr. Chance knew what was in the bags he loaded into. There's no evidence what was in the bags that was loaded into Mr. Gathwright's car. The video footage from the two venues shows only one time that Mr. Chance can be shown actually driving, and only possibly one time he can be shown with Miss Andrews' phone. The other times the cruise was driving or the phone was used. It's unknown who was using it. Mizzle and Charles Jones were providing live real-time updates of where they were, and there was text messages from a Kyla Enright to the Fat Boy indicating that they were going to Beezer's, which I assume would be Teasers. The travel patterns of the cruise at the Home 2 Suites is not enough to indicate Mr. Chance's knowledge of the intent to kill Mr. Jones that night. And what happened after the murder, again, relies speculation on social media posts that have the possibility of many meanings, and I would argue that doesn't rise to the level of proved knowledge. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. All right, as to the first-degree murder and the conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, there's enough to go to the jury, so I'll deny the motions for JOA as to those. State, what's your response to the attempted first-degree murder and the tampering?
Judge, to the 3 counts of first-degree attempted murder, we're not going to be relying on transferred intent. There is absolutely enough evidence to go before this jury for all 3 of the shooters in this case. It is very clear that there was a coordinated effort between those 2 vehicles with surveillance conducted on the victim and the victim's party at 2 separate locations before targeting the victim. And at both of those locations, they had Isaiah Chance and Alicia Andrews watching the victim. They were aware of who was in the victim's parties, how many cars were there. They were surveilled at 2 separate locations and then followed and tracked the last location. You saw the state's exhibits of the vehicle inside the interior of Charles Jones' black Dodge Charger. Each one of those headrests, the front passenger seat, the driver's seat headrest, both for the front, both had in it bullet hole damage. Those are kill shots. Everywhere where a person sat in Charles Jones' vehicle, in the front seat, as well as in the back seat, there were 3 passengers, and in the back seat, that headrest also had damage by bullet holes. That is evidence that all of those individuals in those cars were targeted. They were watched, and they were highly trained shooters that fired upon that car. All of the individuals in that car got shot, and the one vehicle that Camilla Bentley was in was another vehicle of the victim's party. They knew each one of the vehicles that were involved in this case, and there are 2 clear shots to the back rear windshield of where Camilla Bentley was driving away in that car, again indicating that they were very well trained and that they were directing their gunfire to the vehicles belonging to Charles Jones's party. And so that is evidence that they were intending to kill Charles Jones and the people who were traveling with him. And based on the evidence in this case, you can clearly see that those shooters were highly trained and very skillful. And based on that, we would ask you to deny the motions to the first-degree attempted murder on all three of the shooters.
All right, let's talk about the tampering.
As for the tampering with evidence, Judge, it is very clear that the defendant knew that an investigation would be instituted by law enforcement. They shot up a hotel with 2 AR rifles and a Switch extended magazine Glock at a hotel with cars that were full of cars. To think that law enforcement wouldn't respond and start an investigation is beyond imagination. Everybody knew that law enforcement would be investigating that based on those facts alone, but not only did they shoot up a hotel that were full of guests moving in their kids to the USF dormitory, they took out a prominent Jacksonville rapper. They absolutely knew that law enforcement would be starting an investigation into this. And knowing that that vehicle was used in a first-degree murder, he purposely hid it, and he tried to hide it, not in Jacksonville. He didn't drive it to Jacksonville. He tried to hide it in Polk County with his grandmother so he wouldn't be caught driving a vehicle that was just used in a homicide of a prominent Jacksonville member. And he is literally seen on video wiping down evidence, which could be fingerprints. That is destruction of evidence. There were 3 shooters in that very vehicle, and he is seen wiping down the very areas where the people getting in and out of that vehicle would be touching. And so that absolutely is not just the wiping down of the vehicle, it is removing that vehicle, which was an instrument of the shooters, which carried the shooters that killed Charles Jones, and removing it from Tampa and his attempt to hide it in another city that is not involved in this investigation. Both of those things that he did is sufficient to go to the jury for tampering with physical evidence.
All right, at this point in the proceedings, I'll deny the motion for JOA as to attempted first-degree murder and the tampering. See what the jury does. Okay, so you've got a witness, correct?
She's in the hallway.
Okay, and you guys ready to go? Okay, let's just take a quick 5 minutes and then we'll start with that. And at this point, at some point, we need to have the colloquy with the defendants about whether or not they're going to testify. So why don't we get the witness on and off the stand, and then we'll have that colloquy, okay? All right, 5 minutes.
Am I missing something? They said, hurry up and get this witness off the stand. Then they asked the defense. They said 1 witness, and then they asked if the 4 defendants were going to take the stand. So is the state? See, okay. All right, y'all feel the same way. It's looking like it's about to close, right? Hold on. Oh, they rested before break. Okay, I missed that. Wow, I missed. Okay, oh my God, these niggas got 1 witness and none of. Oh, who gonna take the stand? Is any one of these guys gonna take the stand? So, I have just got confirmation that the Firehouse Subs steak and cheese mic thing is real. And I have also received confirmation that So, okay, if you go to Firehouse Subs and your name is Mike, first, middle, or last name is Mike today, Michael today, you get a free steak and cheese sub. Also today, if you go to Walmart, and your name is Zentavion Dubarius, if your first, middle, or last name is Zentavion Dubarius, you get 1 free muscle milk. But it's just the vanilla. You don't get to choose flavors. You get 1 free muscle milk. But your name has to be Zentavion Dubarius. Your ID has to say that. That has to be your first, middle, or last name. I know it sounds like 2 names, but that has to be your first, middle, or last. And you can go in any Walmart all across the country and get a 1 free vanilla muscle milk. But go get it though. I'm telling you. I'm Zentavion Dubarius, boy, they looked out for you. See, if your name ain't nothing regular like John, Adam, Lynn, Stephanie, Katie, you know, those type of names, you're not going to find a placard, a pre-made. You're not going to find, you know, when you go out at like the Disney World, you're not going to find a keychain with your fucking name on it if your name is Zentavion. Nigga, you never gonna win. You never gonna win a random draw when they say, if your name is so-and-so, today you get to win, you get a free $10,000. Every nigga named Steve and every girl named Erica gonna be happy. But every nigga named Zentavion and every girl named Mayonasia gonna be pissed off. Like, well, I don't never get nothing free. I don't never get shit. Now, you won't. You might not get hired. Switch your goddamn name. And why is this case going so fast? It's like eerily fast. Hold on. It's slow. It's very slow, but it's about to go fast because when they get to the defense, you know what? They know they don't have a defense. That's all. They know they don't have no damn defense. That's it. This shit show. These niggas got 1 witness. Boy, I'm telling y'all, I put my life on this. The only nigga with a half of a chance of making it is Sean Gathright. Isaiah Chance. I will get up there and lie. I will flip the whole play. Even if I was Isaiah Chance, even if I was the mastermind behind all of this, I'm crime victim. The same shit baby mama did. Y'all know who I'm talking about, baby mama. Alicia Andrews, the same shit she did. Boy, I swear to God, I'm crying wolf. I'm crying that same story, nigga. I was forced, I was scared. As a man, yes, I was scared of these men because they're monsters. I'm not made for this type of lifestyle. I made a mistake. I'm stupid. What? I deserve to get manslaughter. I deserve to get the lesser charge. I deserve that because I was a fool. I don't know why I did this. I don't know why I allowed them to force me into this. I don't know why I was chasing this lifestyle and wanted to be like this.
We're going to have our charge conference after we're done with this witness. So state, come grab your copy of the verdict forms and jury instructions for the state. Thank you. Here's
that's why she said closing is tomorrow. And then, damn. So,
one for Mr. Sonardi.
But the state already... No. They rested. They closed tomorrow. Both of them have a chance to do their...
And then Wise and Petrius.
Who blew their nose? Y'all heard that shit?
I didn't really make any substantive changes other than I did add an intro to the gang, the criminal gang enhancement definitions. Just
I
kind
be
of
outside with
following
my gang
the firearm possession instructions. So that's the only one that I made any
Shay said it's too
real
late. It ain't gonna work now.
changes to.
Man, I be trying anything. I get up there and cry.
The definitions were in special findings.
Listen,
and I didn't think
I'm still gonna set the plate now.
Yeah, we'll talk about it.
I'm gonna set the plate now so I can try it on appeal. Like, look, man, I was scared. I was under duress, and I know that's not a defense, but I'm these guys terrorized. They threatened my mother's life, nigga. So I just went along with it. Even up to this point, I went along with it. I can't do it no more. I'm scared. I don't want to die in jail. I have enough. I will say, and I even throw this. I'll be like, man, I have enough confidence in the law enforcement that they'll protect us. They'll make sure my mother is safe because she has nothing to do with this. Even they know these guys threaten my family. Man, what they say? You grasping at straws, or you throwing noodles at the wall. You throwing shit at the wall to see what stick. I'm throwing stuff at the wall, man. I'm throwing darts blind. I'm just like, fuck, something, anything, nigga, shit. Something work, please. Sheesh. Something work, please. I tried damn near anything. And if that don't work, then all that shit I said online about who I know who the real smackers. I know who really got bodies. I know who really contributed to the war. Hey, detective, can I talk to you in the back, please? Can I talk to you in the back? I need to leave the dealership. Hey, heading to the. Hey, I need to point a few fingers, man. This man said deliberation gonna be an hour. The jury gonna go back there. One nigga gonna go out and smoke. By the time that cigarette done, man, I know you can't leave the quarters and go do other stuff. I know. Just let it go. Okay. Zentavion Dubarius. We need you to get to Walmart, man, and go get that free vanilla muscle milk, nigga. That one single free vanilla muscle milk, niggas, with Tavion Dubarius, man. The luckiest name in the world, boy. I'm telling you, bro. Who would have thunk it? Is thunk a word? It's who would have thought. But I've heard people, who would have thought? Let's just see. Let's just see real quick. Let's just see. And I think I know the answer, but I just want to look and see. Because we can always assume. Is thunk a word? Thunk is a recognized word. Wow. Primarily used as a jocular or dialect, past tense, past participle of think. Who would have thunk? It is considered non-standard English. Additionally, thunk is a noun verb for a hollow sound, onomatopoeia, and a programming term for delaying calculations. Okay. Jocular past tense. I told you. Oh, no, I don't know about that. Now, that just sounds stupid. I told you. That's like when he asked Kenny Caps, he said, you are on point or you were? He says, I were. I were on point. What? Who would have thunk? 4-1 sweet ball game, nigga. Y'all think they going till 6 p.m. today? Y'all think court gonna last till 6 p.m. today? That's boo-boo, baby. Gonzalez looked like a car salesman or something. He remind me of somebody. This who need to do all the presenting for the state. Her right here. I see everybody referring to her as Big Red. What is her name? Look at this inmate in the back. Look at this. Oh, that ain't an inmate. I thought that was a inmate colored suit. Remember they came in orange? My bad.
Okay, very good. Welcome back. All right, everyone have a seat. And Mr. Petratus, do you wish to call a witness at this time?
Yes, on behalf of Isaiah Chance, we call Dr. George Elite.
All right, if you would please stand up and raise your right hand to be sworn.
That's it.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that your testimony you're about to give in this class?
That's the only witness.
I do. Thank you. Sit back down. All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Elite, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your full name, degrees, and current position for the jury?
My name is Georgia Leap. I have a bachelor's, a master's in social welfare, and a PhD, and I am currently an adjunct professor and the director of a research institute at UCLA.
I know that's right.
On the other coast.
I know that's right, Dave.
And what does psychocultural studies mean in plain terms?
That's what my PhD is in, and it considers the individual. I'm an anthropologist. It looks at the individual and how they relate to the culture or cultures they're a part of.
How long have you been working with and studying gang members?
Since 1978, which means 48 years.
And what do you do in that capacity? What have you done?
I started out as a social worker in Watts, California, which was pretty much ground zero for gangs in the late 70s and 1980s, and I worked with them directly day to day. Later, when I went back and got my PhD from 1988 onwards, I worked very closely with active gang members and former gang members, both Black and Latino, studying who they were, what they did, why they got into gangs, and how they exited gangs. I also started working with law enforcement and have worked for many years as a law enforcement advisor to the Los Angeles Police Department, the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department, the Newark Police Department, and at the University of Chicago, I teach a course for their Leadership Institute for future police leaders, lieutenants, and above.
This bitch still running her credentials down? God damn, you might be too accomplished. You get on my goddamn nerves, bitch. Say something for us to accomplish, bitch.
Institute in Justice on gangs.
What formal research have you conducted on gangs?
Because I'm an anthropologist, I do what's called ethnographic research, which means I spend time with gang members, with them individually, in their communities, with their children, with their families. At times, it has been a dangerous.
She was fucking niggas.
Come to be accepted in many communities. I've also worked extensively at Homeboy Industries, which is an organization run by a Catholic priest that helps gang members exit gangs.
Did she say Homeboy Industries?
Newark, New Jersey, with the Newark Community Street Team, which also helps gang members exit gangs. And what I do is really try to understand and then write about the different types of gangs there are, the different types of struggles and also crimes that gang members commit. And I also look at what is the role of law enforcement and how can law enforcement deal more effectively with this problem.
Have you specifically studied hybrid gangs, which is what we'll be talking about?
Yes, I have. My work in 1978, my work began very much with criminal street gangs, the Crips and the Bloods. Watts was ground zero. And then starting in the 2000s, hybrid gangs began to emerge, and they were a different type of gang. So I started to study them alongside the criminal street gangs.
Have you testified as an expert in courts before?
Yes, I have.
How frequently or how often?
I have testified as an expert in court for...
Hold on, y'all. Why the fuck would I have to do a verify that it's me while I'm constantly streaming? It says to continue. I've been streaming all day. This is what I mean when I say YouTube be doing shit. Man, anyway.
County and in...
Why did I just have to verify it's me, nigga? And I'm in the middle of a stream. Why wouldn't you check that beforehand? What kind of shit, what's going on?
Major, I'm going to try to keep this short because I could talk for hours, but there's
don't.
three.
Thank you.
You don't want me to do that. You don't want a full-on lecture on gangs. Okay. There's basically three types of gangs. There's the major corporate gangs, the cartels, what you hear about, like the Sinaloa cartel. Underneath them are the criminal street gangs. These are organized, they recruit young people, they bring people into the gang on the basis of loyalty and identity. They have leadership, they have a hierarchy, they have initiation, they have rules, they have connections to prison gangs. And what the criminal street gangs are they're sort of the distributors for the cartels. And these are gangs like the Bloods and the Crips, as well as MS-13, 18th Street. You hear about them all the time. And then there are the hybrid gangs, which are these looser, fragmented, disorganized, shifting loyalties. When you're in a criminal street gang, you are part of that gang. You get tattooed, you're part of them. You cannot leave that gang. The hybrid gangs are more flexible. You can go in and out. They don't have the same loyalty. And most significantly, they don't have the investment in crime for the benefit of the gang. Criminal street gangs, crimes are committed for the benefit of the gang. Hybrid gangs, gangs are committed for the benefit of the individual, what may happen at a certain time, but it's not, there's no leadership, there's no hierarchy. I know this is going to sound strange, it's not driven by the same sense of purpose as a criminal street gang.
I think when you and I have talked, you've used an analogy regarding a basketball game.
So what I'd use this analogy, which is a hybrid gang is like a pickup basketball game, where you go to a certain, you go to a court, you're there, you pick up, you play the game, you have certain, you abide by certain rules. A criminal street gang is like the NBA. You've got a uniform. It's your tattoos, it's your colors, and you are part of a team. And that team is who is, the coach is guiding you. So if you can see the sort of disorganization and the fragmentation of hybrid gangs versus the organization of an NBA team, the pickup basketball game versus an NBA team, that's kind of the difference.
What are the defining characteristics of a true criminal street gang?
Well, kind of what I said. They have leadership, they have a hierarchy, they have lieutenants, they have shooters, they have soldiers. They refer to the younger gang members as soldiers. They have initiation rites. They do have a morality. It's not the personal morality I would have, but they don't believe in snitching. There are consequences for wrong actions. And when you are jumped into that gang, you are to be part of them. Now in return, they protect you. They protect you, they protect your family, they make sure you have income. And there are the liabilities. You may get shot, you may get killed, you may go to prison, and it is all in support of the gang. It is, I am sad to say, often a family for people that do not have a family, and it is also a criminal enterprise. They're interested in drugs, they're interested in selling drugs and drug distribution, they are interested in guns, they are interested in sex trafficking, and what they do to young girls is unspeakable. However, they are an organized criminal enterprise.
What about the defining characteristics of a hybrid gang?
And as I said, the hybrid gang is very disorganized, very fragmented, usually driven by personality. Across the country, they are very much intertwined with rap music, with hip hop, with drill rap. It's very much about personal reputation, individual identity. There are record labels that encourage aspiring singers to kind of have a gang identity within a hybrid gang. It's very much a social enterprise, and I have not seen any evidence of criminal activity on behalf of a gang in the hybrid gangs the way I have in a criminal street gang.
Dr. Lipp, you were asked to examine ATK as well as 6 Block and 1200. Based on your review of those materials, how would you classify those groups?
In my professional opinion, they are a hybrid gang, and they really fit the description as indicated by the Department of Justice. I need you to understand, it's not just my description. This is a description by the Department of Justice.
Judge, I'm going to go ahead and object jurisdictionally. This is a Florida.
I'm going to sustain the objection, or just clear it up. We are in the state of Florida, and Florida has its own laws regarding this, so, okay?
So to differentiate, every state has its own laws, including Florida. The Federal Department of Justice recognizes that. As a researcher, I recognize that. The hybrid gang is very fragmented. There is no leadership. And as I stated, the most significant thing is there are not crimes committed for the benefit of the gang. There are crimes committed for the benefit, the reputation of individuals. And they are shifting. There are not alliances. They are multi-ethnic in many cases, as opposed to just black gangs or just brown gangs. And people can shift between gangs. You might be a member of one gang one week, and another week you may decide, no, I'm aligning myself with another hybrid gang, or you might be aligned with several gangs at the same time. It is not structured, and it's not hierarchical, and there is not the degree of protection afforded to families. There is simply not the structure of criminal street gangs.
So what does ATK appear to be organized around if not criminal enterprise?
They very much fit the portrait of an entity that's organized around rap music, hip hop, drill rap. It's very intertwined. The other significant difference between criminal street gangs and hybrid gangs, and even the cartels, hybrid gangs have a very high profile on social media. They use social media. They're on Instagram. You can see them there. The Sinaloa cartel does not have an Instagram account. Criminal street gangs do not appear on social media. They want to keep their criminal activities way below the radar. They want to be able to deal drugs, run guns, sex traffic. The Bloods and the Crips don't want people to know what they're doing. MS-13 does not want people to know what they're doing. There at times have been sanctions or punishment for being on social media. What distinguishes hybrid gangs is very often they have a very high profile on social media having to do with their music.
Now, one other thing we looked at, or you looked at, was the documentation of Isaiah Chance. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the first criterion was adopts the style of dress of a criminal gang, specifically the 23 chain. What was your thoughts on that?
I am very concerned with the vagueness and the broadness of that definition. I have students at UCLA that routinely wear gang-oriented jewelry and clothing, including many that have appeared with a warrior angel necklace that's been worn in the Crips sects and was worn by Tupac Shakur in several what are now music videos. They kind of retrofitted them, and in photographs. Gang-related clothing and jewelry is a multi-million-dollar business. So I don't see that as a definitive sign of gang membership.
Judge, I'm going to object. The comments that are negating the Florida statute?
Yeah, I'm going to sustain the objection. So I understand that you're testifying as an expert here, but the legislature has written the law, and we all in the state of Florida have to abide by the laws written by the legislature in Florida, not California or the feds. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. The next criteria was associated with one or more known criminal gang members, and a lot of these posts, the ways this was documented was from social media posts.
Oh, I thought I had the mic off the whole
Specifically
time.
with issues
Don't
with
the
the
feds
statute,
trump
but with
off?
social media posts of documenting criminal gang members. What are your thoughts on that?
I want to be very careful that I understand the law in Florida.
She called that nigga Tupac. Tupac Shakir.
Social media.
Tupac Shaker.
Tricky to validate. You have no real responsibility for who is posting what. I'm very concerned about the issue of people being posted on social media with gang members, because by that criteria, I've been posted on social media with gang members.
I'm going to object.
Yeah,
Please approach.
Yeah, come on up.
I told you she was gang. I told y'all. Listen, if we do research on this lady, somewhere down the line, she done allegedly. Of course, we don't know. I can't prove it, but somewhere down the line, she was outside with her gang. Throw her gang signs if you gang. Listen, she from the deuce, the four, the bitch that 8 to 9. I'm from the deuce, the four, the bitch that 8 to 9. I just know that song. I don't know none of that gang shit, but I know this much. That lady there, this lady ma'am right there. Oh yeah. She gonna have some dog meat in her life.
In one of the posts on Mr. Chance's Instagram story was
That nigga sound like Jeremy McClellan.
Mr. Chance using the word family and family time repeatedly. Have you seen that used in other instances?
The vernacular, the black vernacular, family or fam, I have seen used throughout my career, most prominently in the last 10 years. I have undergraduates that use it. I know politicians that use it. I work very closely with somebody who is a community organizer who says family. It is a very, very, fam and family are very common terms. I've heard ministers use them. So I've heard them used in a number of different environments by all kinds of people with all kinds of statuses.
Thank you.
She fighting too hard to be too understanding.
Looking back at
She
Mr.
done had
Chance
some dark
as a whole,
sausage.
and understanding the statute is one of the issues about the purpose for the gang, which is part of the statute, that he's not doing anything for
And
the purpose of the
everything I
gang.
do for my gang.
Is that one of the issues you have with what you've read through the material you've been provided?
I have.
I mean, specifically in this case as it relates
Yes.
to this defendant, Mr. Chance.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, go ahead, you can answer.
I have looked at the documentation regarding Isaiah Chance, and could you ask the question again? I'm trying to be very aware of it, respectful of the statute.
Part of the statute is for the purpose of the gang, and I think you talked about that, but I wanted to bring that specifically to Isaiah Chance and what you saw in the documentation.
I have not seen substantive documentation in anything that I reviewed that his actions were for the benefit of the gang.
Do neck brace behind the lawyer.
Now,
got on
we
the-
also heard testimony that specific tattoos
Space
for
helmet?
this gang ATK and chains exist, jewelry. Is that something that you more formally see with a gang member?
One of the major indicators of street gang membership are tattoos. And not just one or two small tattoos, but neck busters, chests, backs. I've even seen people tattooed on their faces. devil's horns for MS-13. I didn't see anything like this. There was nothing, no indicator of this. And that's very consistent with hybrid gang membership.
Another thing you looked at was the alleged gang war that's supposedly going on between ATK 1200 and 6 Block. What were your opinions based on what you reviewed regarding specifically the gang war?
In my expert opinion, I saw nothing substantive that would indicate this was a gang war. Gang wars are very, very structured. Leadership orders hits. Leadership may put something called a green light on somebody, but the message comes from either the leader, the general, the shot caller, and it is done with a definite strategy. And also significantly, gang wars relate to turf, the territory, and product. If someone makes a move on a drug distribution network, that can start a war. If someone makes, in other words, if you make a move on the business of another, particularly in their territory, that starts a gang war. Gang wars are not normal. They are significant. They last a long time, and they are entered into from leadership with structure and, strange as it may sound, certain rules of engagement as well.
Did you review reports from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office regarding these deaths?
I reviewed documents that were labeled that were described as part of a gang war.
Okay, and what did you find in a review of those?
There wasn't anything substantive. There wasn't anything that indicated to me that this was a gang war. There was no real research and corroboration behind it, and not all of the homicides that were indicated. Some were said to be gang-related, some were not proven to be gang-related.
Now, there's been some testimony that Mr. Chance may have been upset, or there was some allegation about his sexuality. Is that something that you've seen as a possible issue before?
I'm going to say this with the deepest respect. Within the black community, as within many communities, there is a lot of homophobia. And
Objection, Your Honor. What is the relevance?
I'm going to sustain the objection at this point. Come on up.
Okay. Then how he gonna look at the camera after it like that? He about to use the gay angle. He went insane because they called him gay. He blacked out. Don't act uninterested, nigga. You know this is the most embarrassing shit in your life, nigga. Your defense is they called him gay, right? That was enough to make him mad? So you a gay gangster. Did you get sexed in, nigga? Y'all not finna tell me that lady on the stand right now ain't had no dark meat. Y'all ain't finna tell me shorty ain't had a plate of ribs and collard greens a day or two in her life doing all that gang research and ended up staying over. She probably had a lady like her, she's probably married to some old white guy now. They travel and go to Africa and probably sleep in tents and all kind of wild shit, but she probably had a rendezvous with a black man back in the day, and the nigga was dropping mandingo penis.
Have you seen issues
nigga was dropping whole
with
fucking forearm.
sexuality
Oh!
in your research or in your...
That motherfucker get hard, they make a noise. Oh!
yes, I have seen
Scared the shit out of
both
that.
within the black and with the Latino community,
Yeah, bitch.
homophobia, where someone is accused of being gay or accused of being a homo, and they react very strongly. They see this as disrespectful to their personal reputation, and they are very angry personally that this kind of a claim has been made. There's often very strong and at times very violent reactions.
Now, you did not interview Isaiah Chance personally. Does this affect your opinion?
No, I was asked to perform and be educational, to come in and talk to the court about my areas of expertise: gangs, gang dynamics, gang types. It was not, I was not supposed to make a clinical assessment. I'm not a therapist or a psychologist. I was called here to talk about gangs.
And you've referenced Department of Justice and national gang stuff in your research, but obviously you understand that we're here under Florida Law 874, correct?
Yes, I have read Statute 874 and understand it.
Okay. And you've only been sent documentation that I've sent you in this case, which is obviously finite in nature. Does that affect your opinion in this case?
You have sent documents to me, not voluminous, not every document in the case, but what you have said allowed me, along with reviewing research in this area about hybrid gangs and criminal street gangs, I feel I have had enough documents to review.
So that's all I have.
Okay, Cross?
Ma'am, you said you received some reports from the defense regarding some incidents in Jacksonville, is that correct?
Yes.
And is that response reports or police reports for law enforcement officers who responded to the scenes of crimes of homicide or attempted murders in Jacksonville?
They were sheriff's reports.
Did you review the certified copies of judgments and sentence for the gang members convicted of killing their rival gang members in those instances?
Yes, I read a 200-page report on what was called the gang wars in Jacksonville.
Who was that from?
The Jacksonville Sheriff's Office.
You read a 200-page police report?
I believe so. I think it was the Sheriff's Office. That's what it was labeled. That's what it was labeled.
Did you have access to, did you access yourself, or did you review the actual conviction documents for the rival gang members convicted in those killings?
Not that I recall, no.
Did you attempt to retrieve or review that information?
No, I did not.
Okay. Now, you talked a lot about having reviewed those and that some of them were unsolved crimes. Have you checked now, since back in 2023 or 2024 when those reports would have been made, to see if there were updates on those cases or investigations?
No, I did not.
Did you meet with detectives from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office to discuss the actual gangs or the neighborhoods assigned or associated to each of the gangs relevant to this case?
No, I was retained as a gang expert, not a Jacksonville gang expert.
Well, you testified that you had, in fact, been a witness in a Duval County case. What was the nature of the case that you were a witness in Duval County? Were you testifying for or in a case involving ATK, 6 Block, or 1200?
No, I was not. To answer your first question, I was testifying in a death penalty case during the penalty phase for a man named Rashad Lewis, and I was retained as an expert on housing developments because that is where there's so much criminal activity as well as gang activity.
Sure. And so you did not testify about any of the gangs in this case in particular, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And you have testified a lot about criminal street gangs versus hybrid gangs. But in your review of Florida state statute, both are gangs, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Both can have individuals that qualify under the Florida state statute as gang members, either a hybrid gang member or a criminal street gang member under your definitions.
Yes.
And it's my understanding that you indicated you did not meet with Isaiah Chance.
I never met Isaiah Chance.
So you did not have an opportunity to evaluate whether he in fact made or matched or met the statutory criteria in Florida as a gang member, correct?
That is correct.
No admissions, or you mentioned that gang members would have giant tattoos, right? Large tattoos across their necks.
Large tattoos that are very, very evident, yes.
Okay. And Isaiah Chance has tattoos, correct? Very evident tattoos.
I do not see any. I have seen very blurry pictures of him. I have no idea.
You did not meet with him in person or obtain pictures of his person?
No, I have not met with him, obtained pictures of him, obtained any social history of him.
You could not testify as to whether he actually has tattoos or gang tattoos on his body, could you?
No, I could not.
You did not have an opportunity to actually visit the neighborhoods that you discussed regarding the organization or the sectors in Jacksonville related to ATK 1200 or 6 Block?
No, it was not why I was retained, as I said.
Oh, I understand that. I just want to make sure I go through your testimony. I want to parse out whether you're talking to us about what you have experienced in California with the Bloods and the Crips since the 70s versus hybrid gangs as you've defined them in Florida. So I want to make sure I'm asking those questions. I'm sure it seems silly, but I want to make sure I get it correct.
No, it does not seem silly. It is something, by the way, that I have not just studied in Los Angeles, but across the country.
Okay,
But
but
you
you
are
have not-
you are correct. I have no knowledge of the gangs in Jacksonville. I have not visited sectors. I have not talked to law enforcement there. You're right.
And you indicated that you think that maybe hybrid gangs are too disorganized,
They are characterized as disorganized.
but
Yes.
can still qualify under the statute as street gangs.
As 874 is written, yes.
Okay. So you called the members soldiers that would go out and do crimes.
That's the label in criminal street gangs.
Okay.
And again, that's not the Florida statute.
Sure.
That's my own research.
How about, have you heard of little do-its?
No,
Have you heard of created players?
no.
Okay. You only know about soldiers and going out and those people being retained and committing crimes.
From criminal street gangs, I know that soldiers are expected to put in work. I also know that lieutenants guide groups of soldiers, and there are different, and I will also say there are different labels and names throughout the hierarchy of criminal street gangs.
This lady is like, she got all the archives of all the general gang knowledge. It's just so general. This ain't got shit to do with Jacksonville.
With anyone, or spent time with anyone, or done any research with anyone with ATK or 6 block or 1200.
What is the California Penal Code for murder?
I don't know the number.
187 is not familiar to you at all.
The number is now familiar to me. It's
Okay.
not.
Does that
She don't
represent the
even
penal
know
code for murder in
187.
California?
Oh, get her
As-
off the
yes.
fucking stand.
And have you seen that number frequently?
Yes, I have. I'm sad to say.
You yourself indicated that you have had a great amount of opportunity to meet with some former gang members or even current gang members over the course of your career. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you obtain information from those individuals and utilize that in your research going forward?
Yes, I do.
Is it common for you to reveal your sources or the information that those individuals gave you?
I'm not sure what you're asking.
If you said you write publications about gangs. Do you reveal the source of the information if a former or current member comes to you and provides you information?
I always tell them that I'm going to be writing about them, and if there's something that they feel may endanger them, that maybe they shouldn't talk to me about it, or they should find another way to communicate with me about it. I do not reveal my sources. However, many individuals I interview are very comfortable with me using their names. In one of my books, I have a whole list
I'll
of
just
that.
object at this point as non-responsive. So
Sorry.
some people are comfortable with you using their names.
Yes.
Are those the individuals that are no longer in the gangs?
Some are on their way exiting. I'd say there are some that are half and half, and
Okay.
some that are exited.
So your work with gang members, you have interviewed them, they are still actively in the gang, and they let you put their names in a newspaper, magazine, publication of some kind.
I don't write anything for newspapers or magazines. I've written 3 books.
Are those books released to the public, ma'am?
Those books are available on Amazon.com.
Perfect. So they allow you to release their information, but is that the common practice? The gang members want you to say that they told.
Some of them allow me to release their information, and some ask that I use a pseudonym.
And do you do that?
Yes, that is
fuck is
best
this?
practices in research and confidentiality.
Despite that confidentiality, though, you utilize the information they've provided to you in your publications.
In my books, I have used it, yes.
And you rely on other publications where authors regarding gangs have utilized anonymous sources, confidential informants from these gangs. That's not unusual, correct?
That's part of research practice.
But you rely on it is what I'm asking you. I would say if you wrote a book about it and included it, that's reliance.
It's one of the methods that I use.
Sure, okay. And your basically position here today is even though both are basketball, right? Your example of basketball, a pickup game versus the NBA, both are basketball, but one is disorganized, so you don't agree with the Florida statute on hybrid gangs or gangs in general.
I'd like to see the statute change.
Okay, but your ultimate opinion here today is that you were called to testify about a witness in on gangs, correct?
Yes.
You did not have any involvement whatsoever, research, deep dive into 1200, ATK, or 6 block in this case, correct?
That's correct. I think it's clear I didn't come as a Jacksonville expert.
Okay, or a gang expert on Jacksonville gangs at all?
I am not.
So your primary form of testimony is that you essentially disagree with the law in Florida. correct?
No, I understand why that law was written, and there are things in that law I agree with. I think the law is more applicable to criminal street gangs than it is to hybrid gangs, and I'd like to see it change. But I have a deep respect for that law, and I understand the intention behind it.
Okay, so although you respect it, the opinions that you gave of being disorganized groups and calling the statute vague and broad are that you don't agree that when you see evidence of the elements of those crimes having been committed with the fact that they meet the statute.
I'm going to try to say this in the most respectful way I can. Because the statute's broad and vague, they fit. But my research base does not agree with characterizing hybrid gangs the same way I would characterize a criminal street gang. However, the answer to your question is yes. Under 874, hybrid gangs qualify.
And the evidence that would depict tattoos, physical evidence, their appearance throwing hand signs, and in videos are elements of the statute in Florida that satisfy criminal gang membership, correct?
Absolutely yes. I just don't agree. I wish it would change.
I appreciate your opinion, ma'am, but that is the law, correct?
It is, yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, any cross, Mr. Sonardi?
No, Your Honor.
Any cross, Mr. Wise?
No, Your Honor.
Any cross, Mr. Gonzalez?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, redirect. Mr. Petridis.
That didn't help you at all, brother. Gutter Galian.
Understanding 874 is the law, one of your opinions was the key being the hybrid gang had to be for a primary, actions had to be their primary purpose to benefit the gang, and you did not believe you saw that in your what you were provided here.
I did not see any evidence of actions for the benefit of the gang. There was nothing there that showed me this was for the benefit of the gang. It was not present in what I reviewed.
Thank you, Doctor.
She made
Okay,
weed.
may this witness be excused? Okay, thank you, Dr. Leap. You're
Look,
free to go.
pointless. He know it.
Okay, counsel approach real quick.
They about to see if them dudes taking the stand. Look at him. He know he fucked. Damn, club finger ass nigga, baseball fat bat finger having ass, smoked sausage finger having ass boy. That tape was high above his ear too, ain't it? She need to do all the work. Then she need to clean that kitchen. Wash them dishes back there like Marty Moore and say like Martin told Pam, wash them, clean that kitchen. God,
Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it's now 5:14 and we are done for the day. So, as I have told you many a time, when you go home this evening, don't talk to anybody about anything related to this case. Watch, read, listen, any news accounts related to this case. We are on track to do closing arguments tomorrow, okay? So the schedule at this point remains the same. Tomorrow will be closing arguments, and then Friday morning you would return for the final instructions on the law, and then you would begin your deliberations, okay? So we are on track. Okay, very good. We'll see you all tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
All right.
Listen. Even if I'm dead to the wrong, I want to take the stand. Especially with the defense that they had. Somebody got to speak for me, bro. I got to get up there and speak for myself. I got to be like, listen here, this lawyer didn't do shit.
All jurors are out there.
Okay, very good. All right, everyone have a seat. So, as to all of the defendants, Mr. Rashad Murphy, Mr. Davion Murphy, Mr. Sean Gathright, Mr. Isaiah Chance. Tomorrow morning will be the time officially when you will have to make the decision whether or not you wish to testify on your own behalf or remain silent, all right? So you've got tonight to think about it, talk to your counsel, and when we come in tomorrow morning, first thing, I'm going to have a colloquy with each of you to make sure that you understand that this is your right. Only you can make the decision whether or not to testify or to remain silent. So we'll have that colloquy in the morning, and that will be the time after consulting with your counsel to let me know what your final decision is. Okay? Okay, very good. All right, let's start going through the jury instructions, all right? So I did, as I indicated, I did make some changes from the state's instructions, and as we go through these, I'll let you know the changes that I made, and you all just need to speak up to let me know if you have any objection or suggestions for improvement or whatever it may be, okay? All right. In closing argument, I did change the language to state both the state and the defendants have now rested their cases. And also, as far as that goes, if any defendants are not going to testify, then what will happen is we'll bring the jury in, you all will rest in front of the jury, and then we'll go right into closing arguments. If any defendant does wish to testify, then that defendant would rest at the conclusion of their testimony. All right, so for any defendants who are not going to testify, defense counsel just needs to rest in front of the jury tomorrow morning. Okay, I also did change the last sentence to read, each side will have equal time, but the state is entitled to divide this time between an opening argument and a rebuttal argument after the defendants have each given their closing argument. So I just made it plural as opposed to singular. Okay? All right, moving on. And again, just speak up if there's a problem that you see. Next up is 3.1, Introduction to Final Instructions. This is the standard instruction, and I did not make any changes to that. On 3.2, Statement of Charge, I did add that in the last sentence, defendants Sean Gathright, Rashad Murphy, and Davion Murphy have also been accused of 3 counts of the crime of attempted murder in the first degree. Defendant Sean Gathright has also been accused of the crime of tampering with physical evidence.
That boy about to boo-boo on himself. Look at him. He got
Next
the, I'm
up,
taking the stand.
3.4, when there are lesser included crimes or attempts. I did change the language in the first paragraph. As opposed to the defendant, I said a defendant. All right, so for example, the first sentence reads, in considering the evidence, you should consider the possibility that although the evidence may not convince you that a defendant committed the main crimes of which he, I think it said she, so I made it a he, is accused, there may be evidence that he committed other acts that would constitute lesser included crimes. Therefore, if you decide that the main accusation has not been proved beyond a reasonable doubt, you will next need to decide if a defendant is guilty of any lesser included crime. I did note yesterday that on the attempted first-degree murder, the state did not include aggravated battery, and I don't know if anyone's requesting it or not. So speak.
Look at that nigga. Another
You want the aggravated battery instruction.
Okay. So that's going to change the verdict form. So I will make a note to include aggravated battery. State, I'll make the change to this instruction, 3.4, and I'm assuming it would be aggravated battery, great bodily harm, and deadly weapon? Or just agbat, or?
Judge, I think it would just be
See y'all in the chat. I think so too. If one will, maybe the rest will. I don't know how fast they can send kites or how they get messages to each other, but.
Okay, so provisionally, that's what I'll put in under lesser included. So state, I'm going to need you to do the aggravated battery instruction.
Yes, Judge.
And then I'll make the change to 3.4.
You taking
And
the
then
stand.
I also just need from the state,
Yeah. Look how attentive
if you
he
can
is.
email me on the, because I did the verdict forms and I have them saved. It might be simpler if you just type out what the AGBAT, which lesser it would be, and then I can cut and paste and put it into my verdict form. It might make it simpler. Okay? So, but we'll take a look at the verdict form and you let me know. Okay, so I'll make that change.
Do you want us to change the verdict form, Judge, or just send you?
Well, you can, yeah, I'll send you, what I'll do is, I'll send to everyone, because I did correct, or I did make changes to the verdict forms for all of the defendants, so you're gonna need my updated one, so I will send the updated ones to everyone, and then if you can take the verdict forms and add in the aggravated battery lesser on the attempted first-degree murders. Okay, very good. Just make it one more note.
Y'all niggas don't know what Michael Jackson said. Another Disney guy, a broken bottle time.
Okay, next up is introduction to homicide, 7.1. The only change I made was the very last sentence under excusable homicide. Again, I just made, it now reads, I will now instruct you on the circumstances that must be proved before a defendant may be found guilty of murder in the first degree, or any lesser included crime. Okay, next I'm gonna read, murder in the first degree. I did not make any changes to this. So if anybody's requesting changes, please speak up. Next, I'm going to read 7.4, murder in the second degree. I did not make any changes to this instruction as provided by the state.
Judge, should we be also in number 2 saying the criminal act of a defendant?
Yes, I can. Yep.
Judge, that would be the way it's worded in 7.2 as well.
Devion, the only one with the whatever happens, happens face.
Okay.
But Judge, the principal instruction applies, so.
Yeah, that's why when it came to the actual, because they're going to have to take these instructions and go by each defendant individually. So when they're examining these instructions, it will be as to the defendant they're discussing. So when it came to the actual elements, I left the in there because I
understand, Judge. There are verdict forms for each one of the defendants, and
yeah,
presumably they're going to be looking at the instructions and relating to the verdict form.
We hope that's what they're doing.
We certainly do.
Yes, we hope that they're taking the jury instructions and then individually going through each defendant. So that's why I left it as because they'll be discussing one defendant at the time. So for now, I'm going to leave it just as is in the standard form with the. And that will be the same as to first degree and murder in the second degree. Manslaughter, I just had a question because we do have intentional act or culpable negligence. Are we leaving both of those in?
Judge, I would defer to defense counsel.
Do you guys want culpable negligence in? Okay.
Judge, Mr. Murphy is requesting, Rashad Murphy requesting culpable negligence.
Okay.
If he wants it, Judge, we'll agree.
Okay, that's fine. Then I'll just leave it in. Okay? That's fine. All right. Okay, then I will read the principal instruction 3.5A, and I did make some changes to the states. I did title it principal instruction as to count 1. Just to make it clear, that's the principal instruction for count 1. And I did change it to if a defendant helped another person or persons commit the crime, that defendant is a principal and must be treated as if he had done all the things the other person or persons did if the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt. And then I just had a question. Does principal theory apply to manslaughter?
I don't believe it does.
I'd have to research that.
I don't know that it does.
I thought that it did.
I don't know. I've tagged it. You guys need to let me know tomorrow morning, okay? Because I had a question about that, because I don't know. I've never had the issue come up. So I'm going to tag it, and then you guys research it and let me know.
You guys research it and let me know. Davion is the only one sitting back, head up. Everybody else is leaning forward. They're twiddling their thumbs, playing with ears, touching their hair. Davion sat back. He cracked his neck.
Next up, criminal conspiracy. I just made a style change.
His nose itch. He did it like a rabbit, wiggled it off. He didn't even wipe it.
In order
with
to
his
carry
hands.
out the intent, defendant agreed, conspired, combined, or confederated with one or more of his co-defendants. And then the next sentence, again, I stated, it is not necessary that the agreement, conspiracy, combination, or confederation to commit first-degree murder be expressed in any particular words, et cetera, et cetera. Other than that, I didn't make any other changes. Okay, introduction to attempted homicide. On the second paragraph, attempted first-degree murder, I did add the term murder after attempted second degree. And I did also change in the third paragraph, if you find there was an attempted homicide of a victim by a defendant, you will then consider the circumstances surrounding the attempted homicide, et cetera, et cetera. Other than that, I did not make any other changes.
I think Davion is ready for jail. I think Rashad is still trying to fight it. Davion already like, it's whatever. He got dead members all on his neck and face and back and shit. He ready to go. Whatever can come with it.
The state, I believe, the state had already the separate counts 3, 4, and 5. I didn't make any change to that. Attempted second-degree murder, I did not make any change to that instruction. Attempted manslaughter by act. Now, since Rashad Murphy is requesting culpable negligence, does that change this instruction?
Judge, I don't believe so because of the attempted nature of the offense. I don't know that you could do an attempted manslaughter by, I'd have to research that as well, Judge. I think it's a little bit different because it's an inchoate crime.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'll just flag it and let me know if we need to make any changes on that one. Okay? All right, on principal instruction, I just added in the header, principal instruction as to counts 3, 4, and 5, just to make it clear, crystal clear. So other than that, I didn't make any changes to that instruction. All right, next up, tampering with or fabricating physical evidence. I did add a, in parentheses, count 6, and I did change it to read applies to defendant Sean Gathright only under the header. Other than that, I didn't make any changes to the jury instruction. Okay, 3.3a, carrying, displaying, using, threatening to use, or attempting to use a firearm or weapon, and then actual possession and discharge of a firearm. On those instructions, if you find that, and I just made it more specific, if you find that defendant Sean Gathright, Rashad Murphy, or Davian Murphy committed the first-degree premeditated murder, attempted second-degree murder, or attempted manslaughter by overt act, do we need to just say attempted manslaughter since Rashad Murphy's requesting culpable negligence?
I think the attempted, Judge, I think that's the issue. I don't think there can be
Okay.
when it comes to attempted.
Okay,
manslaughter.
so, yeah, I'm just gonna flag that one. Again, just let me know if we need to change the manslaughter language or not.
Judge, going back, I'm sorry to go back to 21.8, but the font seems to be a little bit larger than the rest.
Yeah, that you provided.
Did I do it? I apologize.
I'll make it Times New Roman 12,
She
okay?
laughed in Maybach music.
All right.
She said, I apologize. Now she laughed in Maybach music.
Yes, you made it larger, but I will make it regular size. Okay, so.
No, that didn't sound good when you did it, Cisco.
All right, so that first sentence will read, if you find that defendant Sean Gathright, Rashad Murphy, or Davion Murphy committed first-degree premeditated murder, second-degree murder, manslaughter, attempted first-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, or attempted manslaughter, again by overt act, you will then be asked to determine whether the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that during the commission of the crime, that defendant personally carried, displayed, used, threatened to use, or attempted to use a firearm or weapon. Next paragraph. If you find that a defendant committed first-degree premeditated murder, second-degree murder, manslaughter, attempted first-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, or attempted manslaughter by overt act, but you are not convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that that defendant personally carried, displayed, used, threatened to use, or attempted to use a firearm or weapon, then you should find him guilty only of first-degree premeditated murder, second-degree murder, manslaughter, attempted first-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, or attempted manslaughter by overt act. And 3.3D, similar to 3.3A, that now reads, if you find that defendant Sean Gathright, Rashad Murphy, or Davion Murphy committed, et cetera, you'll be asked to determine whether the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that during the course of committing that offense, that defendant actually possessed a firearm and discharged a firearm. Okay? And you guys can look at these overnight, and if something you think needs to be tweaked, I can easily do it here in the morning on the computer.
Court is done.
Okay?
How many more of these motions they got to discuss?
Next is definitions that apply to 3.3A and 3.3D. I did not make any changes to that.
I don't need to hear the clerical changes. I ain't gonna lie. We just got this.
Okay.
This ain't shit.
Next up is the
Talk to
criminal
the-
gang definition, and I think actually the font, I did increase the font on that one, or I bolded it to make it, all caps, to make it in agreement with the headers on the other ones. I did add language in the header, applies only to defendants Isaiah Chance, Rashad Murphy, and Davion Murphy. And then I did add a preamble, which was not in the state's version, which I kind of took from the weapon possession one, which reads as follows. If you find that defendant Isaiah Chance, Rashad Murphy, or Davion Murphy committed first-degree premeditated murder, second-degree murder, manslaughter, conspiracy to commit first-degree premeditated murder, attempted first-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, or attempted manslaughter by overt act, you will then be asked to determine whether the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt whether the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense, and whether the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interests of the criminal gang. Other than that, I didn't make any other changes. So,
Why not Gathright?
does that preamble at this point work for everyone?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and again, if you think about it overnight and you think it should say something different, just let me know in the morning, but that was my best attempt to create a preamble. Okay, plea of not guilty, 3.7, plea of not guilty, reasonable doubt, burden of proof. I did make a couple just style changes. The defendants have entered a plea of not guilty. This means you must presume or believe the defendants are innocent. The presumption stays with each defendant as to each material allegation in the indictment through each stage of the trial unless it has been overcome by the evidence to the exclusion of and beyond a reasonable doubt. To overcome a defendant's presumption of innocence, the state has the burden of proving the crime with which the defendant is charged was committed, and the defendant is the person who committed the crime. The defendants are not required to present evidence or prove anything. And then under reasonable doubt, I just changed it to read the second to last paragraph. A reasonable doubt as to the guilt of a defendant may arise from the evidence, conflict in the evidence, or the lack of evidence. If you have a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty. If you have no reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty. I can change that to say A as opposed to the. You guys tell me.
Judge, I'm fine with the way it is.
Yeah, I thought it got a little wonky with the A. So
again, same premise. I mean, either
right.
A all the way throughout,
right.
or B all the way throughout, except for the one time where the court, suggested and I agree needed to be A. If they're going to do what the instructions tell them to do,
These the people that got your life hanging. Your life hangs in these people's hands. They saying stuff like A and D and using words to describe it like wonky. It got a little wonky. Wonky. My life is on the goddamn line. And you in here making last minute changes and shit. Tomorrow we close. And we still having last minute changes and work, man. Hold on, bro. No, hell no. Mistrial.
Under 3.9. Okay, on the second page, it all depends whether or not a defendant testifies. So if no one testifies, then I'll take it out. If someone does testify, then I will say defendant A, B, C, or D, whoever it is that testifies, okay, has become a witness. We'll see what happens. Okay, defendant not testifying. Again, depending upon what happens, I did change it preliminarily to state that the Constitution requires the state to prove its accusations against the defendants. It is not necessary for a defendant to disprove anything, nor is a defendant required to prove his innocence. It is up to the state to prove a defendant's guilt by evidence. The defendants each exercised a fundamental right by choosing not to be a witness in this case. You must not view this as an admission of guilt or be influenced in any way by this decision. No juror should ever be concerned that a defendant did or did not take the witness stand to give testimony in the case. Okay? So that's another one. Just depends how things play out, how that's finally worded.
Keep it hot. Everybody in this chat, everybody in here has presumed these guys guilty until proven innocent, right? Everybody, it's been the opposite way. Everybody already assumes they're guilty before any evidence was shown.
I mean, I'll leave it in. It doesn't matter. I didn't make any changes.
It didn't necessarily become an issue as it relates to the photo pack. He did view it. He did make an identification. Whether it should stay in there.
The motherfucker, it's a little bit.
It's up to you guys.
Wonky. My life on the line. I hear that. Oh no, mistrial.
Because it really only applies to him, and if he wants it, that's why it's in there.
Mr. Murphy would like to leave it.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, defendant's statements. I did make, again, just a couple of changes. A statement claimed to have been made by a defendant outside of court has been placed before you. Such a statement should always be considered with caution and be weighed with great care to make certain it was freely and voluntarily made. Therefore, you must determine from the evidence that a defendant's alleged statement was knowingly, voluntarily, and freely made. And then under elements 1 and 2, 1, whether when the defendant made the statement, he, because state had she, he had been threatened in order to get him to make it, and 2, whether anyone had promised him anything in order to get him to make it. If you conclude a defendant's out-of-court statement was not freely and voluntarily made, you should disregard it. Okay, rules for deliberation 3.10. The only changes I made, I took out, I think there was a quotation or what's the word I'm looking for? Anyway, there's an unnecessary, there's something unnecessary in 2, parentheses, that's it, parentheses. So I took that out, and then I did change 5 to read, your duty is to determine if the defendants have been proven guilty or not in accord with the law. Okay, 3.11, cautionary instruction. I didn't make any changes to that.
Let's skip it, bitch. God damn.
Verdict 3.12, I did just in the first sentence, you may find a defendant guilty as charged or guilty of such lesser included crimes as the evidence may justify or not guilty. 3.12C, multiple counts or informations. I did make a change in the first sentence or second sentence. The defendants have been tried together. However, the charges against each defendant and the evidence applicable to each of them must be considered separately. Oh, it says him. Applicable to, and the evidence applicable to each of them. I still have him, but I'm going to change it to each of them.
They still got typos.
Judge, do you want to get rid of information in the header since this is technically an indictment?
Just multiple counts.
Damn, nigga in the blue sleep. That nigga sleep.
I'll make that change
Oh,
as
man,
well.
I'm ready to go too, man. Nigga, this bitch knocked out.
Okay, and then finally submitting case to jury. I just switched out court deputy for bailiff. That was it. Okay, those are the jury instructions currently. And does the defendants have any other proposed instructions for the court? I don't
That
hear
nigga try to
anything,
shake
so
my
I assume
hand.
at this point that's a no.
I'm a sneeze
Okay, let's
in
go to
my
the verdict
hand.
form.
I bet you don't want to shake it after that. And that give me an excuse not to touch your hand
Verdict
if I don't know you
forms.
and you weird looking.
All right,
I-
starting with Mr. Chance.
I just fell asleep, but what's
I
up, bro? How you
did
doing?
on the case numbers, I did just add their
You know, you do the
their
head
letter
nod,
after the case number, so it's clear.
sneeze in the hand,
Um,
and then do
I did
do
not
little
make
fake black
any
power.
changes to Mr. Chance's verdict form.
So with it.
Have you had a chance to look at that, Mr. Petrides? Any objections to the verdict form? Okay. As to Sean Gathright, I just added the C, the letter C to the case number. And then I guess what we're, state's gonna need to change is the lessers
On the attempted murders.
on the attempted murder. So, so it'd be on counts 3, 4, and 5. D will become the defendant is guilty of aggravated battery, great bodily harm, deadly weapon, right? A lesser included offense.
You don't want to thumb wrestle with that nigga. Look at that thumb.
And
You don't want
E
to
will
thumb wrestle with that
become not
nigga, boy.
guilty.
Damn, look at the tips. You don't want to play thumps with that,
That
nigga.
will be
Y'all
the
play
same
thumps where you thump the top of
language
somebody's hand and who quit first.
Counts 3, 4, and 5, right?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. Other than those changes, any other requested changes to the verdict form for Sean Gathright?
Just a minor edit, Your Honor, where count 2 to be the jury find as follows, if count 2 check only A.
Oh, yes, thank you.
That big head
A or
ass
B?
look okay
Same
today.
change in Isaiah Chance's, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Hold on, let me,
That boy look like he got a boo-boo. Look at his face. Look like he holding it in, don't it?
okay, count 2 is check only A or B, right?
Yes.
No, don't try to be calm. No.
Okay. Ha, you caught me. You got one. All right. And same thing for count 2. Check only A or B. Okay. And then as to Rashad Murphy, other than those 2 changes, Mr. Gonzalez, any other requested changes?
Judge, I don't have my indictment with me. Mr. Murphy's indicating to me that.
Look at this nigga
I don't know
Davion.
if it was formally filed
Go
this way,
back.
but he has a second
This
middle
nigga,
name, and I
he
just want
don't
to make sure
care.
that.
Davion don't care that y'all
his
just
name
see
tracked
that.
the indictment. I just don't
That
have
nigga
it.
there like
I
this.
thought that I went off the indictment,
Let me
but I
look.
will double check and if
Let me
there's
look.
another name that they want added.
On the indictment, all it is Rashad Travion Murphy. I'm looking at the indictment right now.
It's just, it's not it's not his true legal given name.
Well, do you want me to take out Travion?
It is actually Rashad Travion Jakar Murphy.
I know this kind of a big moment for me. My mama gave me two middle names. Like, I don't know.
I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing
Judge,
you.
he's just saying that his mother gave him two middle names, his legal name, although it's not the name that's on the indictment.
It's just like Davion Rashad Travion Murphy. It's just like.
Sure. I mean, I don't have a problem. The title can read however you want, and I don't really care. I don't think that it.
Judge, I was tracking the indictment. That was the only.
She can put. I just switched to Travion out with your car.
Okay, you're fine with Travion?
No, I switched to Travion out with your car. If I could.
You want to remove Travion and then put in Jakar?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I don't know if there's any legal implications to that or not. So, I mean.
I would just want to track the indictment.
Yeah, I think we need to track the indictment. I do think that's best.
You talking about that my cousin. So what do that mean?
Yeah, every count has Rashad Travion Murphy. So, okay. So I think it's safer just to track the indictment in all candor. Okay, so other than that, making the changes to count 2, check only A or B, and then adding in the aggravated battery on all the attempted murder counts. Any other requested changes, Mr. Gonzalez?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
This the nigga should have
Okay,
played mental
and then
card.
Davion Murphy again on his verdict form. I just added the,
you right,
the case
though. That nigga
number,
was over
the
there dancing,
letter
that
E. And then other than changing count 2 to read check only A
praying?
or B, and then adding in ag-bat, great bodily harm, deadly weapon to counts 3, 4, and 5. Any other requested changes, Mr. Sonardi?
Is he fighting
No,
in
Your Honor, as codes will do it.
Okay. Okay, so state, I'm going to send everyone my copy that I've got saved on my computer of the verdict forms, but the state's going to make the changes to the verdict forms. I'm going to make the changes to the jury instructions, and then we need to talk tomorrow morning first thing about whether attempted manslaughter gets a principal or not, because I don't know. I just have a question.
damn,
And then
still 6 o'clock.
the manslaughter, whether on just because it's inchoate, attempted manslaughter, if it can only be overt act. Okay?
Can we go, bitch?
Anything else we need to discuss this evening before we break? Okay, I'm not hearing anything. Okay, okay, all right. Okay, see you all tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
God damn.
Actually, I tell you what, be here at 8:45 just in case we need to discuss if there's a dispute regarding the instructions, okay? Be here at 8:45.
I hate this. Listen, man. I had more energy when I thought we was getting out of here at 5:15, dog. It's 9 hours and 15 minutes. I hope y'all understand, bro. I gotta go. Let me shout out the top commenters. Then I'm gonna shout out a few names that they let me scroll up, and I'm gonna get out of here, brother. Jesus Christ. Number 1, we got that boy Bob Marley. Number 2, we got Mike from the Ville. Number 3, we got Mills. Number 4, we got I Kev OD. Number 5, we got Slim Jones, Mick Jeezy. Number 6, we got Anonymous. Number 7, we got Miss Do Uval. Number 8, we got Supreme Tunes. Number 9, we got Shader Sash. Number 10, we got Z. Did that Z shit. Hey. And then honorable number 11, 12, and 13, because them the numbers I see on the screen. I ain't scrolling down no more. Usually we only go from the top 10, and then we do the honorable 11, but we're going to do 12 and 13 today. 12 is West 33. 11 is West 33, sorry. 12 is Stay Striving Cheese. And 13 is Jennifer Hodge. Let's go. Super duper salute to y'all. Super duper salute to y'all, man. Thank y'all. We broke the glass. We're talking about we did it. 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 Hunters on hunter. We did it. We did it. Bob Marley, I see you said, Richard, you right. Jennifer Hodge says, thank you for the chat and of course rumor. She said, thank you all for the chat and of course rumor. Super duper salute to you, Jenny from the block. You know, it's always love. Let's motherfucking go. Richard Rich says, Murphy Bros, especially Devion, know they definitely cooked. They accepted that because their cousin got knocked off. Oh, then they got their lick back and they know what comes with that. I can understand that. And especially Devion, yeah. You're right. Mike Finnerville says, stand up, son. Time for cuffs. Look up, Marlon. Say cheese. Yep. Bro, just get up and run. See how far you can make it. Marlon says it's going to be great. Hey, what we got? Mel says, I knew I had to be back home Sunday before my son's birthday, so I got in the car with them because I wanted to go to the Dollar Tree and get my baby son. Mel still trying to play defense attorney. It's not going to work. Shout out to you, Mels. Shout out to Bob Marley. Shout out to Hunt. Hunt says, hey, y'all, they doing closing statements now? Nope, tomorrow, Hunt. We'll be here tomorrow, bright and early. Shout out to you, Jenny from the block. Shout out to Hunt. Shout out to, Mr. G. Fetty Wonky. First time I've heard that shit. Bruh, why the fuck is she saying Wonky in the courtroom? Come on, man. Chad Angel, what's up with it? Oh, yeah, Jenny says they never should have took Alicia Andrews with them. Mel says, I was wiping the car off when I got to my grandma's house because I was smoking weed and she don't like the smell of the weed. Mel, stop trying. No. Anybody who know about old Pastor Troy, stop trying, nigga. 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 All right, Mike Finnerville says, what about Foolio's civil rights, Mills? His right to live. Yeah, I'll tell y'all about them next. Boy, I ain't gonna lie, I caught so many gnat bodies yesterday. I caught so many gnat hats yesterday. It's almost over. It's almost over. This is how you stop an infestation. You can go to the grocery store. You can go get produce.
State has right to present evidence.
Who the fuck is this
defense
nigga?
Has right to
oh
present
shit!
Evidence
I never
and
stopped the stream.
counter-evidence.
Oh,
it's not for the
nigga scared the shit out of him. Like, that nigga popped up, big nose, Ernie and Bert looking at this nigga. Hold on, Mr. Bucket looking ass, motherfucker looking like. Man, anyway, we about to get out of here, y'all. Salute to y'all. I appreciate y'all. Thank y'all. We'll be back in the morning, man. Like my bro said, I reserve the right to be wrong. That's on the room for human error. Y'all so aggravating, dog. Hold on, if I get out of here, I gotta let y'all know y'all aggravating as hell, man.
So, aggravating as hell, man.
All right, like my bro said, I reserve the right to be wrong. That's on the room for human error. I never set you out on purpose. Also, I identify as a multimillionaire, like it says on the hat. If they got a bathroom, we need a cash register. Other than that, it's just RUMORNATI Network. We will be locked in tomorrow morning. You know what I'm saying? Super duper salute to y'all. Hit the Discord, join. God damn. Join the Discord. Shit, I done talked enough, so I probably ain't gonna say much, but if y'all want to get off in that